Warning. You are entering Open Lines Friday. For today anything goes. Thank you for your cooperation.
¡Listos pelos chingazos! ¡Listos pelos chingazos!
I'm gonna bring the whole fucking diseased, corrupt temple down on your head. It's gotta be biblical.
Welcome to our show.
All right, this is King Bucho. Welcome to BDA Boxing, the Boxing Debate Arena. Open Lines Friday. Everybody can join. Everybody should join. The link is not in the description, but I'll be posting it right now in the chat. First come, first served. I'm going to limit the capacity of the panel to, let's say, 10. That's it. No more than 10. All right. Shout out to everybody in the chat. OG Carl, Team Batman Boxing, JM84, Official Boxing Scorecard, Sergeant Alfredo, Earl, that Gucci Berserk, Tax is Slavery. That's right, boxing. All right. All right, guys. Jump on. Let me post the link. We have Mr. BDA already here. And where's the fucking chat here? There you go.
Good afternoon, Bucho.
What's up? Secret Wayne.
Secret.
Well, I mean,
That's
I
right.
heard some people they do that in the UFC, blah blah blah. Okay, but why at night? I don't know what at 7 a.m. Pacific time or something like that. What's up with that?
Yeah, that was weird. I was very confused because there were reports from Twitter, Michael Benson, Steve Kim saying that the Wayne was going to be at 9 a.m. Pacific time.
Mm-hmm.
And some people were saying, okay, well, does that mean that it's just that preliminary Wayne and then the real one was going to be later on? No, it turns out that the real Wayne, overseen by the Nevada State Athletic Commission, was at 9 a.m. And now what they're going to be doing later on in an hour is going to be just a ceremonial one.
Right.
And I was under the impression that that's not. Yeah, I was under the impression that boxing skirted doing that or was immune from that. Apparently, that's something they do in MMA, and I think that's something they've been doing for a while now. This time, they decided to do it here in boxing, and it's interesting because Haney. I don't know if you want to talk about this right off the bat, but there was a video from Eli Sagbach, I think, although I don't think he's the one that took it. But anyway, they're in the facility, the building where the Wayne took place, and first Haney walks out, and they rush him towards a vehicle, almost as if he's like Hillary Clinton. Remember that Hillary Clinton before the election, 2016 election, she collapsed, and everybody. Yeah, it reminded me of that. They're just rushing him to the van. He's not saying much. He's got a hoodie on. He's got sunglasses on. He looked like a vampire from Blade 2. You know, the new vampires, the ones with the mandibles. That's what he looked like. I said, what the fuck is going on? And then Lomachenko walked out, and he's with his team, and he's laughing, and they asked him, hey, did Haney make weight? And he goes, after the 2-3 time. Or I forget what he said. I don't know if he was joking, Bucho, because he was intimating that Haney had to try multiple times to make weight. Now, I don't know if he was joking, but if he wasn't joking, what does that mean, 2-3 time? Does that mean that it doesn't let us. It doesn't indicate how much time there was between the first and second attempt, because it could have been just an issue of him weighing a pound over, or 0.1 pound over the weight. Maybe he took off the shirt or the chain.
The fact that it's happening at this time, or it happened early in the morning, it tells you that Devin Haney wanted this for a reason, because they're struggling to make weight. That's it. We don't know what happened back then, but we know what happened in terms of when it happened. It was in the morning, so now he has 36 hours or something like that to rehydrate. That's it.
But Butcher, why do they all this A side or whatever? They always have to do that. They always have to start playing with the weights. They always need a special advantage. It's weird, man. It's like they call them the A sides, but they don't act like A sides. They act like
the commissions should step in and go like, some these rules are unchangeable. Like the weighing happens at this time. This happen but no, apparently it's. There's no rules, to be honest. They're malleable. I don't know. It's Las Vegas, by the way, people. So don't get surprised here. I'm not surprised. We have official. You can maybe tell us what you thought about the whole thing, the weighing happening early in the morning, behind closed doors.
Yeah. Hello, King Butcher and Mr. BDA. Thank you for having me on. Yeah, it's so fucked up. I mean, you already said everything I wanted to say. I mean, I was very interested into breaking down the fight, and I spent a lot of time doing that. And I really believe that skill-wise, Loma is, even at this old age, is superior. So I was telling myself how he looked, the way he looked for the second time fighting Cambosos at the weight-in. I thought that Loma stands a fantastic chance of stopping him with the liver shot in like 10th, 11. So at the beginning, I was picking Loma by late stoppage or decision. But right now with this fuckery, I do think that it's going to play in Haney's favor. And just enough for him to survive, to take his punches, to be able to clinch. And plus, the way he was setting up the talk about in-state fighting, about Loma supposedly being dirty, it's all done in order to minimize Loma, what he can do in the fight, and all that weight that he will put after 36 hours, he is going to minimize Loma's chance. I'm not saying Loma still stands a chance. I hope so. I think that he has a fairly good chance to beat him, but objectively, everything is against him. And another thing, man, this is not even 36 hours before the fight, because it's 36 hours before the main card starts, so it's more like 40 hours. But I haven't seen the weigh-in, so was Mr. BD saying that Haney looked, there was a video of Haney looking terrible.
Yeah, I saw the video.
I mean,
check it out. I posted it in the community section. People can go check it out.
Of Open Fridays lines. Where have you posted it?
In the community section. Community section. Go on the channel. It's Eli Segbach. He posted it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and he doesn't look good. He has a hoodie on, sunglasses. He's walking like Mr. BDA said, like a zombie. He's walking really slow. He looks fragile. But he's going to have time to eat, rehydrate. So, we're going to see a different Haney for sure. But he can make weight. That's a fact. The fact that they're doing it in the morning, they know they cannot make weight normally.
Yeah, and Bucho, that's the exact reason why they decided to have this weigh-in so early. They knew that it's going to be fucking terrible for Haney. So at least they're giving him an extra half a day to rehydrate. Right. So it minimizes, in my opinion, how the fact that he looked bad at the weigh-in, being that it's not for 24 hours before the fight, but much more than that. And one last thing, very last thing, for all the people saying that those are excuses, I mean, it's easy when you're giving me so many excuses. The fighters that I love, like Pacquiao, like Lomachenko, Usyk, etc., Golovkin, they were never acting. Pacquiao, they were never acting like bitches. They were acting like real men who love fighting and are not pussies. So yeah, it's Haney's problem that he's giving me the excuses. If he never gave me so many
Exactly.
excuses, you wouldn't be hearing me giving you
We're
those
not
so-called
lying.
excuses.
We're not lying. We're not making it up. It is what it is. We're just calling it out. That's it. It's not an
Exactly.
excuse. All right, let's see what Rarebit has to say about this. Rarebit, welcome to the show.
What's up? Look, this thing about the size and him being Lomas fought bigger men before. In fact, since he's moved up to 135, he's fought nothing but bigger men, and he's beaten most of them. So whoever wins this fight is going to come down to skills. It's not going to be because one guy is much bigger than the other. So,
Well, you have
and
to say that.
stylistically, I think Loma has the advantage in this fight to me. Because like we said before, Loma's weakness is people who can push him back, which is not really Devin Haney's strength. He's not a front-footed fighter. So it's an interesting matchup.
Why do you think Devin Haney had to do this? Have the weigh-in in the morning? Why?
I mean, how do we know it's his doing? Maybe it's Top Rank or the people upstairs.
Why would Top Rank do that?
I don't know. Maybe they don't want anything to get in the way. I mean, it's from the sounds of it, we got the details of what happened. So apparently he couldn't make it the first couple of times, but he eventually made it. So what's the issue?
I mean,
It's interesting, like officials said, all these A sides, especially when they come from a specific country, they need this type of hijinks. It's almost as if they're lacking confidence in a fair fight. But I will also say this: when it comes to Haney, I mean, this guy is, Nakatani was taller than Haney, but he's also slimmer, thinner. This Haney guy, I've seen the pictures, and I think most of you have seen them too. When he posts on Instagram and all that, he looks huge, upper body. We're talking heavy up top, as they like to say. So it's not quite the same thing here. Just because Loma's been fighting bigger guys at 135 doesn't mean that Haney's the same weight or the same size.
Well, if he is drained, that can also be considered a disadvantage as well.
Well, no, because he's got 36 hours. That's more than average. So that's an advantage for him.
Yeah, I mean, in that case, from the rules of boxing, let's give Bivol 3 days to make 140 pounds and become the undisputed 140-pound fighter. Well, to your point, BDA, corruption told me this yesterday. 3 years ago, fighting Linares, David Haney was measured entering 159 or 160 pounds in the ring. That was 3 years ago or more. Imagine how heavy is he going to be now when he develops even more. And look, even with all that, I do think that when it comes nothing but skills,
what's good?
I'm still giving in the skill department. I'm giving advantages to Loma. I just think that Haney is going to just be able to survive and make it look enough close enough for Bradley to repeat, oh, Haney.
I don't even know what to say, bro. Yo, let me cook.
I'm gonna drop out. Hold on, I'm gonna drop out because I see there's more people coming in. I just wanted to drop in while Butcher was alone. But I just want to reiterate what officials said. Yeah, listen, there's people saying, "Oh, excuses." Blame Haney for this, or his team, or whoever came up with this. Don't blame us. We're just pointing it out. Don't like they say. Don't shoot the messenger. All right, you fellas have a good time.
All right, yeah. Let me cook real quick. Like to me, it's not even like the debate about skill. Who has the skill advantage? It's not even a debate, in my opinion. I think Loma has a clear skill advantage, has a style advantage too.
what makes it entertaining is that Haney's just way fucking bigger. That's the only thing that makes it entertaining. It reminds me so much of Usyk AJ, where you're like, Usyk's way fucking better than this dude. The only reason why it's even a debate who wins is because the motherfucker's size. That's it. That's how I now. But I'm not comparing Haney to AJ. Haney's way better than AJ. But yeah. But like size, like let's be real. If Haney and Loma were the same size, it's not even a question. But that being said, I still have Loma beating Haney.
Well, the thing is, the skills gap. If you want to say Loma has a little bit more skills, I'm not going to argue with you. That might be true. But it's not a huge gap where it might make a difference. Like for example, Tank and Ryan, that was a huge size difference, but the skills gap was so large it didn't matter.
Yeah, so, I have to disagree. I do think that skill gap is huge. It's Haney's size that is going to.
Look, I'm not a Haney fan. Y'all know that, but that's going too far.
No, not at all. Because I was studying the fights. Man, Haney is so basic. All about him is just that he has the size.
Jab.
I mean, jab, but even stylistically, jab is not going to be the jab that gave Loma problems. But
he's got a right hand also.
Skill-wise, Loma is so much superior to him. It's just that Haney's size, like 30 pounds over Loma, probably make it closer.
I don't even think Haney is basic. I actually think Haney is a very good boxer when he's fighting the right style, like Kambosos. But if you're fighting a style like I was watching the JoJo fight, Haney doesn't really throw his jab against southpaws. He kind of pauses it more, which is worse for Loma because that's going to give Loma more time to get around that jab. That's what Loma does. He gets around you, straight punches, and he goes to work. That's his whole style. That's the style his dad created, and that's how I see it.
JoJo took that jab away. He definitely did.
Yeah, and Loma is like one of the best in the business at taking away your jab. Watch that.
And slipping them too.
Yeah, so look.
I watched exactly what JoJo did with Haney. It's nothing spectacular what he did to take away his jab. Haney was doing two things. He was stiff arming him whole time, and second of all, he was powering his, keeping his lead head active. And by the second or the third round, the guy, Jojo Diaz, figured out that he has to counter it with straight punches with either his southpaw jab or a straight left. And that's how he took it.
Yeah, look, I just want to make sure, does everybody on this panel right now have Loma?
I have a 50-50 and I'm leaning towards Devin, but I wouldn't be surprised if Loma won.
You're playing it safe. You're playing it safe. I knew it, right? But you're gonna play safe.
No, I'm still picking Devin.
All right.
But I think it's 50-50. I really do believe it because stylistically, I do give Loma the advantage.
Okay, let me just read this. Hold on, quickly. 2 super chats. Andres Hernandez, he says, if Loma beats Devin Haney, does this put him in the greatest of all time discussion? Okay, we'll talk about that.
Absolutely.
Okay, hold on. Before we get to that, let's just read another super chat from Kill or Be Killed with his super chat. He says, Loma team said that they're going to talk to the referee about Devin Haney's illegal clinching. Good. I think this is a good move on Loma's team. I agree, man, because Devin Haney started this whole thing complaining about dirty tactics. I think Lomachenko should do the same thing.
There you go.
Okay.
All's fair in love and war.
Yeah. When was the last time did you hear Benavidez cry about Plant or Plant cry about Benavidez style? No, they just fight. That's just such a sissy move. When's the last time in a big fight you heard someone crying and whining like this? I didn't hear Ryan or Tank Davis cry and whining.
Did ask for a bigger range.
You do that.
And he definitely was punching too much in that fight.
No, but I'm saying as a fighter, your mentality. Who has this type of mentality to bitch, moan, and cry?
I agree. This like if you feel like a fighter is fighting dirty, then either counter it or hit him with the same thing. Like don't cry. I agree with that.
Haney knows that he's not going to be able to stop Loma from cutting that distance and getting him in the corner. Yeah, and his best bet to stop that onslaught that Loma's going to give him in that corner is the hug. That's his best bet, and he knows how good Loma is on breaking the clinch. That's why he's been bringing up the dirty clinching, the punching in the break in the first place.
Hey guys,
He's scared. That's what it is. He's scared.
The super chat we got? That somebody asked if Loma wins this fight, is he Hall of Famer or something like?
He's already a Hall of Famer.
Well, he's already a Hall of Famer, greatest of all time, or something like that. I mean,
he's an all-time.
I don't know about it. No, I don't know about it, but that's too much. But he's definitely an all-time great already, and this will just seal his legacy as even greater than he already is.
Yeah, in my opinion, he's already an ATG. Not the best of all time. There are better fighters than him.
No, the reason why, and the reason why I say he can't be called the greatest of all time is because we don't know how good Devin Haney really is. Yeah, he beat Linares. Like he beat Linares, and then he beat Kambosos. But like, okay, Kambosos, that's cool and everything.
What about 3 gold medals? The 2 gold medals. How many gold medals does he have? I know
He has
that's
2.
amateur.
2.
Okay.
It's 2.
So okay, he'll be two-time gold medalist, 3-time division champ, and undisputed. That's an impressive resume. But was that enough to put you over Pacquiao or Floyd Mayweather?
You know why not? Because his career is not that long. That's the problem, though. He started late.
It's hard to be. But
all right, guys, super chat. Mr. Poe says, I already told Mr. BDA that the Bible foretold this. In the future, the Nostradamus will lose. Allah Akbar. He's talking about the Nostradamus, making a joke about Nostradamus.
Oh shit!
A lot of people. I mean, a good one, Poe. You should become a comedian.
Oh, hey, we got the #1 Devin Haney fan on the channel.
Look, what matters the most in boxing, if it's strictly boxing and not just names, is moving up in weight. That's the like what made Duran so great is he went all the way up to 168 from 135. Manny Pacquiao from 108. That's ultimately what determines your greatness is your ability to move up in weight and fight the bigger man. That's just how boxing's always been. Holyfield from cruiserweight, Usyk being a cruiserweight. That's what determines it. That's why most people don't consider heavyweights in their pound for pound, because it's like they're not really going up and fighting bigger or smaller men.
That would be impressive by Loma. I'm not gonna lie, but
let's bring in Black Chibi here. Black Chibi,
#1 Devin Haney fan.
Yo, what's good, y'all? And what's good, Haney Holics, whoever out here listening to me. Yeah, man, I've been looking for. I've been looking forward to this fight. Matter of fact, to be honest with you, I've been looking forward to talk today. I already knew y'all was gonna be on. This is gonna be hype. I was just thinking in my head, it's so hilarious. Cause I got Haney, cause he the GOAT. But for some crazy reason, I just can't picture it in my head on how he's gonna beat him, because bro, that I keep thinking about his footwork. His footwork is so amazing. Like Lomachenko's footwork is just, I can literally see Lomachenko really like clipping him, like, because his footwork is just so crazy. But other than that, I still got Haney winning the fight.
Nobody's gonna stop in this fight.
Look, dude, back to the impressive part. When Loma does beat Haney, I'm not going to be impressed at all, because that's what I expect. So this weekend, I'm not.
Okay, if that's the case, then look, even though I'm not a Haney fan, if y'all believe all of this stuff, we got to give Haney credit if he wins. Because you can't just come on here and say, hey, we got Loma washing them, and then Devin beats someone, we don't give any credit.
Just if he wins, I get even credit?
Yeah, because according to some people on this panel, Devin doesn't have a chance.
No. Oh, hold on. Butcher. Listen to me, please. Okay, so we are, we're going to give Haney credit, but we are going to give him as much credit, as much as he deserves, as 165 pounds in the ring beating 140 pound Canelo.
You got a built-in excuse.
Scorecard, who you got? Scorecard, who you have?
Hey. Don't cut me off.
Who are you picking?
Yeah,
scorecard. If you listen, I already told you who I'm picking, and don't cut me off.
You're picking Loma by decision, right?
Where have I said it?
Okay, well,
you said that in the beginning you were picking Loma by victory. I mean by knockout. Because of the weight clause, you're changing it to Loma by decision.
First of all, you're lying like a bitch. You're cutting me off.
Tell us that. Who do you have then?
Motherfucker, just say who you're picking. God damn it.
Yeah.
Let me speak, motherfucker.
Don't get official. Get angry. He goes crazy. So
I was replying to Bucho, and I was telling Bucho that we are going to give credit that he deserves as a much bigger fighter who is fighting 3 or 4 weight divisions, naturally smaller fighter at the end of his career, and putting all that A-side advantages over him. So that's the answer you have.
And that's another thing too that I always hear you guys say this shit. You guys keep saying y'all always say Haney's too big for that weight class, But nobody never got on fucking David Benavidez. He should not be in 168, my man.
Devin Haney's dad admitted he goes to 165.
If you can make the weight, you can make the weight, bro.
Bro, Devin Haney's dad admitted he goes to 165 on fight night.
Look,
he loses 30 pounds.
Wait! It's not that he's too big. It's that his fans want to say, "Oh, look what he does." They want to give him credit for draining himself. Oh, but he's draining himself. That's not something you can use. You can't have it both ways.
Well, technically speaking, you got to think. But if you look at it in that aspect, though, he's draining himself to fight Lomachenko, bro. That's Lomachenko.
He didn't have to fight Loma.
He's 126
The thing is, if he didn't fight Loma, they'll say he's ducking Loma. So it is what it is.
All right, hold on, guys. Super chat. Jaden Anthony, thank you for your contribution. He says the reason Lomachenko is so hyped is because people aren't used to seeing white fighters look that smooth. I guess smooth. I don't know what this means.
That's kind of true.
Okay, if Sweet Pea was white, he'd be in the greatest of all time conversation. All right, he's making.
He isn't the greatest. Sweet Pea is the greatest.
What
about Pep?
He's in the discussion, but he's not the greatest.
Okay.
He's the greatest.
Sweet Pea.
I disagree, but
you said Sweet Pea's the greatest.
No, Sweet Pea is the greatest, bro. He is a GOAT, bro. Like you got
bullshit.
Now what?
And the guy was running.
Bro,
what about Willie Pep though? Willie Pep was white.
Man, bro, listen. Sweet Pea Pernell Whitaker is obviously my favorite lightweight of all time, bro. And you got to remember, Sweet Pea was the first undisputed champion and lightweight. So Sweet Pea is the greatest, like of all time.
And he embarrassed Chavez.
Okay, calm down. Earl Stevens. Hold on. Earl Stevens.
Hey, he embarrassed Chavez.
Hold on. I'm gonna read the super chat here. Earl Stevens. Says Lomachenko has.
When they turn him to roadkill.
Yeah, I know that's
right, hold on. I'm gonna have to boost my volume here. I'm getting overpowered. There we go. All right. Earl Stevens says Lomachenko has the way better skill. Okay, what the fuck? Lomachenko has the way better skills of their size and age were reversed. Holy shit! Hold on. I think there were some mistakes here. Lomachenko has a way better skills of their size and age were reversed. Will the outcome even be a debate? Shit. Can somebody try to understand what?
I guess he's basically trying to say if Loma had the size of Devin Haney, this wouldn't even be a debate who will win this fight.
Oh, okay. That's a good point. That's a good point because
it wouldn't.
I guess that's what he's trying to say.
Well,
I mean, that might be true. Especially since I think he has supposed to match up.
That's what you
say
said
that about any fight. If Tank Davis was a heavyweight, it's like those things don't make any sense though.
No, not true. Because Ryan Garcia was a bigger man and he still got stopped.
But that's what makes a fighter great is that his skills can translate as he moves up in weight or down for that matter. Like, can a big guy come down and keep up with the faster guy? Like that's how we break fights down. And we just have to say it's not an excuse. Loma is a 122er. That's what makes boxing.
That's only 22. Nah, he started at
126.
126 guy.
Okay,
come on, let's not exaggerate now.
It's the same shit. Well, Brown Mexican says with a super chat. Thank you. He says, "I got Lomachenko putting big nose Devin in a coma." Nice. No,
well, that's a groundbreaking analysis.
I don't want anybody to get that hurt, but I do want to see a stoppage. That'd be great.
Hey, so curious question, BDA. I never even heard who you got. I just been seeing a lot of your analysts on how you think because I've been watching. Because
this is Bucho.
Oh, this Bucho. Oh, okay. Never mind. I know who you got.
I got. Oh, so you don't care about my prediction?
No, I know who you got.
Amazing.
I want BDA's prediction, Bucho, not yours.
Completely, exactly. I'm disrespected. No, I asked BDA to give. I asked BDA to provide me the list. I'm gonna be showing it on the screen. We got all the predictions we've taken so far during the past 2 weeks. So, yeah. And Chibi, I don't think we have your prediction. So once I get the list going, I'm gonna ask you for that.
Yeah, Chibi, don't fall back now. Who you picking?
I'm still here.
The nose.
Who do you got?
No, I'm saying don't try to change your mind now. You got to go with your gut. Who you picking?
Devin the nose Haney.
Hold on.
Devin the nostrils Haney.
All
I think Devin Haney is just gonna jab, hold,
If
jab,
Devin
jab, hold.
stops Loma, that's gonna that would be crazy.
Beat Loma by jabbing, bro. You beat Loma by body work and volume. So him jabbing.
If he does matter work and volume, Loma's gonna knock him spark out.
No, if you listen to the interviews, Devin is gonna try to walk down Lomachenko.
If he does that, he gets his ass knocked out.
We'll love to see it, bro.
I don't think so. I don't think Loma doesn't have that one punch knockout power like that.
I hope Devin Haney's that stupid.
It's not about power. It's about precision. It's about where he knows where to land it. Haney does not come forward.
Bro, you kind of like Devin Haney's a bum. Like,
he's doing that shit.
He's a good fighter. You might not like him, but the dude's a good fighter.
He's a good back foot boxer. He's a great defensive back foot boxer, but he's not a good come forward guy. When he was coming forward against Linares,
that's very true.
Caught his ass. Yeah, Linares caught his ass when he was trying to come forward. What's Loma gonna do?
I think Linares got more pop than Loma.
What?
I think Linares has more pop than Loma.
But it's not about pop. It's about precision. It's about accuracy. It's about fighting.
I don't think Loma can hurt Devin.
It's about accumulation. It's about accumulation. Loma's gonna beat you down over a period of time. It's not. It doesn't work like oh, it's one shot. He's gonna beat you with accumulation. Everybody.
If you ever notice the Loma fights, because like I said, I am a huge Loma fan. I love Loma. I think he's great, fantastic. If you ever notice something about Loma's fights, what he do is like he'll lose especially if you fight somebody high class, he'll be losing a couple of rounds, and by the later rounds, that's when he'll take over. Now I'm pretty sure as much of a big IQ that Devin Haney has, I don't see him letting that happen. Unless he get caught up. And then you gotta also remember Linares dropped Lomachenko. Okay, he dropped him, and he also clipped Devin Haney. So we can't really go off of that anymore. It's a 50-50 fight all the way.
Let that go. Like every fighter gets hurt. Even Canelo got hurt by Cotto's illegitimate cousin. We don't know where that motherfucker's at now. So it happens. It's boxing.
Yeah, who really thinks Devin Haney's going to do anything different? All these big fights have played out how everybody's seen them. Plant, Benavidez, it was the same thing, right? Boxer versus puncher. Benavidez overwhelmed him. Davis, Ryan was very technical. It wasn't an all-action fight. So Loma's going to push it. And
Devin will too. He has to push it. He can't afford to have Loma take the initiative. If he does that, Loma's gonna win easily. If he tries to fight Loma on the back foot, Loma's gonna win easily.
He never does it. We never seen that. Maybe against Chico's position.
He will. Look, he has no choice.
He's a good pressure fighter, man.
Hopefully, you don't disappear again, Frank. And I guarantee he's gonna do that.
You think he's going to come out of his shell and come out and do a haggler?
Yes, he has to. That's what I'm trying to tell you. He has to. And not to mention, not only do I think he has to, he said he will.
But look, if he does do that, he's not going to have success. That's not his style. He doesn't know how to do that.
No.
But he's got no choice because every fighter who's had success against Loma had to come forward.
That's not his style. Like someone
he showed a little bit, to be fair, against Kambosos in the second fight. He did come forward a little bit.
He has new wrinkles to his game.
Really?
No. Is it the strongest part of his game? No, but he does have it a little bit. Like he's not completely useless coming forward.
A little bit though. Like you have to have the full arsenal on how to come forward and beat Loma.
Not necessarily. Yeah, especially if you're the stronger, bigger man.
Is he the stronger guy? I don't even know if he's the stronger.
Yeah, I think he is.
Play it safe. Look, they all same. You think Tank Davis is gonna change? These guys don't change. It's very rare that they come out and fight differently. It's like Usyk.
Tank has shown he can fight differently though.
What?
He's never opened up an exchange. Look,
yes, he has. Against Leo, he walked him down, and against Isaac Cruz, he fought him back. He can fight differently.
The only guy he probably could do it against.
Right,
but for the most part.
Oh, Lord.
All right, hold on. Super chats here. Jaden Anthony, he says, I don't want to hear that weight excuse. I didn't hear no Mexican complaining about Canelo beating up on 154 guys. and he has
Thank you.
And he has rehydrating 25 pounds.
Thank you.
Okay.
What was that, like 10 years ago?
I only criticize when they were when he had rehydrating clauses. Other than that,
he did pull up Amir Khan up in weight, so
he was bigger.
Well, what was he when I fight Amir Khan at 147? I mean,
that
fight doesn't even count. That fight doesn't even count. Brown Mexican says, "Thank you for your contribution." He says, "Devin Haney's style is horrible for pay-per-view. Why is this on pay-per-view?" That's a very good question. That's probably.
First off, let me respond to this one. First off, you hear and I say Devin Haney's not pay-per-view material. Don't forget that Devin Haney's undisputed. Okay, he's the undisputed lightweight champion of the world. Okay, so we're not finna sit here and down Devin Haney. Just because somebody did not find the style to beat him doesn't mean shit.
Nobody's down.
Dude, you gotta provide receipts. Are you buying it? I don't think you are.
No.
I'm streaming.
I'm streaming it.
Yeah, fuck that.
Let's not just went on the rant about buying. You're not buying it.
Hey,
let's get a 150 steak, 150 dream salute. Let's get it. Say so steak.
Where is he? Oh, that's
yo.
What's up?
Yo, salute to everybody, man. Man, y'all know who I got, man. I got Lomachenko winning this fight, man. I don't see Haney winning this fight. I feel like Haney has to put Lomachenko on the back foot, which I don't think he will do for 12 rounds. That's how he beats Lomachenko, by putting him on the back foot. He's a smaller man. He can't fight on the outside, so that's Haney's only chance. And I don't think Haney does that for 12 rounds. Why? Because he has no power. 2, the jab is not going to keep him off. A lot of things that people don't realize about Lomachenko, he tries to counter the jab early in the fight against every single fighter. So that jab is not going to hold him off for 12 rounds. He's going to counter that jab. He's going to. That's
I'm curious.
That's a given.
So I'm curious. So as the lightweight champion of the world, the undisputed lightweight champion of the world, you think that the only thing he got in his arsenal was a jab?
No, I didn't say that. But how is he going to keep him on? Wait, hold on. I know you're going for Haney already, so how is Haney going to keep him on for 12 rounds? Explain that to me.
Bro, this is the thing. This is the thing that you guys are not understanding. If y'all really watch Haney fights, okay? The biggest thing about Haney, he confused people so much, bro. Nobody has not been able to take him out of his comfort zone. Okay? So we don't even know what he's going to do if Haney end up like cracking the jab code, cracking that. What else he's going to do? We don't. Yeah. If Loma end up cracking that Da Vinci code on Devin Haney's jab, then okay, we got a problem. But I see him being very comfortable at least until round 6.
Black TV. Let me just say this. Let me just say it to say so that I can't freestyle, homie. Speak now. I catch you slipping, hit you with 3 rounds. Ain't nothing you can really do, homie. So just please calm down. I really don't give a fuck. You're on black and brown acting tough. That type of shit'll get you snuffed. Like Nas said.
All right, we cool.
Because Nas said it. Motherfucker, on your leg, you gonna need one that's prosthetic.
Hey, you tripping, fool?
You sounding real pathetic. Just get it.
So what the fuck you saying, homie?
Listen, bro.
What the fuck ever?
Elegance. I'm in my element, motherfuckers.
Shadow.
Dress for your Mexican motherfuckers, man. Stop playing around.
Good boxing.
Hey, go to boxing, bro. Talk boxing.
Good boxing.
Hey, my guy with the Goku fit, though. Look. Okay, look. I've watched a bunch of Haney fights, bro. You know one fighter that took away his jab? Jojo Diaz. He didn't jab him on it.
That's what I said.
Whoa, could you really say that he had so you said that Jojo Diaz, which was one of his hardest fights. I will agree with you on that. But you saying that Jojo Diaz took him out of his comfort zone.
No, I said Jojo Diaz took his jab away. That's right.
Yeah, no, and listen, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that Lomachenko can't take away the jab. Lomachenko is amazing, okay? But what I'm saying is, if everybody think that all he has is a jab, as all Devin Haney has is a jab, it's asinine. You feel me? Like, we haven't even seen him back to the wall and what he'll do if that happens. You know, we seen.
You're saying we haven't seen it, so. We should have seen it by now. We've seen it. All these fighters,
we should have seen it.
Wars.
So what I'm saying is, we should have seen it. But like I said, if they're gonna let Devin Haney fight his fight, that's on them. That's on them. You feel me? Like, and I don't see Lomachenko really making him fight it. I see Lomachenko really like getting up in him though. I really see him like.
Look, people point to the Ortiz fight, that Jermaine Ortiz fight. You know why Jermaine Ortiz lost? Because Loma can hurt you. He got tired because Loma puts pressure and he was afraid of getting clipped. Because I seen him get clipped a few times. He's just such a big guy. You know, he was able to withstand it. Haney's gonna get clipped. It's gonna happen. Loma's gonna get some good shots in. You're gonna see this.
Oh, Loma's gonna get some good shots in. He's gonna, he's gonna have. But what I'm trying to say is,
let me say this, bro. This is why I feel like Vasili's gonna hurt him as well. It's because Lomachenko put on more pounds. He put on a lot more pounds. If you look at him in his last couple training videos and he's hitting the bag, he's punching that shit, it sounds like a fucking thunderbolt. Lomachenko has underrated pop, bro. You know, I'm not saying he's a knockout artist, but he's going to hurt Haney. I'm for certain he's going to hurt Haney. No way Haney walks around 12 rounds unscathed, bro. He's going to get hurt.
That part.
I promise you.
Yeah, he's going to get clipped a few times. I mean, you're going to see it, man. He's a big target. You seen what Loma did to Ortiz.
Oh, but you see, y'all keep on saying he's gonna get clipped and he's a big target. But bro, this is Devin Haney. He's a small. He's a big, fast target.
Special, bro. He's nothing.
Why is he not special if he's the champion? That's crazy.
Hold up. Hey, but one thing y'all ignoring is Devin Haney is still growing as a man. Like, he's getting stronger. So like, never know, there might be some new time pop in his punches.
No, but which one is it? He's training himself or he's getting stronger? It can't be both.
Well, if he has 36 hours to rehydrate, like some people are saying he does, then that might be in his advantage.
Jaden in the chat with a super chat. Jaden says, shout out to Rarebreed. So Jaden is shouting out Rarebreed.
Shout out to you, Jaden.
Hey, Haney's struggling to make weight. Lomachenko's team said it took him 3 or 2 times to make that shit.
And they might have just been talking shit, bro. Who cares?
I don't think they is. I don't think.
Look, if you watch Loma, he doesn't sit still. He's like a little jackrabbit there, man. That guy does not sit for a second.
Bro, Haney doesn't sit for a second. Bro, Haney doesn't sit for a second either, though. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Bro, this is exactly what you said. No, what you said, GB, is you said he wants to get comfortable. See, Haney wants to set the pace. He wants to be in his comfort zone. It's just not going to happen. He's going to have to step his game up.
No, bro. This is gonna be the same shit.
Hey, if you think he's gonna fight Loma the way he fought Cambodia,
Loma's not a stationary target. Loma's going to be in and out. He's going to be moving slick like a cat. So Haney's got to be slick like a cat too if he wants to connect. It's clear as day.
Just like they said, it's the Matrix.
Well, like I said, bro, I give Lomachenko all the credit in the world. He's amazing. And I even said it early when I first came in this party. I don't know how he's going to beat him. All right. But I know Devin Haney's going to find a way to beat this dude, man. You know, he's
going to have to. Hey, guys, I need to go for 2 seconds. Maybe. I need to go for 2 seconds, but I'm going to read a super chat. Call me a conspiracy, Hyperspass. Thank you for your contribution. He says, call me a conspiracy theorist, but I still think Lomachenko held back in his last fight. Just not to scare Bill and Devin Haney. Lomachenko played possum. Interesting theory.
Man, I don't know about that, bro. This is boxing where you could die. You don't hold back in fights.
Nah, man, he ain't playing no possum, bro. Ortiz is just a real good fighter, man. You feel me? That's all it is. He's he's real talented, man. I think that he should fight. He should fight Shakur Stevenson next.
Ortiz fight.
Jermaine.
Ortiz could have won had he applied the pressure. Had he just start trying to swing, but you can't do that. Loma's so sharp and precise that the only way to beat him is to open up on him.
Jermaine,
all right, tell me this. Tell me this. How can he be? What is the problem with Devin Haney besides the whole power shit? What is the problem with Devin Haney? Why can't he beat this guy?
He doesn't.
He definitely can, bro. He can. They can both beat each other.
You have power.
Who can beat who?
No, I'm saying he can't. No, he can definitely.
It's a 50-50 fight. They can beat each other.
No, Haney can definitely beat Lomachenko. It's just that
Haney can beat him by jabbing.
Haney has Hey, I just feel like Haney's going to have to do a lot more in this fight, man. Like, he's going to have to walk Lomachenko down, throw combinations, put him on the back foot. He can't hold all night. He has to do a lot in this fight, man. You know, and a lot of people claim that, oh, he has a lot of tools in his toolbox. He got to show it then. We got to see it because all I've seen him
honestly,
do.
I think he can do that. I think he can do that.
So.
We got to see it. We got to see it, Reverend.
He's a one-dimensional fighter.
He's shown flashes of doing that.
Wait, hold on. Why do you think Haney's a one-dimensional fighter?
Show me where a fight where he dug down and he had a fight other than the Kambosos fight. Tell me where.
Bro, this is the problem. Nobody can get him out of here. This is the. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you. Listen, this is the problem. Okay, you keep on saying that you only seen him do one thing, bro. Nobody got him out his comfort zone. Can't that and I think Lomachenko can get him out of his comfort zone.
Who has he fought?
He fought fucking Linares. He fought fucking Bosos twice.
That's all he can do. The only thing he can do is jab.
Bro, that's not all he can do. You're just going off of.
Listen. You're the same. You're saying that he fought Linares, a 38-year-old Linares.
No,
listen. You're probably the same one that says Canelo's fighting an old watch person, and I'm not even a Canelo fan. I feel like Lomachenko's gonna get out of there in 10, 11 rounds. I feel like Haney throws the left, right hold. It's nothing. He can't fight in the inside or can't fight off the back foot.
He can't fight in the inside.
Wait, what?
That's true. He can't fight in the inside. Yeah.
He can't fight for shit off the back foot.
Okay, then. So,
he's gonna get hit in the stomach.
No, he can't fight on the front.
He can't fight on the inside. He can't fight off the back foot. Goddamn, what can he do?
No, he can't fight in the back.
All right. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this then. What can the undisputed lightweight champion can do? Let me ask you that.
Oh my God! Hold on. Who did he win the belts off of, though?
Yeah, Black Chibi, listen, I give him credit. This is my opinion. I give him credit. All right, hold on. I'm not gonna get into this. Brown Mexican.
I'm not taking it. Look, I'm not taking it.
Come on, let me just read. Let me read a super chat here. Two super chats. Brown Mexican says when Loma KOs White Nostrils Devin, I don't want to hear no conspiracies like they made up for Deontay Wilder.
Same for you, Mr. Brown Mexican.
Take the ADL like a man, he says. And then we have another super chat from Jack, Dakota fan, Nuff. He says, Devin Haney only fought 2 southpaws in his careers so far. Interesting data there. Okay.
It's very good.
Hey, look.
Don't forget he's been sparring with Shakur Stevenson since they were like 6, 7 years old. So it's not like he never been with a. Bro, you got to take all this into perspective. Like this guy, bro, he's not no pushover. Everybody even saying that Haney's gonna win. This is like, bro, it's just crazy to me that y'all really think that like Haney can. It's like I'm just curious of what Haney can do. Like, cause you saying that Haney can't he can't fight in the back. He can't come forward. What can he do? What can he do? Say something good about him.
Why I want Shakur to have this fight, but he'd embarrass him.
I take nothing away from Haney. He's really good. He's a really good fighter. Okay, so once Lomachenko gets past that jab, what does Haney have for Lomachenko on the inside? Besides clinching.
Nothing. He has nothing.
Wait. I want to know what.
He does have a right hand. Like it's not the most strongest right hand, but it is like long and
the fact people are saying that Haney is stronger. Since when was he strong? Since when?
He's a bigger man. He's naturally a stronger man.
When has he ever imposed physicality on his opponents?
Never. He's gonna have to.
Man, he be having people bruised up. Matter of fact, fuck it. You know what?
Hold on. Wait.
There's 2 type of ways to beat somebody, bro. You can either knock him out or embarrass the shit out of him. And then he's been embarrassing all his everybody he fought.
Hey, hold on. Go one at a time. My guy said, when did Haney ever oppose his will? And you say he bruises people up, off of punches, but he's talking about physicality, bro. He's talking about when has Haney ever used his physicality? Never.
All right, then let me ask you this: when did Haney ever have to do that?
He's going to
this. He did. The statistics of him having 26 clinches with Bosos would tell you, right?
Yeah, guys, I can answer this question. He imposes physicality when he clinches all the fucking time.
That's the point. That's what I'm saying is like other than that, when he clinches, what inside work does he have for Loma?
Nothing.
So
That's
you think
he
he gonna
has
just
that, he's
you
pushing that narrative that Lomachenko is dirty, He's scared because they have nothing for the inside of Lomachenko's work. I'm telling you, Lomachenko's gonna hurt him in the inside or going backwards. I know for a fact. And for you guys that are saying you guys are writing off Loma because he's old, when was he old? He's 34. Look at Usyk. Usyk's 37, and he holds 3 belts of the fucking heavyweight division and smoked Anthony Joshua twice.
Look, bro. The only reason why
but Haney did that to Camboso, so you know.
The only reason why you see Haney and Lomachenko clinch so much in the fight. I'm sorry, no. Kambosos and Haney. The reason why you're seeing those guys clinch so much is because they can't fight inside. Neither of them. Trust me, bro. When Haney clinches that guy, he's not gonna clinch him all night. He's not, bro. Lomachenko knows what he's doing, bro.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's not. No, and I'm gonna tell you this too. He's not gonna. The reason why he's not gonna do Lomachenko like how he do everybody else. Because the thing about Lomachenko, as soon as he's trying to clinch Lomachenko, he gonna try to hit him with like 3 uppercuts. So he know that's out of the question.
What?
All right.
3 uppercuts in a row.
It was just basically a figure of speech of what Lomachenko does, like with his footwork. He'll sit there, move to the left, do about 3 combos, move to the right, do another 2. You know, he does that. So it's
you
like
don't know that though. No, you don't know that because Lomachenko can fight going forward, backwards, side to side. You don't know that though.
All right, so you really saying that you basically saying Haney doesn't have a chance?
No, it's a 50-50 fight, but I don't have other than fucking him having reach. I don't think he has anything for Lomachenko.
I
feel like Javier Ortiz was a harder fight for Lomachenko than Haney is. You know, fucking Ortiz was fucking Lomachenko's sparring partner for over 6 years. That's why it was a tough fight.
All right. I gotta interject here, guys. If anybody wants to drop off, because there's a lot of people that want to jump in. So if you're not talking, let somebody else jump in, and then I'm probably sure that you'll be able to make it back after. All right? Because if you stay just muted for 30, 45 minutes, I'm gonna have to replace you with somebody else. And also, Black Chibi, it's time for you. It's time for Black Chibi to give us his official prediction. A lot of talking, but no prediction. Go ahead.
I have Devin Haney either winning by decision or winning by a late stoppage.
Okay, well, come on, man. You gotta give
late
me one.
Stoppage.
Wow, late stoppage about like round 10 or 11.
Damn.
Wow. Oh shit!
He threw the kitchen sink.
Are you betting on that? You make a lot of money.
No. I'm not betting on that. I'm just saying that's what I'm saying. But all in all, my official prediction. All right, my official prediction: Haney by decision.
No, you said stoppage.
I got Lomachenko.
Stoppage on Lomachenko. You honestly think Haney's gonna stop Loma? That's insanity.
Insane.
Bro, I was just playing, bro. Just chill. But
come on, man. Stick with it, man. Don't be scared, Chibi. Don't be scared, man. Stick with your prediction, man.
All right, yeah, fuck you. You're right, man. I got Haney by.
He's gonna stop fucking Loma. He couldn't stop Kambosos twice.
Yeah, you're right. And Loma couldn't stop fucking Teofimo. Okay, yeah, whoop the fucking do, man, my boy.
Teofimo's a much better fighter.
Bro, so you said Teo's a better fighter than fucking Devin Haney? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
No, Teofimo is a better fighter than Kambosos.
I think styles make fight.
Hey, Lomachenko stopped better opponents and made better opponents quit than Devin has, bro. So I don't want to hear that.
Yeah, nah. I ain't gonna lie.
Hold on. He made Nicholas Walters quit. He beat Gary Russell Jr. when Gary Russell was in his prime.
Bro, yes, you're right. And bro, the day he beat Rigondeaux, and y'all know how I am about Cuban boxers. The day he beat Rigondeaux, I became a fan. I was like, yo, this dude is amazing. I didn't think nobody could beat Rigondeaux at that time. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I get it. You feel me? I am a Lomachenko fan, but I don't see him beating the dream, man. That's all I'm saying.
I got Lomachenko TKO 11.
You tripping.
Same, TKO 11, Lomachenko.
Who said that?
I see TKO 11.
Southpaw Drew.
I don't see, other than a jab or a left, right hold. Other than that, I don't see him beating Lomachenko. He's not physical where he needs to be. And then plus, I feel like if he tries to be physical, it's already falling into Loma's place. He's getting Haney out of somewhere where he's never been before.
So you said Lomachenko 11th round.
Correct.
Okay.
I got Haney TKO 11th round, late stoppage.
Wow.
Okay.
God damn. He sure made an example out of Comboses, huh?
I think it'll be a Haney controversial split decision.
Nah, I don't think so. I don't know. Haney's good though, but and then plus.
No. I just think it might be the top rank splitting the belts out because Haney will move up anyway, and then the belts will be free for Shakur just to pick them all up. I think that's why it might be Haney controversial split decision. That's my.
I think Loma collects the belts on 130, in my opinion.
All right, we got another prediction here from no, sorry, not a prediction, a super chat. Brown Mexican again. He says, "I don't give a fuck what that dude said on the panel. It's not a pay-per-view worthy fight. Devin Haney is going to be hugging Lomachenko like a lost child. Teofimo versus Loma. Teofimo versus Lomachenko wasn't a pay-per-view." That's a good point. Abstract Noir, thank you for your contribution. He says, Dave Moretti has Loma up on the cards already. Is he actually going to be a judge? Dave Moretti. Did he die? One of them died. I don't know. But yeah, that's a good point. Las Vegas, I mean, the consensus is that they're going to be protecting Devin Haney, but we'll see. We'll see. I want a fair fight. I think we all want a fair fight.
Bro, it's going to be a fair fight, bro. I don't think that Top Rank, they do be cheating. I don't think they're going to cheat this one. It's too big. It's too much. It's too much. The mix in the lightweight division right now is just too much right now. You feel me? Because the everybody's clashing now. So the fact that if they were to cheat Devin Haney or Lomachenko, bro, that shit would just look so. It'll be so fucked. It would be so fucked, and they know it. So I think the best man is gonna win, aka Devin Haney.
Yeah, I mean it'll be close. I mean,
I'm gonna be real, like I said, and I will stick with this. You feel me? I think he is gonna get him 11th round late stoppage, but I still don't know how he's gonna do it because, like I said, fucking Lomachenko's footwork is just, oh my goodness, it's just beautiful, bro. Like I've not seen nobody do no shit like that.
T Boog in the chat with the super chat. He says y'all need to watch Devin Haney's fight Linares again. He was roughing Linares up. I'm rooting for Lomachenko. Yeah, Haney was winning the most of the fight. It's just at the end he just kind of lost it. Frankie's Sanis, thank you for contributing.
Exactly. What he did in that fight, the Linares fight, he was boxing the shit out of Linares for 7-8 rounds.
Yeah.
And then he tried to go into that dog fight with Linares, and he got clipped. This is what I don't understand. It's like all of a sudden that if he gets in the pocket with Lomachenko or inside the clinch, I think that's where Lomachenko clips him.
Right? Maybe Teofimo Lopez was right. Haney doesn't have that dog, so I don't know.
Hey, whoa, what was that?
Whoa, what the fuck is that?
Man, if y'all don't think Haney got dog, bro, he went 24 rounds with fucking Cambosos, bro.
We'll see. Well, maybe he has. We don't know. We don't know. By the way,
he's just a defensive fighter. He's got good defense. That's what he prides himself on, is being defensive. That's his claim to fame. He's not going to overwhelm you. He's not going to outpunch you. He's going to play defense. You know, it's sports, right? You play defense. That's what he does.
I mean, listen, you guys. At this point, we don't really know if he has a lot of dog in him. Like,
don't be surprised.
It could be like a really good fight with a lot of good exchanges. But so far, I don't see Haney having really superior or even decent inside game. If he did have decent or inside game or at least something to work with, then I would be like, it's a 50-50, or I can see that happening. But Loma knows how to cut the distance. Loma knows how to get inside. Loma knows how to neutralize a jab. And take the fight to the inside. And, Haney doesn't have that. So I don't know who's reffing yet, but whoever it is, if they allow a lot of hugging, and gentlemen, it's going to be a very boring fight.
African-American referee. By the way, Frankie Sainz, thank you for your contribution. He says Lomachenko, ninth round.
Hey, hold on.
He says Lomachenko, 9th round TKO on my way to Las Vegas right now. All right. A loyal fan going to watch the fight.
I'm in Vegas right now as we speak, but what I'm saying is that I feel like Fuck, what was I gonna say? I had a brain fart. Never mind. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like,
look, man.
Lomachenko.
No, I don't know about the ref. I don't know about the ref. I hope
It's
it's a
Harvey
good
Duck.
ref. I hope it's a
It's
good
Harvey
ref.
Duck.
I hope everything's fine. There's no shenanigans, and may the best man win. That's all I can say.
I just think they're rubbish. I think they're rubbish shenanigans. I honestly think there's gonna be some crazy shit going tomorrow.
Me too, man.
For real.
Hey,
Don't be surprised if
the ref is Harvey Duck, bro. It's the same one that ref the Teo Cambosis. Well, yeah, I want to say one more thing too. I think Lomachenko is gonna kill Haney with the feints, bro. You know what I'm saying? I seen JoJo Diaz kill him with a lot of feints, bro. I think Loma's gonna get him with a lot of feints.
What do you guys think of the super early weigh-in, by the way? As in,
we talked about it. Fishy, suspicious.
Yeah.
What can you say? I mean, of course, Devin Haney put that in the contract. He can
You
make
know
weight.
why
By
he
the way,
did
two comments here. Joe, he says in the chat that the referee Harvey Doc is the ref, and he's a good referee. He's a good referee, so that's good. And then we have
Homeboy's about to be at 160 fight night. Watch.
Yeah, oh for sure. Abstract Noir in the super chat with another contribution. He says Dave Moretti is the judge who scored that Tank Garcia around 10-10 after the knockdown. Okay, so that's Dave Moretti for you guys. And then we have the theological handyman with a super chat. He says, I don't know. Haney looked dead today at the weigh-in, and he looked too frail. What if he actually overdid it this time and drained himself? He should be at 147. Jeez. He should definitely be at 140. But yeah, that could be a possibility where he completely drained himself this time.
There's a lot of killers at 140.
And with no power, I mean,
yeah, he's not
I'm telling you, bro. I seen the little interview clip, bro. With Team Lomachenko. They asked him, bro. They said how many times Haney. He said it took him 3 or 2 times to make the weight, bro.
Was he joking or that's the thing?
No, he wasn't joking, bro.
Hey,
They asked him. They asked Lomachenko. They was like, "How'd you weigh in?" He said, "Bro, I weighed in good. Y'all know that already." And then Haney, he said it took him 3 or 4 times.
You can't count out Haney. He has fucking Conte on his fucking.
Yeah, snap.
Oh yeah, of course, bro. Yeah.
You know, and then look what happened. What's it called? For instance, I mean, it comes to show the dirty shit that goes behind closed doors in boxing. Look at Andy Ruiz, his fat ass. His fucking ex-wife leaked him fucking on an IV for fucking cleaning his Spravato testing. You could only imagine what the connections Haney has with Conte. You know, like, come on, man.
Yeah, you know he's on that.
That's not an excuse.
Haney's on that Conor Ben egg diet right now after the weigh-in.
Hey, don't worry, it's free range, right? Cage free, so it's clean.
Who else?
Even your boy Shakur Stevenson saying Devin Haney gonna smoke him.
Pitbull gonna smoke Shakur. Fuck him.
You got me fucked up, man. Stop trying my dog, man.
Goddamn.
Stop it. All right.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm being serious. But I feel like the toughest challenge for Shakur at 135 is only Tank. That's it.
No. I think Williams Zapata would be a good fight for Shakur.
That's it. Smoke that dude too.
Yeah.
I didn't say he'll lose. I said it'd be a good fight.
Yeah.
No, but I feel like it's a 50-50 fight with Shakur and Tank until Tank cracks him.
So Shakur should this was Shakur's fight.
Shakur should outbox Tank Davis.
Shakur should fight.
What I'm saying is that Tank, it's always a 50-50 fight with Tank until he lands that one punch. You have to understand, Tank is so accurate. He ain't active, but he's accurate as shit. And
Very
I feel like,
bro, Tank's not been in a 50-50 fight in years.
Hold on. Are we discussing Tank and
Shakur Stevenson?
Shakur takes it. Shakur takes it all the way.
Yeah, of course.
I don't knock Shakur.
No.
Tank was getting outboxed by Rolly Romero. Tank was being
y'all gotta stop saying that. He was not getting outboxed. Please stop saying that.
The fucking 4,000-year-old mummy was outboxing Rolly Romero.
But listen what I'm saying.
Tank Davis? You gotta be kidding me there.
No one's saying anything. I'm saying is that I feel like I don't know how Shakur would react if Tank clips him, because he's never been hit.
No.
No, dude,
you're not really. No, hold on.
There's no position to be hit by a guy like Tank Davis. There's absolutely no way.
And then you're not realizing
he got hit in the body by a body.
No.
Skilled.
So
level. He's far superior.
Tank's not been in the 50-50
Oh,
fight in
hold
4 years.
on. Rewind though, bro. Like y'all keep on. I understand Shakur Stevenson. I'm a big fan. I love Shakur Stevenson. He had got one of them boys out of the Canelo gym. I love it. But all I'm saying is this, bro. Like y'all keep on saying Shakur Stevenson is all great, but bro, Devin Haney's the champion, bro. Like how is y'all not hype about?
Oh
my
God!
Beating Cambosis. You think Shakur can't beat Cambosis?
They're useless conversations. They're not going to fight.
Imagine if before the Haney Cambosos fight, I would have told you, well, Cambosos is a champion. Cambosos is an undisputed champion. Yeah, he was until he lost.
Hey, listen, do you think that Shakur Stevens goes all 12 with Cambosis? I don't think so.
Nope, not this version of Shakur. He's gonna stop him.
No, not this. Bro, but you remember, bro. But you gotta remember, bro. I don't even see Shakur and Devin Haney fighting because I think they're every time they talk about each other, it seems as though they just talking for the fans. You feel me? But I think that they're about the same level. And
no, they're not. The only people that don't want to see that fight are Devin Haney fans. They know what's up.
You're talking shit, man. No way.
All right, think about it.
I actually agree with that.
Shakur Stevenson was fighting just like how Devin Haney was fighting.
No, he don't.
He had no choice. Listen to what I'm saying. Shakur Stevenson was fighting just like. Hold on. Shakur Stevenson was fighting just like how Devin Haney was fighting until everybody started calling Shakur Stevenson a board fighter, and that's when he started coming at people. All right, he was doing the same
shit. At least he's doing that. What is Devin Haney doing?
Devin Haney ain't gotta impress nobody. He's the fucking champion.
You know who beats
beating
Haney?
Cambosis.
I feel like Keyshawn Davis beats Haney.
Honestly, Keyshawn Davis is more talented than Devin Haney. That's a fact.
Wow. So I mean, if you got Keyshawn Davis beating Devin Haney, then I mean you got Keyshawn Davis beating Lomachenko too, then, right?
Oh yeah, he'll beat the dog shit out of Lomachenko.
Oh yeah, I feel like he's too big.
Right now
he only got like 5 fights. I can't even say some shit like that.
We don't. On my life.
When did he? But who did Keyshawn Davis fight?
Bro, it's not who he fought. It's his skills.
Okay, y'all don't even know these people, bro. Stop it, bro. Keyshawn Davis
old ass Linares. Wait, let me time out, Chibi, time out. Devin Haney is the only person that did knock out Linares. Did you know that? Of all the people he's lost to, Devin Haney is the only one who couldn't even buzz him.
Cool. So
what we're saying, he's got no power, bro.
Listen, Devin Haney.
Mayweather couldn't be.
Don't compare Devin to Mayweather,
bro.
These guys now make Mayweather.
All I'm saying is this. Bro, all I'm saying is Mayweather didn't knock out Marquez, but Pacquiao knocked out
Marquez. Nigga, we talking about Linares. That he ain't fucking Marquez.
But all I'm saying is,
Marquez
is a legend.
We're talking about a washed Linares that had already been knocked out several times.
Bro, if Linares was in his prime, I'm pretty sure he would have beat fucking Lomachenko. I'm positive he would have.
All I'm saying,
he was in his prime, wasn't he?
He was on a 13-fight
win. He was winning, actually, until Loma knocked him out. He was up on the scorecards until Loma landed that body shot.
Hey, I will say this. Devin was more dominant until he got hurt against Linares than Loma was. I'll say that. I'll give him that.
Bro. Linares. Loma won the first 5 rounds against Linares.
I don't know about that. It was close.
He tried getting in a fucking box with Linares, and he got clipped. He has no insight. He has none. He has nothing. Fuck, man. I don't know, man. I feel like.
Let me say one thing. Can I be real?
It's gonna be a sad day for Haney fans come Saturday.
No, but can I be real? You know, I think GB was saying that because Haney's got all the belts, he's the man. I mean, I think Linares would beat Cambosis, for real, right now.
Right now?
Okay.
No, not right now. No, not right now.
I don't know about that, bro. When Haney won the title.
Linares is a shot, bro.
We guys have to remember.
He would have a shot, though.
Cambosis got lucky that night, man. Cambosis was coming in his best shape, over-prepared, did everything right. And stupid Teo came in underprepared, taking it for granted, thought he was just going to knock the guy out, didn't really come in with the mindset of battling this guy. He came in thinking he was the shit. His mind's never been the same since he beat Loma. After he beat Loma, He convinced himself of something, and he's delusional. He's
Y'all
fucking crazy.
remember Teal Senior's advice on the corner? What are you doing, bro?
Yeah. Teal's
Well,
man
at
has
least
to stop his arm.
was good, man.
Hey, guys! If Devin Haney loses,
Teal's dad's a piece of shit.
Well,
You know, like his dad's a piece of shit.
loses,
knock this guy out. Knock this guy out. What are you telling him? Are you giving him any good advice? All you're telling him to do is knock this guy out. That's it. That's what's gonna do it.
Yeah. Teal's big failure was firing Jerry Gamache. As soon as he fired him, I knew it was over for him. He's gonna get knocked out by Taylor.
He thought he achieved everything after beating Loma. Like, come on, bro. You still have other stuff to do. Like,
honestly, I think he'll get stopped by Taylor. For real.
It depends which Taylor shows up.
I think Taylor.
Taylor looks good, man. He looks good in training.
Yeah. I feel like.
No, that don't mean nothing. That don't mean that.
No,
we'll see.
Because you look good in training.
I feel like it'll be a mid fight stoppage for sure. I don't know. I feel like I see Teofimo having success, but I just don't. I feel like he's big. He's a big wide. He's a big wide 140, but he's not big. If that makes sense. Like
he's
mid-size 140.
He's gonna be the smaller guy. He has to. Teal's gonna have to box. He's not gonna be able to trade with this Taylor guy.
At 140,
Teal is a counter puncher. That's why
he's a boxer. He's actually
Teal cannot fight going forward. He's proved that multiple times already. Sandomar and Campos. He's like Haney in that aspect. They both outside fighters.
Who just said that? I've been saying that for years, bro.
Oh,
that's why Teal looks so trash against Sandor and Cambosis, because they're both counterpunchers, bro. Someone has to take the lead, and when Teofimo takes the lead, he can't take the lead. I think he has more success against Taylor because Taylor is gonna come to him.
Yeah, that's his Teal's best
but Taylor fights on the inside, even though he's a bigger guy, and that's what Teal can't. You can't counterpunch on the inside. It's
Taylor got some short arms for someone who's so tall.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I need to read a super chat here from Ed Dog, and he says, "Can somebody else on the panel start talking? We're tired of hearing the logical monkey and gay breed talk about boring fights." Fighters. Who's logical monkey? I don't even know. Do we have somebody named?
Yeah, I know, but I don't know. I feel like.
Why don't you join the panel and stop being a bitch?
All right, yeah, guys in the chat, on the
section.
panel. If you're not gonna, we need to replace some people on the panel. We need to rotate here. Some people want to jump in, so if anybody would be nice and drop out, is everybody engaged in the conversation? I think everybody is.
Can I bring this back to Loma? I mean, we got to give the guy credit. I mean, all these guys we've been talking about these Shakurs and Haneys and Stank Davises, and they don't even fight each other. This guy's had the toughest test. He takes on everybody. Nobody's doing that. Now that Haney's not.
Isn't Devin Haney fighting him?
No, what I'm saying is that Loma, because Loma's willing to step up. Loma could just sit. He could have just took regular fights
and Devin could just go to 140 where he's not weight trained.
No. Because you have these guys like Crawford or pound for pound. They're not fighting anybody, but this guy Lomachenko coming off a war is stepped right back in the fray.
Whatever.
I mean, I agree.
He gets no credit.
I agree with that point because he's always had tough fights. Ever since he started, he's had tough fights. And you can't say that about every fighter. You can't say that. Definitely can't say that about Devin Haney when he started. And I don't like this. I've been calling you out for 4 years bullshit. Like, fuck you, dude. You just made your debut in the zone.
Devin Haney started boxing at 16, or he came pro at 16.
He was a 20-year-old little shit that was fighting whatever. He was a prospect. You know, what do you expect Lomachenko fight? Being a prospect? Get real. You know, all this clout chasing, all this bullshit that they're spitting
I just want to give credit to this Lomachenko.
I want to know who is Team Haney trying to convince here? We've been calling you out for 4 years. Who are you trying to convince here?
The only prospect back then that I knew that was calling out Lomachenko was Lopez, and he was fighting. He fought Comey, knocked him out, made a statement.
At least Lopez put himself in position to fight Lomachenko. He was an IBF champion. He knocked out Comey. He beat the shit out of Nakatami. He was on a great winning streak. He had a belt. He had something to offer. What did Haney have at the time? He got emailed a belt? Get real.
He did got emailed a belt. That's crazy. But hey, I don't know. I see Loma stoppage in 11, if not by decision. But I'm sticking with my gut on 11, just based off of the grit he has. I don't think Haney has grit. I don't think so. You know, it's like, because look what happened when Linares stunned him. It was the end of the round. Came out the next round and clinched right away. He almost was still stunned. He was still stunned. Look, Lomachenko got dropped, got back up, got into a fire, and fucking dropped fucking Linares with a body shot. Like, come on. I don't know. I don't think
Haney he's a pure boxer. He's not a fighter at all. Like he has no meanness about him. No, nothing. Like if you hurt him, he's just gonna try to outbox you. Like he proved that against Linares. He basically just surrendered. He was like, fuck it. This dude cracked me.
Yeah, like, and then people, I was seeing on Twitter that people are saying Lomachenko's getting his biggest payday, $4 million. I'm like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? Lomachenko's been taking $5 to $6 million every fight since he was champion. So it's just like, I don't know. I feel like there's just too many Haney fans for the wrong reasons. Like, they don't look at boxing. They look at, I don't know, just.
Well, I don't think Lomachenko makes $5 million a fight. I don't think that's true.
Lomachenko don't care about money, man. This guy fought Nakatani. He fought Nakatani for $500,000, bro. He don't give a shit about money.
For another thing, but they had it in front of the door.
Go on.
Yeah, I agree that he doesn't care about the money, but I don't think he ever made $5 million a fight. No way.
Look, in reality, Lomachenko would be undisputed. But he went to the war. He would be the undisputed champion right now.
He took $5 million with Jermaine Ortiz last fight. What are you talking about?
That's very
true.
$5 million home. If Loma hadn't gone to the war, he would be undisputed champion, and we wouldn't be seeing a rematch with Kambosos, because why? He would have dominated him worse, stopped him. I mean, can you get a rematch after a stoppage? I don't know, but you know, it's just, it doesn't make any sense to me. And you know, I don't want to take that much away from Haney. I like his skill level. I just don't think it's enough for someone that is a pure boxer puncher like Loma. So Loma's got better feet. He's got much better feet.
What do you think of Loma saying he wants to move up to 140 and rematch Teo?
He never said that. He never said that.
Did he say that?
He never said that.
No, he didn't. He didn't.
Where's all that come from?
That's fucking crazy. That's delusional.
Someone asked him, and then Klima said, "Do you want him to go up to heavyweight to fight Usyk as well?" He said no. He's like, there's no possibility. He said, my body, like, it could do 135 at most. That's the most I could do. He said the lowest I can go, he said he could do 128. 126 is the lowest he can go. He said that when he was at war, I was watching, it was Ready to Fight. I think it was an RTF article. He said that the lowest during war, he got down was to 127. So that just tells you, so like, these guys, I don't know. I feel like people think that when you're moving up in weight, you just gain weight. No, it's strategically. Like, you have to gain muscle, and then it's like you have to work on your conditioning. And I don't know. I feel like I see Loma after winning these belts, and I feel like if he wants to, he'd say, "Fuck all you guys, fucking drop the belts and move down to 130." Because I feel like if you think about it, everybody's made their name off of Loma. Everybody's trying to make their name off of Loma. Teofimo made his name off of Loma. Look at Haney, he's trying to make his name off of Loma. Everybody knows Ortiz because of Loma. Like, you know, so I feel like enough's enough.
No, here's the thing though. Like, if Lomachenko stayed, he would have fought Kambosos twice still, bro. Even if he stopped him, has been stoppages and they got rematches right after. But because at the end of the day, it was Lomachenko's deal, bro. It was never Haney's deal to fight 2 fights in Australia. He had a whole nother deal. Then Lomachenko swooped in and said, "No, fuck that. You take my deal." And then the war happened. He left, and then Haney said, "I'll take Loma's deal. I'll take Loma's deal." He never took that deal, bro. That was all.
Basically, you're right. Haney was basically forced into this Lomachenko fight because
he was.
He had to get a 3-fight deal with Top Rank, and they weren't gonna let him just beat up Kambosos and leave. So he was between a rock and a hard place. He was
when Kambosos won when Kambosos beat Teofimo, Kambosos became food. I mean, you had everyone and their fucking mother calling that guy out because they knew they could beat that motherfucker. He was fucking dinner. He was lunch. He was fucking dessert. Like, you had Ryan Garcia going on Twitter going, hey, I'll fight you, because it was fucking easy. Easy, dude. That shit was fucking easy. He came in like Buster Douglas that night. He wasn't.
That's why Devella sold him out to the highest bidder. That's why Devella sold him out to the highest bidder because
look how many people swerved Loma. Stank Davis swerved Loma. Mikey Garcia swerved Loma. This guy's he had to move. That's why he had to keep moving up to get fights. People didn't want him with them.
And that was disappointing too when Mikey Garcia swerved Loma. I didn't want to admit that shit for a long time, and I'm like, you know what? This motherfucker swerved Loma. He fucking ducked him. He could have fought him.
Payday with Spence.
Yeah, that would have been a tough fight though. Mikey Garcia and Loma. That would have been a tough fight.
Well, wait. What would you have done in that situation? Would you have went to the Payday with Earl Spence, or would you fight Lomachenko?
I would fight Lomachenko.
Okay, but like I'm saying, look at it from a personal point of view, not like a legacy type stuff.
I mean,
wait, what was the question?
No. Would you have gone for the bigger money with Earl Spence, or would you have fought Lomachenko?
I would have fought Lomachenko in a heartbeat.
I would have fought Lomachenko too, bro.
You're talking the business. We're talking the sport. We can do both. There's a sport and there's business. That's
I'm just from his point of view. Like,
so you think? Okay, what do you think he did? What do you think he said to himself? He said to himself, "Well, I'm not going to beat Loma, and I'm just going to cash out and just lose to this motherfucker."
Yeah. Mikey has shown before he's not really into boxing like that. He wants to be like a police officer or some shit. So obviously he went for the payday, and now that's why he doesn't really take the sport seriously like that.
You know what?
He hasn't been the same ever been.
You know what I think happened? You know what I think happened when he fought Robert Easter Jr.? He thought to himself, I'm fucking King Kong. I beat this motherfucker. He was, at the time, he was badass. I think I can take.
No, I think after he beat
I think I could take Spence. And he got delusional. I think he got
delusional.
I see something. I think I can beat him. And he fooled himself. And I bet you his brother tried to talk him out of it, but he couldn't.
He did.
Because any rational person would have said, dude, leave that motherfucker alone. Why are you calling out this guy? He's going to fucking kill you.
In boxing, context matters. Context means everything and the only reason we bring it to Mikey Lomachenko because they're both considered pound for pound. That's basically this fight a few years ago because they were saying he was number one. That's the
Listen, Mikey's going to be forgotten about, you guys. Mikey's going to be forgotten about. No one's going to remember him. I mean, he had a lackluster career, in my opinion. He should have cemented his legacy at 135, and he didn't. He chose to be fucking stupid.
I'm only mentioning that. Yeah, I'm only mentioning that just to show who this guy Lomachenko really is.
I just don't think he's going to be one of those memorable fighters, in my opinion. That's all.
Yeah,
he should have done more.
Yeah, he was very basic 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. That's forward back. Just a lateral fighter. That's what
kind of like someone that's fighting this weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just go and Stank Davis didn't want it with Loma. I mean, this is a little guy. They disrespect him so much. Then how come these guys didn't fight him?
Didn't you pick Ryan Garcia to beat Stank Davis?
Nah, I said I wanted Ryan to win. There's a difference.
You disappeared for 2 weeks after that loss.
Nah. I wanted Ryan to win. Half this panel wanted Ryan to win, but you got to be realistic.
More than half.
But look, even Stank Davis don't want it with Loma. It is what it is, man. These guys have ducked Loma.
He got a better chance against Loma than we'll see what happens on Saturday.
Fight. Yeah, but where's Stank? You got to understand they got to make the fight. We can sit here and say, oh, Shakur beat Steve. Like, we can do all this all day, but it doesn't. Loma's the only one fighting these guys. Look who's
swerving. Part of me wants Loma to win just because what you just said.
You guys overrate Shakur because he ain't fought nobody at 135.
Oh my
God! Everybody to be acting like he's like the number one 135 already. What the fuck,
bro? If you've been watching boxing for a long time, you can see what Shakur has, bro. Let's be real.
He has good timing. A lot of guys have good timing.
I'm going off of
More
who
than
he's
that.
fought at. I'm going off of who he's fought at 130. I'm not going off of who he's fought at 135 yet. We don't know yet. All I
Could
know
I at least
is
beat
that
one name before we just crown him?
He has beaten some names.
Listen,
I said at
all I know is
135.
all I know is that
Okay.
when I saw him dismantle Jamal Herring, I'm like, man, this guy is like, he just dismantled Jamal Herring like nothing. Like it was nothing. And he didn't have any answers.
Let me just
Oscar
let me
Valdez
address
too.
the dude. Wait.
Oscar
The
Valdez
dude who
too.
just said this-
Valdez had fucking nothing, dude. Valdez couldn't land his power shots. He was neutralizing Valdez, and Valdez is an inside guy. He likes those power. He's a hooker, and he didn't let him get us his punches off.
Oh, but did you see in that fight?
Made it look easy.
I'm gonna resort back to what I'm saying is that I don't know if Shakur can handle the power or like a power shot at 135. Reason why I'm being is that I remember in the Valdez fight, I feel like I think it was Shakur. He was going backwards or he was moving forward. I think Valdez caught him with a body shot, and then he backed up real quick, really quick.
I just
Bro,
want to
you know,
follow
they-
what you're saying because I know
think-
Rare Stink is gonna pom. But look,
Here
Rare
we
Stink,
go.
the thing you always miss is they gotta fight each other. Like you can say he's gonna do this, and that, but you don't know. He can get clipped. It happens to prospects all the time. But see,
Exactly.
that's what makes
He's not a
this
prospect.
I think we've seen
Wait. Let me
more
finish.
Lacuna
Let me
versus
land the
Robson.
plane. And
Go
that's
ahead,
what
go
makes this Loma Haney fight so great is that we don't have to speculate who's the best. The winner of this fight is going to be the best. And you can say Stank, but he's not going to fight that guy. These guys are willing to fight each other, so they have to be arguably the best. And it's just like that. You can say Shakur, but until he fights him, you don't know. Okay?
That's fair enough, but you can also look at people's skill. Because let's be real. When we evaluate fights, what do we use? We're using an eye test. Because we can't go off anything else but an eye test. So with my eye
You
test,
can
to
when
me,
they fight
Shakur,
each other. When they fight each other. That's what these guys
yeah,
are
but
doing.
even
That's
yeah,
why-
okay. When we're picking Devin and Loma before this fight happened, we're still using an eye test no matter what. You guys, some of you guys
Well, I
on this
mean-
panel are picking Loma. Let me finish. Some of the people on this panel are picking Loma because they think he has more skills than Devin. And in my opinion, I think Shakur has more skills than all of them from what I've seen. So that's all I'm doing.
Right, but to
There's no
follow what
difference.
the homie was saying with Southpaw, I think that's who said it, is that Shakur is being crowned already. I'm not willing to crown him, just like Dude is saying. Why do we so quick to crown him, and then we can give him excuses like they're
Hey,
doing with
you know what,
Stank? He's a face of boxing, and they don't have
He's
to.
already a two-weight division champ. He's not some
Fair.
prospect.
Hold on. That's fair. That's fair to say. That's fair to say. Who said about not crowning him right away? Who said that?
That's Frank.
Guy.
Okay,
Well, the other guy
that's a
said
good
it first.
point. Okay, that's a good point. But two things could be true at the same time. A, listen, we are going off the eye test, and we are going off the level of competition that he's fighting at 130. He fought some of the better guys at 130, and he dismantled them, and those guys didn't really have a chance. So based on that, I see the future bright for Shakur at 130. Let's say that. Let's not crown anybody just yet. Let's not start sucking each other's dicks just yet about this guy yet. But we can say that he's got a bright future at 130, at 135, and I think potentially
And
he could be
140.
the future of the division. And I see Shakur Stevens being undisputed at 135 once Loma retires or whatever happens. But I'm pretty sure that can happen. I don't.
He's
doubt
going to
it.
retire Loma. You heard it here first. He will retire Loma.
Or if Loma wins Haney, he might just retire himself.
Don't do that, Loma. You got to get Shakur smoke first.
Well, Loma could beat up Shakur on the inside. Shakur don't got an inside game either.
No, he can't. Look,
don't got an
listen, you're
inside
not going to
game.
like when I say this.
But what I'm
There
saying,
is nothing.
Loma's
There is
more
nothing
skilled.
Loma does better than Shakur Stevenson. Nothing.
He does everything better.
Especially when you factor in the size.
I agree with whoever said that because right now I don't think Haney could beat Loma. But if Loma was fighting Shakur, I would be like, I would edge it towards Haney.
Wait. Okay, but
You
you
mean
know what's going
Shakur.
to happen. Wait.
Wait.
Shakur will wash Loma. I promise you.
He's not watching Loma.
Shakur's inside game is nothing but low
You
blows.
think I'm being biased, but I'm telling the truth.
Nah, I think you. I know. I think you believe it. No, I think you
but
believe it.
why does Loma have to give Shakur a shot at 135 on a second fight?
Why not?
Why?
I mean, he's not. If you still look great against
I
Devin
want to
Haney,
see.
why retire now?
I want to see Shakur fight Jermaine Ortiz.
No sense. Like, but why though?
No, because Shakur is next in line.
I will say this. I will say
Yoshino?
But how?
Yeah, why? Like, why is he
Bro,
next in line?
when you're a two-way division champ, you get to jump in line. This is what happens.
Come on, man.
Was he undisputed in any of those weight classes?
Listen,
no, but he fought Yoshino for a title eliminator.
He was stripped. So we want to give him special treatment. Is what you're saying?
This guy got the
fought Yoshino for a title eliminator.
He was stripped. You want to give him special treatment. Just say that.
Okay. So other than Tank Davis, who else would you want Loma to fight for a title?
How many fights has Gervonta Davis had at 135?
Why are you ignoring my question?
I'm not. You're detouring and deflecting.
No, I'm not. You asked me if you said why should Shakur?
Why are we giving Shakur special treatment?
He's not getting special treatment. And not only is he in line for the title, but
at 135
that fight.
Who has he fought at 135?
Why didn't he fight Jermaine Ortiz instead of fucking Yoshino?
Yeah. Oh, see what I'm talking about. This is how the Haney fans act too.
He was strict. Every time disputed at 130.
He should have.
Every time Stevens' name comes up, you guys want to deflect and say he should fight the guy and not my guy.
The fighters.
Wait, hold on. One at a time. Rare breed. Go ahead.
Okay. Every time Shakur Stevens' name comes up, Devin Haney fans and Loma fans want to act like he should fight other people. Why should he not fight your guy? What are you scared of?
No, I'm not scared of nothing. But what I'm saying is that why did he get to fight him?
Because he fought Yoshino for a title eliminator, and now he's in line for it.
Fucking David Benavidez fought fucking 3 title eliminators. He still hasn't fought Canelo. It makes no sense.
Okay, that's okay. But Canelo maybe just doesn't want to fight him. It's what it is.
Because he's a Shakur fan, and he wants Shakur to have special treatment. Is what he's saying.
Hold on. I don't
want to see Shakur.
And I agree that he got special treatment. He did get special treatment because he lost his belt on a scale. And if you lose your belt on a scale, you shouldn't get special treatment for shit. And I agree with that point. That is a valid point. He got special treatment, and he's already automatically lifted up to a title eliminator. I don't think so. If you lose your belt on the scale, you got to fucking start from ground zero, buddy. You're like, fuck you and whatever belt you had, you don't have that anymore. If you lose your belt on the scale for whatever fucking reason, you should be treated accordingly. You shouldn't be given treatment just because you're a fucking name or you were somebody at a certain weight class.
Mondrazo, for the sake of the sport and the best fight available, thank God they didn't do that.
Is all it is.
See,
we need Shakur propaganda. We want to see the best.
I'm not an enabler. You can.
I like Shakur Stevens, but I don't agree with the preferential treatment at all after losing your belt on the scale. You should have been more disciplined.
I'm sorry. The world is not a fair place. The elite of the elite get the special treatment. It is what it is.
Yeah, imagine if they did that in the Super Bowl or like baseball or hockey. You don't hear that kind of thing.
Bro, you don't think superstars in the NBA get special calls in games?
Yeah, they do.
Of course.
But you're talking about the exception to the rule. The exception to the rule doesn't make the rule.
I guess. But either way, bro, Shakur has a better resume than most of the people at 135 outside of the champions.
He does?
He does deserve to be in the higher rankings.
135.
No, I'm saying he has a better resume.
Did he go undisputed in those 2 weight classes?
Give Jermaine Ortiz a chance.
Okay. Well, here's my thing. Outside of Devin Haney at top rank, who could Loma fight other than Shakur Stevenson that would actually give him a challenge?
Gervonta Davis.
I said at top rank.
Why are we eliminating top rank?
We're eliminating Tank Davis because we know that's probably not going to happen.
No, but how does it go from a challenge to deserving? That makes no sense.
Well, this is because we as the fans, it should be the fights that we want to see. We would rather see Shakur Stevenson versus Loma than Loma versus Kambosos.
You as a Shakur Stevenson fan.
I am a fan, but I'm also a fan of boxing. I want to see the best fight the best.
Well, let's make one thing clear. If Shakur fought Loma right now, yeah, I think Shakur would win. But coming from hold on,
I don't think he would.
That's why they don't want to see it.
I don't think he would.
Coming from 130, Loma had a way better resume than fucking Shakur does at 130.
Exactly.
When Loma was at 130, he dominated. He dismantled everybody, and they were all top guys. Shakur hasn't had that level of competition at 130.
Yeah, Shakur dominated those people too.
But he's still good.
Especially a tiny ass Rigondeaux. Like that would be a bullying if push a corner guy like that. That's not even fair.
That's crazy. Yo, I'm looking at the rankings right now in BoxRec. They got Shakur number 1. What?
Yeah, I posted that a while ago.
That's crazy.
Hey, when
He
you
fought
see
one
him
person
fight,
at
That's
135.
ludicrous. You have to agree with that. Listen, rare breed. You could be a fan of a boxer, but you can also agree that that's ludicrous. Like the guy shouldn't be
what's
getting
this based on?
treatment.
It's based on the eye test, and that's it.
I could understand if Shakur went undisputed at 130, beating names, and then moving up to 135, but he didn't do shit. That's the
Would you
problem.
really give him credit for going undisputed by beating Gutierrez and who else was there? I don't even know the other guy. I think it was the Japanese dude.
Who you talking about?
Ogawa. Would you really take that undisputed run seriously?
What do you mean?
No, it's Cordina. Cordina, right?
Cordina? I mean, come on, Cordina, stop it.
Well, tell him to make weight.
No, but that's why. I mean, he's in a tougher weight class now anyway, so who cares?
That's true.
But what I'm saying, I don't know. I
he
feel
should
like,
get in line. not skip the
Exactly. So
line.
he should. You said it's a tougher weight class, so he should fight someone like Ortiz or.
Hey man,
Yeah,
I'm
what's
telling you
that,
right now,
Jimmy?
I don't understand why
if
he
you're gonna be on
didn't.
that Shakur hate train, bro, like, it's gonna be a long ride because he's never gonna lose.
Hey man, first thing I'd like to say, man, what's good, Jimmy? I haven't seen you in a while, man. It's always nice to see you in this chat, because you know you were very knowledgeable. Curious question though, Jimmy.
I think
who you got
Gervonta
in this
Davis
fight?
could beat Shakur.
That's a 50-50. Man, I don't even know it's 50-50.
I think
60-40.
Gervonta Davis will crack him eventually.
Yeah,
I
feel
got
like,
Shakur in that
feel
fight.
like,
I think
The crazy thing is we don't even know if Shakur has a chin because he never gets touched.
That fight.
Wait,
Who,
hold
you
on. We're
talking
not
about
talking
Shakur?
about the Devin
We
Haney.
still don't know if Shakur has a
talking about
chin.
Devin Haney and Lomachenko.
Shit, Robson cracked his ass.
Well, I'm
Shakur
saying
will
we've never seen him really
dominate,
get cracked for real, for real.
Can I?
You talking about get hurt?
Lomachenko needs to actually get a hit on him.
Yeah,
And
you gotta actually hit him clean, which is hard to do.
Yeah,
I think
Stevenson does have
Gervonta
that.
has like that level of speed to be able to compete with Shakur.
his understanding of distance is like top tier, like
Best.
perfection, for the best.
Guys, let Jimmy jump in. I think Chibi asked him a question.
I'll drop down.
Jamie didn't say anything.
I think he just said hi. All right, what's up, Chibi?
He left. Good riddance.
No, I think he asked you about your prediction for tomorrow night. Haney and Loma.
I'm going with Loma by decision.
There you
I'm
go.
going against Vegas.
There
Going
you
against
go.
Vegas again.
Yeah. I
I'm going
think
for
it
the
might be a
American.
controversial decision for Haney. I think it might be a controversial split or some shit like that.
Well, do you know who the ref is? Who's the ref?
It's Harvey. Harvey?
Really,
Doc.
I keep
Harvey Doc.
hearing people saying Harvey Doc. Did they announce that?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
When?
A
few days ago.
Well, I just saw it on Twitter, so I don't think.
Yeah, he allows clinching, but the question is, how long is he going to allow the clinching?
They don't usually announce a referee until very close because obvious reasons. They used to be able to give the mob ability. If you know who the ref or the judges are, you can.
I don't like that.
Approach
The
them.
early thing.
Yeah, they never did before. They wouldn't even tell you until fight night. They wouldn't announce that, but I'm surprised they did that.
I don't think Team Loma were too happy with the ref actually. Teammates.
I think Loma's gonna need a ref in this fight. So like the inside work is what will be the neutralizer.
He might need it for Haney.
Yeah,
Haney's a dirty
Haney
fighter.
does jab, clinch, jab, clinch. You know.
Yeah,
What if Haney's punches sting a little more than you guys believe, and Loma has to keep his distance?
I think it's one thing to clinch, and it's another thing to just straight up hold.
Yeah, but Haney does even more than that. Haney would literally hold a person's head down.
You can clinch and
headlocks
fight
and
off a
shit.
clinch, but when you hold, you're neutralizing the opponent's
The
arms.
moment you start holding, it's classified as clinching.
No, that's
Yeah,
not
but
how
you
it
can
works.
fight out of a clinch.
Yes, it is
Not
true.
You can fight out of a clinch, but when you hold, you neutralize your opponent's arms, both of them. You buy yourself time.
So you're saying to you, you're saying to you, as long as you're doing damage and holding at the same time, you're okay with it?
No. If you're fighting and you're fighting out of the clinch, that's one thing, okay? But what Haney does is he holds. He like neutralizes your arms and he holds you.
Clinching and holding is two different things.
People don't
No,
mind
it's not two
holding as
different
long as
things.
the fighter
This is
is
a common misconception.
back.
No, that's not true.
Well, whatever
It is true because I remember Caleb
I'm not
holding and
asking
shit.
your opinion about holding.
And the
I'm just
Canelo
saying
fans
it's a
are
common
the same
Whatever it
misconception.
is that Haney's doing, he's not clinching, he's holding, and I think he's holding more. Holding is just neutralizing, pinning the other guy's arms down, holding, like straight up holding. Like watch the Linares fight. Watch if you're fighting a C-level fighter like Kambosos, why do you have to hold the guy? Like, are you that proves you have no inside game. You have to you resort to holding. Like holding, not even clinching, holding, like pinning his arms down, buying yourself some time, repositioning your body so then you can attack, and that's holding. That's not clinching. Holding.
That's still clinching. You might not classify it as clinching, but it's still clinching.
There's a clear distinction.
It's considered what was that old term? Dirty boxing. Greco wrestlers also do that.
Anyone
it's still classified as clinching.
There's a clear distinction. If you're holding for the sake of holding in terms of not throwing back, I agree that's illegal. If you're doing jab punch holding and then release, that's very different than holding.
I understand your perspective, but it's still clinching.
This is the second fight that Devin Haney has looked like a skeleton going into the weigh-in. I don't know. I think it was Werbridge that. I think it was Werbridge that was saying like.
That's right.
I think Werbridge was talking about him being like advantageous because he wasn't moving up to 140 and he was sticking it to 135 and not being drained. But I mean, that's where he has his titles. That's where he's campaigning. You know, if he's going to be looking like that, which does not look healthy at all, he should be going to 140, not just for his health's sake. You know, that's just what I want.
He had an extra 12 hours to rehydrate today. The evening one was a ceremonial weigh-in. Their weigh-in was this morning.
Yeah, I was talking about footage earlier this morning.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So he has an extra 12 hours to hydrate.
It's going to be 160. Watch.
Devin Haney shoved Lomachenko right now.
Well, he's starting with that whole cheating shit because he's trying to lay a groundwork with the referee because he knows what Loma's game plan is going to be if he reaches out and grabs Loma. Loma's going to respond the same way he did with Rigondeaux, the same way he did with Ramon. No, what's the kid's name? The kid he knocked out, fucking the Puerto Rican kid. He becomes very violent when you try to hold his arms. He's pulled through.
Squats down. He pulls it.
Yeah, it pulls down very violently, and so it's just basically setting groundworks because it's like it's like having your corner yell in between every round at the referee about something, subconsciously make the ref look for it. That's the reason why he's doing it, because he knows he doesn't do well against lefties. We saw that against Jojo Diaz, and Loma hits a lot harder than Jojo Diaz, and he's a lot more talented than Jojo Diaz, and he was finding a home for his shots all night on Haney. So I just take that in consideration. I don't see no inside game.
I just watched that fight. I just watched that fight last week again, and I noticed a few things in that fight. That Jojo Diaz was able to neutralize the jab, and he was also effectively able to land a hook on the inside and an uppercut.
Not only that,
he had a lot of success. He had a lot of success on the inside with Haney, except that Jojo Diaz just isn't known as a power puncher. He's just not a hard hitter, and if he was, Haney would have been in serious trouble.
But not only that, did you see?
Yeah, so apparently Haney pushed Loma in the weigh-ins.
Haney has a tendency of like playing off the gas a bit, and that's a huge problem. You have to be on your P's and Q's with Lomachenko. So
Loma's gonna shoulder him in the clinch, just like dirty tactics. Bump him. Loma's gonna give the dirty fight that he wants.
Haney's a piece of shit.
Haney's a piece of shit.
Dude, come on, man. Come on.
I got Haney winning this fight. Dirty tactics, obviously.
No, Loma's gonna win
This dude
man.
literally
12
just
rounds.
pushed Loma in the weigh-ins for no fucking reason.
Because he's trying to get clout. That's it. He knows it's.
What's
He
wrong
knows
with
it's
that?
been a
Loma
140.
literally didn't say nothing bad about this dude. He acting like a bitch.
He's just trying to help sell the fight. Is all it is. A lot of people know that Haney's really boring, and most people don't like to watch Haney's style.
If somebody does that for no reason,
Clown,
they're just trying to psych themselves up. That's all he's doing.
He's a clown. Hope Loma knocks him the fuck
Because
out.
they've been together the whole week. The whole week they've been together doing press, and he didn't do shit the whole week. He does it today. It's a crock of shit.
Did you hear what Linares said?
He's calling Loma a dirty fighter, but he does something like this. It makes a lot of sense.
Is this pay-per-view for you guys in America?
Yeah, it
Guys,
is.
I need to read
Oh,
super
shit.
chat here. Dennis F from Boston. He says there's a video on YouTube 3 years ago. Harvey Dog interview. The referee is gonna be there. In an interview, he says, "Sorry, there's a video on YouTube 3 years ago. Harvey Dog interview. Difference clinch and holding. Suggest all checks our Loma TKO 11th." I think in the interview he was talking about the difference between a clinch and holding, so he's aware of the difference. So therefore, Lomachenko might actually be able to win by TKO.
Well, that's a common misconception. The moment you hold, it's considered grappling. Therefore, it's considered clinching. Clinching is not the only. Clinching is in other combat sports, not just in boxing. So it's basically Harvey's Doc's perspective on it. Opinion, should I say.
BDA, when you talk, you're a little low.
It's Bucho.
Volume. Or Bucho. Bucho, when you talk, volume's a little low.
Did you guys see what Linares said?
He said that he picks Haney.
No, Linares said that he said that Loma was gonna fuck him up. Would fuck him up.
Oh no shit.
Yeah.
No.
So what? Is he changing his pick? What do you mean?
I don't know.
got
Somebody
Loma.
sent me a
Yeah, he changed his
video. Somebody sent me a video and it just shows Linares' face on Fight Hub. I just read the title. I didn't watch the video.
I guess he did. I guess he's
Every
back
time
to
I've seen an interview with him, he said he's picking Devin.
What's the money line in Vegas right now? What's the money line in Vegas right now?
Sure, I wouldn't bet on this.
Devin's the favorite.
By how much?
I think it was like 200, 250. I think it was 258.
2.5 to 1. All right, okay.
I think they're going with youth.
I think I'm gonna put my money on Loma. The last time I won some serious money was it was a fight that I don't think anybody watched it. It was the Russian heavyweight. What's his name? Povetkin and Dillian White. And I bet that Dillian White would knock. I bet that Povetkin would knock out Dillian White, and he fucking did, and I won a good load of money. I got so lucky on that one. That was great. I still remember that shit.
Like 650. 650.
Vegas also had Canelo winning. They had him a 3-1 favorite.
For who?
Bivol. Against Bivol.
God! Everybody knew that guy was going to lose.
We all knew Vegas got that one wrong.
No, yeah, Bivol. They had Bivol underdog, a 3-1 underdog. They had Canelo 3-1.
That's fucking nuts. That is nuts.
Nobody on Ring Magazine, nobody from fucking, across the board was picking Bivol. Almost nobody.
I was at a barbecue.
Lomachenko 216 underdog
with a lot of Mexican fans, and I was telling those guys, this Russian dude's had numerous amateur fights, and I don't think Canelo's gonna beat this guy. I think he's gonna lose. And they all laughed at me. They thought I was kidding, and then they were resorting to saying that amateur boxing, you have headgear on, it's different, it's not the same thing. And I go, no, listen, this guy is gonna beat Canelo. I think he has a good chance of beating him.
Well, I think a lot of them heard what Zerto was saying, because Zerto, was making the rounds. He kept, for whatever reason, during the come up to the fight, kept talking about how he beat the shit out of. he got the better of Bivol in training camp, and Bivol was on record, never denying it or whatever, just never made a comment about it. But it goes to show you, it's ridiculous because that's not what sparring is about. And he showed him when they had a real fight, he took him to school. I don't even think Zerto won a round.
Yeah,
I think Bivol's only lost 4 rounds.
Zerto lost every single round of that fight.
Jimmy, that's the thing, isn't it?
I would say, why these professionals act like every sparring match is hard sparring?
Yeah, but Jimmy, that's the thing, isn't it? Like a lot of the channel would either pick Bivol or it was Canelo by robbery, and luckily Bivol got the right decision. But the hardcore fans, I think, weren't stupid enough, but casual market always go with the money, which is ridiculous.
Las Vegas has it. Devin Haney by technical decision, 185.
Yeah,
the whole Mayweather gym, picked Canelo beating Bivol as well. I don't think they're casuals. Everybody in the gym when they interviewed him.
That's what I mean. That they were expecting the robbery.
No. They thought he was going to legit beat him.
Yeah,
Most
people had Canelo winning that fight, like Jimmy said.
Well, then they're stupid. That was
insane. I had boxing trainers. I had trainers at the gym telling me that Canelo was going to win that fight, and I was like, I don't know, man.
I don't think they knew Bivol. That's why they really didn't know who he was. Really.
No, but they saw Canelo beat the ghost of Kovalev, and that gave him like false sense of security in terms of Canelo at 175. The people who really knew what really
when I say Kovalev was washed, they say I'm a hater.
No, but he had a fight 7 weeks before he fought Canelo.
Kovalev knocked out Anthony Yarde with the fucking jab.
He almost got knocked out by Yarde too.
I think Kovalev knocked out. Kovalev came from a knockout victory, and you got to think like, oh shit, that's fucking awesome. The only thing is that he had like a month to prepare for the next fight. It was just like crazy. So I didn't think I didn't think Kovalev was going to win that because his body.
Yeah, Kovalev took damage in the 3 previous fights before Canelo as well. The 2 Eldelia Alvarez fights, he took damage. He got knocked out in one.
Well, he had an 8-week camp. He had an 8-week camp.
He had time, bro. That's not bullshit. And let's get one thing out.
2 months between fights. That's fucking tough.
Bro, let's be clear about one thing here, bro. Rare Breed, you are a fucking hater.
It wasn't just a 2-month camp. It was 2 months.
Canelo, absolutely.
Hello?
You know what? That's one thing is true. You calling out something like that, that's true. He didn't give a lot of time to prepare, and I also didn't fucking like how he gave Callum Smith a month to prepare. That's bullshit too.
Typical Canelo tactics.
I wouldn't say it's typical Canelo tactics. I think it's just like something that happens in boxing, and it shouldn't happen in the sport. I don't think it's one guy.
Oh, real quick.
One guy is ridiculous. You can call bullshit, but not be biased and say, "Oh, it's just one guy that's doing it." I mean,
hold up, Jimmy. Real quick on the Devin Haney, a little off topic, but look, what he's doing right now. He's turning heel. If you want to use WWE terms, he's turning heel because, let's be real, Devin Haney's personality is basically bland as fuck. His style is kind of boring to a lot of people. So his only option really is to go heel. So get people to hate you, and then maybe they'll tune in. That's how you do numbers. That's what he's going to have to do.
Yeah, that was a bitch move. Honestly,
that's your opinion.
I hope.
I don't know.
Fucks him up.
Yeah, that's what he's doing, bro.
You think that was going to help him? You think that's going to help him?
I think it will. People are going to tune in just to see him lose now.
Okay.
Listen to the panel.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't fear
Listen to
Moran.
No, we're tuning in to see Loma whip some ass. Nothing about Haney.
Well, shit, I don't like fucking Haney, so I hope he loses every fucking fight.
Well, there you go. See? There you go. So he's doing his job right then.
Yeah. Like Loma said, man, he pushed him as hard as he could. And Loma was relaxed. His body was kind of limp, so he felt the power, and he said he ain't got it.
That's a good point.
I mean, let's be honest. Haney couldn't knock out a grandmother. It's just.
He couldn't bust a break. I'm just kidding.
To be honest, it's because of Devin. It's his technique. He has really bad punching technique. His feet are always off the ground. when he's
he was
punching.
slapped.
Well,
That's one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons he's always holding.
He's always on his toes. He never sits on his punches.
Yeah, yeah.
Nah, bro. He tried to hit
Kambosos. He did
Some
hurt
people got
Kambosos in that second
power.
fight, to be fair.
Some people got power, some people don't, bro. It's
Yeah, but that's because Bill Haney, they
It's not-
fooled
it's not
Kambosos
measurable.
into trying to be a come forward fighter, and like
No, but that's like
Kim-
Ben Davison training. That's what that is.
I mean, Kambosos said that he rated his power 6 out of 10, but he said that he does have decent power. He did feel some of those shots.
Earlier, somebody said that Mickey Garcia chose not to fight Loma. He chose Spence for the money. Believe it or not, he only got $3 million for Spence. You know what his highest payday was?
Wow. Jesse
you know what his
Vargas?
highest payday? Yeah, Jesse Vargas. He got
7
$6
million.
million. Yeah, almost $7 million. Yeah,
he made the right choice. He made the
Yeah,
right choice.
He didn't want
That was-
to be in boxing, bro. He was looking for a way out and he found it.
yeah, that was his highest because that's when he went and signed with DAZN. They were throwing around that money in the beginning, and so yeah, they paid him almost $7 million to fight Vargas. And but yeah,
Jim, I was gonna say, speaking of Kambosos, he just signed with Top Rank, so I'm smelling that they might feed him to Shakur, just so that they could have somewhere to kind of like
some more to name.
Yeah, some more data,
Yeah, some name recognition.
Yeah, I'd like to see Shakur do a couple of fights at 130, but it seems like he just wants to go. They're just going to give him the title shot anyway, so he's just going to wait for it. That's what it seems like.
Everybody he offered sent contracts offers to. I supposedly turned them all down.
Well, I mean,
he's gonna get cashed out to Shakur, right?
Jermaine Ortiz was raising a hand to fight Shakur, and Shakur didn't want that fight.
There's Top Rank of signed to cash him out to Shakur. I'm sure. There's like what else is there for converters other than Shakur really?
I'd like to see the fucking Keyshawn Davis. He wants to fight Frank Martin. Frank Martin.
No, I don't think the PBC would ever let that happen.
Yeah, no, of course not. His corner. Well, Derek James already said no way, and he said that's stupid that Top Rank would even allow that. Why would Top Rank allow that? Risk, losing, at this stage of his career, which is a bizarre comment for him to make. It's like, well, he has confidence. He wants to fight the kid. They should make that fight. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah, isn't like Frank Martin like 32, 33? He needs to make a movement, for real.
Nah, he's only like 20, 27, I think. 27 or 28.
His real age, I mean.
It's about 28. He was 27 a while back, but time goes by, so it's probably 28.
Yeah, but Cuban age, add 5 years minimum.
Isn't
Frank Martin's not Cuban? Frank Martin's not Cuban.
Oh, sorry, Dominican.
He's not Dominican either.
Is Mason fighting tomorrow night for Top Rank?
Yeah, he's fighting some other black dude.
Yeah, Mason's he's a blue chipper too. He's another one, real good.
Yeah, Frank Martin's American, man. He's out. I forget where he's from. I think he's from Texas, but because he trains over there with.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He fights.
What do you guys think of Ryan Garcia going to Derek James?
It's not going to help him. The kid himself needs to. He's been with with 2 world-class trainers already. You think this one's going to help him? It's in his head. He needs therapy, or he needs not to fight. I don't know what the fuck the kid needs.
Oh yeah, my bad. I was thinking of Andy Cruz. Sorry, my bad.
I don't think it's going to help him at all. I mean, it's all up to him.
Well, he needs to keep the phone out of the gym. What's the point of recording yourself inside of a gym, like Canelo's, for example, before to get clout? When you get knocked out on the biggest stage, I mean, that's when you should really put on the performances, when the big cameras are on, instead of trying to do these little fucking TikTok and YouTube videos.
Gonzalo, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Do you actually think they're gonna try to help him, or like in the sparring, as far as the sparring goes? I feel like they're just gonna try to wail on this kid, to be honest with you. In Derek James' gym.
Nah, I mean he's probably gonna get paid. He's gonna get paid good, so yeah, he's gonna try to help him.
All right. Well,
I mean, I could see what you're saying because it's gonna be like a bunch of black dudes, and then you got Hispanic dudes. It's not like in school when you're around a different race, they'll try to bully you, right? But I think, Ryan Garcia, he's got a big personality, so nothing's gonna overshadow him like that. Really, if he walks into a room, he's gonna be the center of attention. They're not gonna clown on him.
He's just a 21-year-old, however old he is. He's just a regular ass kid. There's nothing bombastic about Ryan Garcia. He's just, like Rolly, you could say is a big personality, or even he's retarded. Yeah, he's slow.
Rolly can barely string a sentence together.
But that's part of his charm, though. Like,
when I see Rolly, when I hear Rolly talk, I think helmets and special needs.
Yeah, I think
that's what I'm saying. That's part of his charm. Ryan Garcia is just a regular ass kid. There's nothing like.
Well, I mean, he's just popular.
Adrian Broner had a personality. Like
that's a personality, but I wouldn't classify it as a big personality.
Like, to me, Ryan Garcia is kind of cringe. If anything, like I don't see anything.
He's a feminine guy.
Yeah, he's a pretty boy. Like,
he's just the modern 20-year-old like little weirdos.
Right. Do y'all see anything? Is there anything like interesting about personality? I don't think so.
Dude's got conversations.
He's not funny. He's not particularly charismatic. He's just a regular kid.
Ryan?
Yeah, he's just a regular kid.
Obviously, he's charismatic because he's got a lot of followers.
I think 10 million fans would disagree with you. I think 10 million fans would disagree with you. A guy that's not charismatic doesn't have 10 million fans.
No, it's because of his looks. Look, if he was hideous, he would have those 10 million fans, bro. Let's be real.
Hold on. I know that you don't like him, and a lot of the fellas don't like him.
No, I know. Actually, I like Ryan as a person.
But I can say simply say when I see him on the screen, I can see why there's an appeal. He has kind of like an innocence to him still. He doesn't have this he can't be hard. You can't take it seriously. It's kind of cute when he says little hard things. It's Ryan, are you really gonna do that? Are you really gonna knock out Tank? But he does have he does have some talent. He just needs to work on it. You can't get by on talent alone. You've got to.
I'll give him credit. He picked the right trainer over that cheater Reynoso.
You've got to be right in the head. You got to be right in the head to perform. And I don't think any trainer is going to help this kid's head improve. He's got to find that within himself.
I gotta say, all these young fighters have this awkwardness. Look at Gervonta Davis for an example. That dude can't even form a full sentence. He doesn't even know how to dress properly.
We care as long as they can fight.
But he's got more grit though. Like Gervonta Davis has more grit. That's it. He's got a little bit more. We don't know if he has serious dog.
That's true, but he has that awkwardness Rolly Romero has.
Well, when you're talking about personality, Conor McGregor has a personality.
And they don't have the recognition by the fans that Ryan Garcia has. See, Ryan Garcia is very appealing to a lot of people. People like him. Advertisers like him. Companies want him to endorse their products with him. They want to sign contracts. Like Ryan Garcia is charismatic, and people want to see him.
Only had the boxing skills to go with.
Nobody wants to see Rolly Romero sell a pair of Nikes. I'm sorry, but nobody wants to see that.
That'd be funny. Why not?
Nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see Gervonta Davis do the same thing either.
No, hold on. Guys, Rolly could sell the Nike helmets.
Exactly. Oh, Lord.
I'd say he and Gervonta can sell those Nike helmets.
First of all, let's not act like Gervonta didn't have a significant part of that pay-per-view doing well either. Like, let's not all give it all to Ryan.
No, he didn't. He didn't even touch over 400K pay-per-view buys. What do you mean?
Ryan never done any period, so we don't know what his numbers are. Let's see him fight.
Which is why I would like to see another pay-per-view buy from Ryan.
Okay, would Ryan do $1 million with fucking what's his name? Pitbull Cruz?
Gervonta Davis didn't even touch 400K.
Exactly.
Let's be real. They all
hitting low numbers. Can you at least be objective for one time in your life?
Well,
Gervonta Davis never sold a decent pay-per-view in his life.
Did you know?
Let Jimmy
you
get his word
gotta
in.
be honest with yourself, Rare Beat. Both of them helped sell that pay-per-view. You make it
That's
seem
what
like it
I'm
was just
saying.
one dude.
Oh my God, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not. But you. Some people here
And I
want to
would
give
edge more towards Ryan because
everything.
he has more of a big following.
You don't know that.
Of course.
Yeah, we
course.
do.
It's on social media. Social media doesn't
Devontae
necessarily.
Davis didn't even touch 400K.
Yeah,
That's
but y'all
very
say he didn't
obvious,
know
you guys.
because he never sold a
The
pay-per-view.
only reason that
Bucho, you got a
pay-per-view
super chat.
did such high numbers
Bucho, you got a
was
super
because
chat.
Ryan brought in a lot of those following.
Speaking of pay-per-view numbers, Canelo bombed, but we don't talk about that, do we?
Oh, that bombed bad. That was awful.
Yeah.
How much was that?
Some people told me he could do numbers with your grandma. Like, it doesn't matter who he fights.
7 million people in Mexico tuned in for it.
There's 100 million people in Mexico, so 7 million is kind of like you would expect.
I think it was actually 14
minimal.
Was it?
Okay, hold on, Rare Breed. Hold on, Rare Breed. On that point, then why hasn't Gervonta Davis been able to do 7 million in America? Because he's American. What do you got to say about that?
Because people in Mexico love boxing and they're passionate about it. In America, that's not the case. We have other shit.
And now you know what they like over there.
And knowing the 200,000, all right, were new subscriber buys. That's the only number that dude was privy to. 200,000. That was 200,000. The only thing reported was 200,000 buys from the new subscribers. So those are new people who signed up, got the discount from the zone. They don't know how many the zone customers bought it. The dude who come up with the 200,000 wasn't privy to that. So to say it bombed, that's bullshit. We don't know. Can I say a fucking sentence? I wasn't cutting you off, dude. I wasn't the dude who was just talking. I wasn't talking about you, bro. No, it was, I heard like 3 different voices. Sorry. Anyways, I've been sitting there just trying to say one fucking thing. I don't get a word out. But the fucking fight, the 200,000 that was reported was through new cable, through the buys of the zone, people who signed up the zone for that fight because they offered a package deal. So if you take that and then, like I bought it, I have the zone. I had to spend $60 fucking extra on top of the ridiculous fucking $225 I spend, which is ass bashing. I mean, I was pissed about it. Don't get me wrong, but we don't know what that thing did. We know that it sold 200,000. That's what, of course, Squitter ran with. But when you said it bombed, Ribri, you're saying it in the same breath you said you hate Canelo. I am a Canelo hater, but you're saying it bombed because you wanted it to have bombed. Nobody knows.
No, it bombed based on his earlier numbers. Like what Canelo usually does compared to that number, that's considered a bomb.
But what number are you talking about? The number that was he did
like 800,000 with Plant.
Did 800,000 with Plant? Yes, that was 800,000 pay-per-view buys. That was the actual pay-per-view buys.
Yeah, that was
what But when it was on DAZN, when DAZN released the number, Bucho, I didn't hear you, bro. I was gonna say
because the super chats are accumulating, and I want to give these people.
Okay, yeah,
and then you can jump in back in. Uriah Smith.
When DAZN released, yes, you finished the super chat, brother.
Uriah Smith, thank you for your contribution. He says Devinas. He's talking about Devin Haney. Devinas estrogen-based shove-tickled Loma. Devinas estrogen-based shove-tickled Loma. All right. Insulting the great Devin Haney, apparently, with brown Mexican says, fuck white nostril. Is Devin for pushing Loma? What the fuck? What are these messages, guys? I mean, you need to step it up here. This is not correct, all right? We need to have another super chat here from Brown Mexican. He says, nobody knows Canelo's pay-per-view numbers. The Zone isn't a public company. Joe Breed doesn't know him. Joe plus Breed doesn't know him. I don't know what the fuck that means. I think is that Rare Breed?
Man, y'all gotta learn how to speak English. Or read write it.
Anyways, so yeah, basically pay-per-view numbers from the Zone isn't a public company. Okay, there you go.
But what's Jimmy? It's funny how all of a sudden we're disputing Mr. Glazer's numbers, but when it was Tank, everything is right. There's no.
Who disputed it? Who disputed his number?
You're saying that there's some kind of
no. Don't tell me what I'm not trying to say anything. I'm not trying to say some kind of thing. I'm saying the 200,000 was people who bought DAZN for the package deal. I know when DAZN released its numbers that you still to this day, I heard you on Ring Magazine, on Ring IQ saying, I don't believe that. When he explicitly explained, and they might not be a publicly traded company, but they still have outside investors. So when you have outside investors, which they're not doing public traded, but they're taking hedge fund money, you can't lie about numbers. Because then, say if somebody takes and they want to invest $30 million into DAZN because they're looking for big numbers, investors, that negates the deal. If they find out you lied once about any sort of sales, that completely wipes out the deal.
How come DAZN hasn't dropped
Can
any
I
numbers?
finish this? Can I finish? They did.
Okay.
They did with the Triple G. 1.1 million.
Right.
The third one, they said 1.3. I mean 1.1, which would have been that's the least selling because he did 1.3, 1.2. In the last fight, they did 1.1 million pay-per-view sales against that Triple G fight that everybody was a lot of people saying that nobody wanted to see. So now, do you really honestly think he went from 1.1 against Triple G to selling just 200,000 against Ryder? Come on, that didn't happen. He sold more than that. Probably, I figured it would sell around 500, 600,000 because a lot of people weren't giving Ryder much of a chance. I think they saw how tough that kid was. He was never fucking stopped in his life. He was never off his feet.
So Jimmy,
if we're talking about Ryder, you also got to remember that the English media didn't even really cover it.
Okay, but DAZN gave us the Triple G3 numbers. How come they won't give us the Ryder Canelo numbers?
Well, it's who knows? They might. I don't know. They did
it's
because
terrible. That's why.
Yeah, most likely they did that because it wasn't even in the English media.
It's because it's terrible. That's the only reason.
I bet you the numbers are still better than Gervonta Davis of 300.
I mean, that's really Canelo is the supposed face of boxing. He's supposed to do better numbers than Tank Davis.
The
English media didn't cover it though.
Jesus Christ! It's not supposed. It's not supposed. He is the face of boxing.
But I'm saying you people are so insecure about it that if you have to keep repeating yourself, is it really the case? And I do agree he's the face of boxing, but you have to keep telling yourself, is he really the face then?
Yeah, no, he is, because there's actually, go to Google, go punch in Google Trends and watch how fucking any other boxer put Canelo Alvarez and then put any other fighter competing today and look up whose name gets looked up in Google. 86% of all fucking searches goes through that engine, and Canelo obliterates Gervonta Davis. Like, it's not even in the same league. And then you look at 5 pay-per-views before Garcia, and he sold one over 200,000. The rest were under 200,000. He did one, and that's coming from Steven Espinosa when he was on Chicken Talk. So if you combine his 6 pay-per-views, combine them all and get an average number, he's still doing around 350,000. So it's not like he's set the world on fire, whereas Canelo's done over 1 million 7 times or 6 times total.
Hey, Robert.
About one second.
When he says to dismiss the fact that he sold 7 million pay-per-views in Mexico, okay. Well, it
was free in Mexico, wasn't it?
No. I'm just saying. Jimmy said there were 7 million buys in Mexico alone. So because he's Mexican, he sells that. So Gervonta Davis couldn't even sell that in America. Do you think he sold that in Africa? Do you think he sold that anywhere else? And do you think anywhere else?
But that's not a fair comparison because Mexico is a boxing country.
Does Gervonta Davis not have a home country where he could sell more pay-per-views?
I don't know. I didn't say he sold. I don't know. I don't know if it was free. I heard. Well, I didn't know. I read that it was over 7 million.
All right.
Give me 1 second. It was free in Mexico. It was free in Mexico, but it was 14 million households.
Okay, I'm sorry.
In a country of 100 million people.
America's 365 million.
People, if that was the Philippines, it'd be like 60 million or something for Pacquiao.
But Gervonta Davis has fought in the United States. It's 365 million. And when he fought on
that's
Showtime,
ridiculous. America's not a boxing country. It's not even like the fourth sport that we like.
Well, then that goes to show you even more that Canelo's the face of boxing because he's from the country that runs boxing.
Mexico runs boxing?
Mexico is the financial. Yeah, you can laugh all you want. If Mexicans suddenly stopped following the sport, if Mexico, like you just said, it's a boxing country. It's the financial backbone of the country.
You're talking about the fan base, maybe.
So I'm talking about the fan base.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
Mexico has more of a big following than Africa does. So, like, what are we saying?
Here's question. Even in the UK,
did y'all just see the video of where? Did y'all just see the video?
Hold on.
You would think we would produce better fighters for all the,
Chibi, hold on.
how much you like it.
Even in the UK, boxing's like 5th or 6th. It's not even the main sport in the UK.
5th or 6th? Okay, so you have soccer. You have, I guess, what is that little baseball type game called? Cricket.
And there's 2 types of rugby as well,
union
and league. Yeah.
Damn.
Of course it is.
Yo, did y'all just see the Devin Haney push Lomachenko on the way in?
Yeah,
bro, we talked about like an hour ago.
Oh man, I missed
it. Look, Devin Haney tried to play the nice guy. It's not gonna work, bro. Nobody takes that shit seriously. So you got no choice but to be the heel.
I think it's more of an anticipation thing. I think he's jittery about it right now. He's like, yeah, let's go. Type.
Not Sugar Ray Leonard, bro. Like Sugar Ray Leonard, he had that nice guy image, golden boy type of image. But Sugar Ray Leonard was an exciting fighter. So you can get away with that. But Devin, you gonna have no choice but to be a heel in order to sell fight.
I met Sugar Ray a few times. It wasn't just I just want to say it wasn't phony. Like, I'm not saying that you were saying it was phony. I'm just saying it wasn't just an image with him. He really was like that. A fucking super nice guy, wicked nice guy. Didn't swear. Very soft spoken. Looked you in the eye when he talked to you. He was a gentleman. Real fun. Well, I mean, there's a reason why right out of the Olympics he could sell. He was inundated with commercials. It was because he was so articulate.
Back then. Yeah, Jimmy, hold up. But back then, we actually had real complete fighters like Sugar Ray Leonard, Duran. Those guys could do it all in the ring. Like,
wait, hold on. When did Devin Haney ever try to play the good guy though?
He did. He's been trying to be like the humble, clean-cut kid. That's been his image, to me at least.
When? What you mean? He even took a rapper's girlfriend and everything. Like, when he ever even did anything like that was
what rapper? Are you talking about India Love? Bro,
nobody cares about that.
Like, all these dudes have India Love, bro. Like, that's not.
Yeah, no boxing fan cares about that shit. Nobody cares.
We're talking about
we're talking about boxing, not the TMZ side of boxing.
But I know, but
keep randomly interjecting.
No, because I'm just basically saying, like, yeah, I'm all about the boxing aspect of this, of course. But I was just saying, like, Sugar Ray Leonard always been, a nice guy, good guy. But I was just trying to figure out, when did Devin Haney ever try to be a good guy? That's all I was asking.
I mean, is he trying to be a bad guy? I don't think so.
I think when they showed his house and they showed him sit down and do interviews, he caught a lot of scruff. A lot of like the Tank fans who like more of the thug type attitude. They kind of wrote him about that. I saw it all on Twitter. I was like, wow, man, people really like, you're trying to act white. You're trying to talk white. He caught a lot of. I don't understand why they would
come
at the kid like that.
No, look, there's 2 types.
I'm just telling you what people were saying to him. So maybe is he trying to act a little different to get that? I don't understand. I like the way the kid handled himself. I thought he acted fucking respectful. He sat there and I don't like, you have to dumb yourself down. I mean, he's a smart kid. Why not? He had a nice house. It was clean. It was fucking decorated, guys. He should have been proud of that. The fact that he got shit for it.
Hey, man, it's like what Chris Rock said. You have African Americans like Denzel Washington, and then you have niggas. like
Jimmy,
what's his name?
Right, because I remember when
like Tyrone.
I remember when Haney was at Matchroom and he was saying Eddie's slave master, all this bullshit. He's just like a quiet guy, all this rubbish. Like that did happen to Haney when he was at Matchroom. I remember that quite clearly.
It's a shame too. It's a shame because it's. Then that's not that it's out of boxing, but that's the reason why you get stuff like with that kid Ja Morant there, the basketball player.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
That guy's from a nice neighborhood. I don't know why he does that shit.
Comes from a middle class. He's risking hundreds of millions of dollars. Hundreds of millions.
Allegedly, the gun is legal, but he's still stupid.
Well, yeah, no. It's legal. He's a legal gun owner. All right. I mean, especially in Memphis, where he works. The thing is, it's not legal in the NBA. The NBA allows you to own guns. But part of their policy, they don't want you flipping up fucking showing guns and videos like that because it parts the wrong message. They're trying to get away from that. So the fact is he's been warned once, he was suspended once, and then that fact that you can't even control yourself, that's because of the culture. He's trying to, like you said, he's a middle-class kid. He's just trying to be but he's an idiot, and it's a shame.
Yeah, here's my theory about that. Ja Morant, where he's from, like, you got to think about it. These high school basketball stars, the drug dealers, all the pimps, gangsters in the city, they want to be around these kids because, they're like local celebrities. And then you get drafted to Memphis, probably one of the most dangerous cities in America. Those same people are going to be around you too because you're going to be in those circles, especially put them there. When you go to clubs, who's there? Drug dealers, gangsters, pistols. These are the people he's hanging around with. So that's
the reason why Memphis. Yeah, no, he has the license to carry, and it's part of the reasons Memphis. And it is what it is. I'm not trying to talk about culture thing, but in the black community, for whatever reason, look what they murdered the Godfather of fucking the Black Godfather of Hollywood. They broke into his fucking house to rob him, and they murdered his 80-something-year-old wife. For Christ's sakes, but successful black men tend to be targeted by other black men. And for that reason, that kid Morant should be carrying a pistol, but he just shouldn't have been fucking showing it on video. And it's just knucklehead.
LeBron James is not doing that. I don't believe that. He shouldn't have to carry a pistol. It's who you hang around with. Look at LeBron James. He's been in the league for 20 years. Nice family. Never been in trouble with anything. So, like, I'm
just talking about he should carry a pistol, like when he's saying if he's driving to the fucking, say if he's driving from his house, because he's in Memphis playing, he's driving from his house to go practice. I'm saying keep it in your glove box. You never know. Some knucklehead might try to fucking grab you or whatever. It's his Second Amendment right to own the gun. He just doesn't want to listen to the
Well, if you're in a community that's worth a lot of money, do you have to do that?
I heard LeBron James lives in a gated community. I heard he has a house in Westlake Village. I don't know if that's true or not, but I heard that from a reliable person. Let's just say that.
Yeah, he has a few homes.
I would imagine he's damn near a billionaire.
Yeah, that's a really rich side. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, Ja Morant, he has a lot of money himself. Like, he can afford to be in a gated community where he doesn't have to carry.
Well, that's what I mean. He can afford that's what the NBA, even his team said, like, if you're that nervous, dude, have it like even Wilder, when he was in Los Angeles for $300 for a couple of hours, hire a fucking armed security guard to be with them. Even to carry your own iron, but if you get pulled over, you hit it to him. He's got a fucking license. Here you go, hold my shit until the cop leaves. Craziness.
Hey, look, I think he's gonna be suspended for like half of the season, some shit.
That's nuts. That's
a lot of money, bro.
Who, Jamont's dumbass?
Ja Morant.
Yeah.
And then Nike's supposedly meeting with him this week. They're probably gonna fucking pull the deal.
And what's crazy thing? I don't know if you guys know who Derrick Rose is.
Yep.
Derrick Rose is from that type of environment. He's from the South Side of Chicago. You never see him do stupid shit like that. He's very quiet, probably because he's seen some things. He stays to himself. He's never not see him on internet waving guns or just doing stupid shit. He's just stays to himself.
Hey guys, can I quickly just read a super chat here quickly from the Theological Handyman? He says, "Why does Rare Breed love riding Tank's nuts?" All right. Why is that?
Why are you loving hating on Tank? Like, shit, somebody's has to yeah, look,
somebody has to ride his nuts.
Better people.
Let's be real.
He is an exciting fighter.
Gervonta Davis, they're in the same spectrum. Let's be real, man.
Who?
Gervonta Davis and Rolly Romero are on the same side of the spectrum.
Say something about that too. Like, who's advocating for Rolly Romero? I think it would be as ridiculous as advocating for Tank at this point.
I think it was pretty telling that at the end of the Rolly fucking robbery when he said, we can like to run it back with Tank, but I really like to fight Garcia. We could do that on Showtime because he knows, like, but I don't think he realizes though, like, Garcia's not going to do those numbers again because you can't have Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. come out and say he said. His voice carries weight amongst the Mexican boxing establishment. For him to say the things he said, along with other people, about him quitting, that's really going to hurt his marquee.
Do you think those casuals know who Julio Cesar Chavez are that pay for a lot of those pay-per-views?
In Mexico, they do, of course. In Mexico,
I'm talking about here in America. That's where a majority of pay-per-view guys were.
I would imagine anybody buying a pay-per-view, boxing pay-per-view, would know who Julio Cesar Chavez is. I know that burns right through boxing.
Even the little TikTok people and Twitter, Instagram people that like Ryan Garcia, those people.
Yeah, no, I think those people will be. I think they don't need to hear it. I think what they saw in there, were like, oh, okay, yeah, no, he might, he
oh, boy, this
he might be good or whatnot. But yeah, exactly. I think there might have been disappointment. I don't think they're going to waste that money again because remember, it was a $90 pay-per-view.
No, ridiculous.
Yeah, Red Reed, I'd also say that fan base probably wouldn't buy the pay-per-view, the TikTokers, because they'll have alternative methodologies to see the fight. So I think you'll get an older fan base from the Mexican
let's say Tank fought at 140 against Subriel Matias. Would you guys be mad at that?
No, I think that's a great fight.
That is a great fight.
I think that Tank, that's too big for Tank. I don't think he should be at 140.
I'd like to see Tank versus Regis.
Yeah.
No, I think Tank can get knocked out against Regis in a while.
Yeah, I think Gervonta needs more experience at 140 before doing that.
Yeah.
Man, it's 5'4".
Yeah, man, he's real small, man. He's a small little dude.
But he walks around like 150, 160.
That's because he's fat. It's not because he's big. He just he lets himself go by eating. But like he's really a natural 130 pounder if we think about it.
You guys ever see that picture of him at the Chinese food restaurant yawning? Somebody snapped a picture of him. God damn, he looked like he was 9 months pregnant. But yeah, he fucking drinks and eats food and like fucking zip ahead.
He's not gonna last long. He's not gonna be like Mayweather fighting at 36 and like still.
No, Mayweather never drank. He's never drinking a day in his life. He's like, I've never even had alcohol. Doesn't smoke weed. So that's his training. His training regimen was legendary.
Yeah, I'm not like, but it's hard to have that kind of discipline in any field, whatever you do in your life. So you got to respect that, bro. Like,
of course, I've always said that. I've always said that about like Floyd when he was pretty boy, man. He was one of my favorite fighters. He was in exciting fights, man. He came to fight. He tried to knock you out and shit. The last part of his career, the money, man, I didn't really like that. But when he was pretty boy, man, fucking Christ, I went to Vegas. I went out to Atlantic City once to watch one of his fights. Drove down that. Floyd was good.
Yeah, 130 Floyd is great. 130 Floyd is great fight.
I agree. Pretty boy Floyd was entertaining to watch. With his style.
Cool dude.
He couldn't be that at 147, bro. He's too small.
Back then, he was real cool, man. He come over, talk to Mickey and everybody. He was fucking totally social, just like didn't have all security, totally different person. Money changes people, it just makes you more jaded because you think everybody's after you for your money, which in most cases it's true. Plus, he was supporting his whole family and an entourage. It just gets you.
I would argue Floyd's deficiencies as a person helped him as a fighter. He's very narcissistic. And he's also very insecure as a person, and because of that, he's always thinking somebody out there is outworking him. That's why he's obsessed with his work. That's why he's going to the club and then he basically runs back home. So yeah, that's
he also had a horrible childhood. Even though his father was the fucking world champion, his uncle. By the time he was a teenager, they were really bad in the crack, and they were dealing and hitting his mom. His father used to put his hands on his mother all the time and shit. So I mean, I couldn't even imagine what his childhood was like. Yeah. It's terrible.
I mean, I couldn't imagine being a professional.
All right, his mother was that.
I just wanted to say, like, I can imagine being a professional fighter, being shielded away from social life, and then when you get the money, it's like you have this arrested development. It's like whenever I see Floyd nowadays, man, it's like he just is mad tacky, bro, and he spends a lot of money, bro. I think that's that.
Well, yeah, and you see that? Ever see that video? His mom walks into the fucking thing. Come on, babe, I'm going shopping. Let me see. Give me some. And she holds out and goes, "That enough?" And she holds her fingers about 2 inches apart. She goes, "No, I want that much." Not, you know, and he's like, all right, here you go. But he's got like everybody doing that to him, you know?
Yeah, you can't spread that around too much, bro. People got to be dependent on themselves a bit, you know?
And
that's
so bad.
Michael Jackson syndrome, right? Like, all that money and people's beliefs.
He invested, and it's crazy too, right? The most secure real estate in the country was New York City. For the first time in my lifetime, they're going through crazy commercial woes right now because that fucking COVID, people started working at home. Only 40% of people have returned to New York City. Whole office buildings in New York City are empty right now. I don't know the building he's a part owner of, that he put in a lot of money. In fact, the Vanderbilt building. He's actually, by the money he put in, he's in the top 10 black real estate investors in New York City now, because he put $500 million, I guess, into it.
Right.
Yeah, but
the vacated building, it's like you're not going to get that much rent money from the tenants, so there ain't going to be that much jobs going around there. So what's that building worth? Nothing.
It's crazy what's happening right there right now. Fucking foreclosures all over the place. Like secure buildings that used to be gold mines, suddenly foreclosing because the work just never showed back up, and because of all the crime that's going on, nobody wants to go on the subway.
Mm-hmm. I took a job that's like remotely, well, not even barely remotely. It's 20 minutes away from my house, man. I didn't even hesitate to take this job.
What, now? Oh, you're 20 minutes away from New York City?
No, like 20 minutes away from my house. It's a fucking hassle to take the train, bro. I don't even want to deal with that shit.
What do you take? Or what do you drive in?
No, I take public transportation. You know, living in New York City is like a little bit more difficult to be like driving, carpooling, and stuff like that, because they have a lot of fucking stupid rules. You know, a lot of parking violations.
I know people who never even got their license. I know people from New York City who never got their license because they were born and raised in the city. Like nobody drives there. It's crazy.
Yeah, they're so used to taking the train or the buses, you know.
Is it bike?
But when like you're surrounded by blight, it's like it makes it a lot harder to fucking deal with it. It's a fucking hassle.
Catching a cab too, because you think, well, that gets expensive. No, really, because parking in New York is so insane. Everywhere you go, you're gonna spend $30-$40 for an hour.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not telling you nothing you don't know. Yeah. What's up, buddy?
When I used to work in Manhattan, I used to work on Wall Street. I used to live on water, which is literally like a 5-minute walk because just even a public transport is just so fucking busy. There's no point. It's crazy, like the traffic and the
very difficult to drive trucks really bad. Man. All them tight spaces, man, and you got to double park to unload and shit. It's like if I were to be a truck driver, I would do that shit like out of town.
Yeah.
Yeah, this shit's gotten out of control there in New York, man. Now the fucking just everything sucks. It is what it is. Did you see that pregnant woman? Now they come out that all that whole shit. Did you see the news went to her house? Oh, wait a minute, we still on YouTube? I'm breaking off on YouTube. Never mind. I don't want to talk about that shit. It's not boxing related. I thought we were off.
I was gonna bring up that little skirmish, you know, at the end of the weigh-ins, man. What you guys thought about that?
I think that's just Haney psyching himself up.
They're trying to sell the fight, bro. Or not sell it, but you know, they do this at all boxing fights or weigh-ins.
Right. I think it's a good tactic, promotional tactic. You know, get the people blood flowing. You know,
there's no real bad blood between these two. Let's be real.
No, because like at the end they're gonna shake hands, bro. So it's all business.
Well, although there was some real bad blood between Teo and Loma, I think Loma definitely didn't like Teo. Or his dad.
Did you ever see the video of that fucking guy when he fought Linares? That dude who was screaming at Linares, "Tank's the man!" Like was just saying, "You're gonna have to bow down."
Oh yeah, right.
Oh Lord, Devin Haney.
Devin Haney. I thought that was hilarious.
That dude's funny. I'm not gonna lie. To me.
Who was that?
It's kind of weird calling somebody like 30 years your junior, Lord Devin Haney.
Yeah,
that ain't no Lomachenko trying to sell a fight. That's just fucking Devin douchebag Haney being a fucking dumbass. Because Lomachenko's not in on that shit. He's not in as far as fucking Devin Haney.
Gonzalo, we see this shit all fights. You saw Caleb Plant try to slap Canelo. Like they all do this shit at
It's
weight.
mind
It is
games,
what it is.
yeah, because that motherfucker was talking shit. So Canelo pushed Caleb Plant, but Lomachenko wasn't doing anything.
Gentleman, right? It is a gentleman sport, but at the end of the day, it's kill or be killed. I don't need all the nice fake stuff.
I'll tell you what, it's a gentleman sport. Whether you agree with that or not, inside of the ring, and the actual fight is where you can take your aggression out. It's not like you're not gonna get your chance. When push comes to shove, okay, never mind that shit. In the fucking ring, you can take out your aggression.
Well, Gonzalo, to me, I like that type of stuff. I like the trash talk. I like the aggression. I like that type of stuff. I don't need to see. We don't need to be friends.
Yeah, but that's a cheap shot. That's a cheap shot because Lomachenko wasn't.
Okay, well,
if you're Caleb Plant and Canelo, at least if you're Caleb Plant or Canelo, if you're fucking Caleb Plant, at least you know that motherfucker's coming after you because you've been talking all sorts of shit. But with Lomachenko, he hasn't been talking
shit.
shit.
Sneak a slap across his face. What are you talking about?
I mean, you push somebody like that unexpectedly, you could fuck him up. He could get whiplash or something.
Did Canelo warn Caleb Plant before he pushed him?
Did Canelo work it? Wasn't he all up in his grill talking shit? I would expect that he would kind of have like a warning.
Gonzalo, come on, bro.
But here you are, relaxed as fuck. Nobody's talking shit to you. You're fucking doing the weigh-in, and then all of a sudden you fucking come out from 0 to 100.
I understand you're going for Loma, but let's not act like this doesn't happen in boxing all the time.
Everything is circumstantial. Everything is you got to put it in context. And here it's kind of weird because you wouldn't expect that coming from Lomachenko's attitude.
Yeah, because I kind of noticed I noticed Gonzalo, I noticed. No, let me say this. Like I did notice like a little bit of nervous energy, like a nervous tone from Haney after when he got interviewed for doing that. But it's like I understand his viewpoint. Like he feels like frustrated. He has a huge chip on his shoulder. But to do that, yeah, you're right. It is a cheap shot. But I kind of look at it as you're trying to sell the fight, but it looks awkward.
That's why I used to like.
I don't think it's so much him trying to sell the fight. I just think he's nervous. He's questioning his ability to beat Lomachenko. He wants to put fear in him. He wants to put that body weight on him so he can know, hey, you're the little dude. He's trying to psych himself up that I'm the bigger dude. But Loma felt the shove, and really, he don't got that true power.
Well,
I mean, it's only
Gonzalo, what was your pick?
Loma. He's picking Loma.
But by decision?
With me. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I believe so. Or was it by stoppage, Gonzalo?
12th round TKO.
Nice.
Okay.
Fucking nice. Well, Loma, I mean, Gonzalo, do you remember when Joe Freitas? Do you remember when fucking before he fought Muhammad Ali, when they were talking to him, he said when they asked him how come you don't talk somebody and get in people's face and stuff, and it was always stuck in my head when he said, why? Because if I got a problem with somebody, that's one good thing about boxing. Tomorrow night, later on tonight, I'm going to be able to punch him in the face. You know what I mean? Like, I'll do my talking out there. Did you guys ever know that story about him when Muhammad Ali was calling him a fucking Uncle Tom, right? He kept calling him Uncle Tom and shit like that because, he was a militant fucking at the time with the Muslims and shit. So he was calling him Uncle Tom. George Foreman was good friends with Joe, and George was the one really pissed, but he was with George, and he said, turned to Joe, and that was the one time he was really angry. George's like, yeah, calm down. He goes, no, you don't understand, man. I want my fucking wife thinking I'm looking in girls' windows and shit, right? So George Foreman's like, nah, bro, Uncle Tom, that's not what he thought it meant, peeping Tom. He thought Uncle Tom, because he didn't know. He didn't give a fuck, but it was funny. George Foreman always tells that story, starts laughing because he looked me dead in the face. He goes, man, I'm really pissed about that Uncle Tom bullshit. I'm wife thinking I'm looking at people's windows. Poor Joe Frazier.
You see, Jimmy, Haney's a great bitch because he wants to soften up and talk good about Lomachenko, give him his flowers, even his dad. Then after he shoved him, Loma's a great fighter. Yeah, this is gonna really prove that I'm that good. Motherfucker, you trying to be nice to him all of a sudden so you can soften him up. Then you can shove him when he's not expecting it. That's some fucking sneaky ass shit.
Yeah,
motherfucker, if you're gonna be mad, don't be a little bitch and be all ambivalent. One day be mad, then all of a sudden be nice, and then when you're nice and you kind of got when you're being cordial, all of a sudden shove him. That's some bitch shit. That's what that
Was he
dude
being
does.
cordial? Because before he shoved him, he was talking trash, and he called him a dirty fighter this whole week. So is he really being cordial? I feel like he's keeping the same energy.
He's always been a fucking piece of shit, but all of a sudden he tried to be a little nice. And the blood,
how
sweat,
is
and tears.
Loma a dirty fighter? That's what I want to know.
Well, I don't think he's a dirty fighter, but I think he's saying that Loma hits people in the back of the head during the clinch.
What he's doing, honestly, because listen, Haney knows he doesn't have an inside game, so he knows his thing is going to be jab and grab when he can to negate Loma's mid to inside game. It's going to be a lot of clinching, so he knows what Loma's response is, which is usually pretty violent. He usually pulls his hand out violently, rubs elbows in the face. So by constantly saying you're a dirty fighter, making that narrative hang, so this Doc, he knows what's going on. He's paying attention to shit. So now you hear that going into the fight, and now his corner, I guarantee you, Bill Haney's getting me, what the fuck, puppies. So I think that's their way of getting Doc to pay attention to Loma's response to his over clinching. I just think they're playing fucking chess right now with them. You know what I mean? Like they're just laying that out there to get the ref to ready to call Loma. Be quick to say, Loma, don't don't hit on the brake or do certain things. But there's actually a video. Someone put a video out today, Gonzalo. It was a compilation. It was only 3 different incidents. But it was Loma punching the dude after the break. Like the break, and boom, he's hitting the dude or just hitting him in the clinch. Just like definitely borderline things that I've never seen Loma do. Loma, I wouldn't say is a dirty fighter. I'd be honest if some it is, because I have some of my favorite fighters are dirty fighters. You know what I mean? But I don't see that, and that's not part of his game.
If you're a game skillful opponent, you don't want to be grabbing all the time. And if you're grabbing, you're kind of breaking the rules. And if the referee's got to step in all the time, that means that you're not that good. But when Loma fights on the inside, he wants to continue putting the beating when most of these guys want to grab. What Haney's doing, he's setting the table because he's basically telling you, I'm going to clinch a lot. And I can dominate I can dominate you inside of the clinch when I grab because I'm big, I'm physical, I'm bigger than you can. But when we break, I don't want you to punch because I want to get my distance again.
Exactly.
Hey,
I want to reestablish my distance.
Guys, did you see what happened at the fake weigh-in? The Devin Haney pushed Lomachenko.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, we were talking about just now.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Right?
Jimmy, did you see Keyshawn Davis?
Steve Kim brought it up. I'm sorry to interrupt, but Steve Kim brought it up to us that they had a weigh-in, earlier this morning, and supposedly that gives him enough time to hydrate. And he's saying that favors Haney. Do you think there's any truth to that, or is it just
Yes, the longer from the time he's on that scale. When, trust me, you feel like sometimes, you'll see those guys get up there. A lot of the times, behind the stage, many times, you guys would be surprised how many times boxers, they have a wheelchair for them, and they wheel them back to the hotel. Because just to walk back to the hotel or to where the car is parked is too much. Because they're just so white trying to make weight. A lot of fighters are like that. That's why Marvin Hagler never fucked around. He's like, I'm 160, I'm going to die 160. Because he knew he had it down where it didn't cripple him to go to 160. But back then, that was different. That was 15 rounds, same day weigh-in. If it was the same day weigh-in, Haney's a welterweight minimum, maybe even fucking 154 by next year, a couple of years, for real. But because remember, they did this whole day before to save fighters' lives. And what's happened now, it's actually made it more dangerous because now people are manipulating it even more because they realize with that night's sleep, you can put on as much weight as you want because your muscle, you can put on weight, hydrate, fluids-wise to a certain extent, but your muscle doesn't grow unless you're in REM sleep. That's the only time your body really rejuvenates is when you're sleeping. So,
that's what I was going to mention, Jimmy, with that extra time. If it's 36 to 48 hours, I think it's 36. He's going to get a chance to sleep 2 times, and instead of eating 2 meals, he's going to be able to eat 3, maybe 4. So, but the thing with that spaced apart, obviously you don't want to gorge down fucking 2 plates at one time. You want to space your meals apart and eat normal.
The first meal, the first meal when your body, like you're literally in starvation mode. Remember, your body doesn't know if you did that on purpose or if you're a fucking concentration camp person. Your body's just a fucking piece of meat. So it's literally in starvation mode, meaning it's actually eating muscle now to survive. So the first meal, you can you see dudes, I'm gonna go get pizza. That's like the absolute worst thing. You don't want to go near heavy foods, greasy shit. Like ideal. If I was training him, if I was like in this part of his nutrition, exactly, I would do but I would do even more simpler sugars for the first intake. Be like a jar of all fruit, which is just crushed up fruit. But I would get him right to the hotel room, eat a jar of fucking all fruit, hit the fucking bed, try to get a nap in, sleep 2 hours to hopefully get him into REM sleep, wake him up, another jar of all fruit, and then that night or tonight, I'd have him eat a big ass meal, pasta, some meatballs, nothing too heavy.
You mean
not cheese?
You're talking about him eating excessive low carb foods, right?
Well, you could eat a lot of carbs in the beginning, the first meal. You could even eat a lot of egg whites. That. Well, no, for your first coming off. No, when you're hydrated, you don't want to eat just proteins because that's going to send your body into ketosis. So you want carbs too, because right now when you're in starvation mode, your body's eating muscle. That means all the fucking glycogen in your liver is completely wiped out. So the first thing you want to replenish, which is the most important, that helps you from getting dizzy, falling down, is the glycogen. And the fastest way to do that is with a simple sugar, like even a candy bar, but that's got processed sugar. So that's what I'm telling you, a jar of all fruit, because all it is like one jar of fucking, it's like 7 apples crushed into one little jar. So boom, you eat that. Then after that, like you could, within an hour, go have like fucking, I'd probably have like 24 egg white omelet with like a fucking side of chicken and some fucking rice. Clean fucking foods, but that night I would pig. But the thing is, you don't want to put on too much weight either, because then your legs will be sluggish. You know what I mean? You don't want to go in too heavy. So it's tricky.
I agree. You got to gradually work your way up to it, not just, just boom, all of a sudden.
When the fucking Allies first got into the concentration camps, they wanted to right away give these guys, they went back into town, the local German town near Auschwitz, and they grabbed wheels of cheese, and they started, of course, these fucking Holocaust people in there, and it wasn't all Jews, it was Poles, whatever, but of course they're starving. That's how majority of them died. So, but then the fucking MPs kept there with the doctors, take the food away. You can't give them this, it's going to kill them. It's just when they're in starvation mode, you can't give them heavy dairy products right now. So it's even important, but then obviously he's not to that level, but it's, the most important thing after that weigh-in is getting carbs, but you can eat your proteins right after, but I would stay away from anything fatty, any trans fat, just anything fatty. He doesn't need it right now because that'll make him sluggish.
Yeah, I kind of noticed that in the weigh-in that, the ceremonial weigh-in that, you know what, Haney's face isn't that sucking in. So it did work. I think they wanted to avoid a PR nightmare if he kind of looked really bad. Because I know Bill Haney was kind of talking up a storm about Top Rank wanted to drag this fight long enough for him to get drained to make 135, I think they did him a favor with that early weigh-in.
I don't understand his attack on Top Rank. It's like, dude, you understand, you DAZN, because of your personality. Eddie, when has Eddie Hearn ever left a potential money walker just walk out the door? Like, seriously, think about that. That should have told a lot of people that we weren't privy to their conversations of how he rolls. Why did fucking Matchroom just say, okay, bye? After investing a lot of money, $3.5 million, they were paying that fucking dude to fight nobodies for the most part. That's what's so funny. When he says, "You talked to me for 4 years,"
all
you
the
mean when you were a fucking prospect? but my point being, he's not getting anywhere near that kind of money from Top Rank. So, for a base pay. So my point is,
he cares about legacy.
DAZN didn't want him back. Eddie Hearn didn't fucking make him an offer. They just let his contract run out and peace out. Because I think I think what we're seeing, what I'm trying to get at is how he's rolling right now, how he's talking about fucking his promoter. Like, who goes into a fight badmouth? All he's been doing is badmouthing Top Rank all along. He's been throwing his fucking promoter under the bus. Listen, Bob will sit there and smile and blah, 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 but Bob doesn't forget, man. That fucking Jew's like an old elephant. He's not going to forget that.
Yeah.
Sure
I remember like near the end of his tenure at Top Rank, Pacquiao wasn't having it with Bob as far as the money. So he gave him horn, and somehow he got fucked over out of the belt. Because I really wanted him to fight, Crawford for that belt. It would have done numbers, and it would have done, a hell of a lot, hell of a legacy win for Crawford had he fought him. But but these things could happen, man. They could do him just like they did Bret Hart when he tried to leave WWF for the titles. They don't like Eddie Hearn, man. And you have an Eddie Hearn fighter that's coming in here who has a dad who got a chip on his shoulder too about promotion and all that stuff. But let me just say this though. I think the reason why Haney had to go to Top Rank for Camboso is because I believe Luther Bella did not wanted to send his fighter again to the Zone for a Haney, undisputed fight. He wanted him to go to Top Rank. And because he felt that ESPN was a bigger platform than the Zone, so I guess that's what came about.
Well, no, the Zone didn't even make it like they wanted nothing to do with the fight. They weren't going to back it. They weren't going to send him to Australia. I mean, if he went to Australia, he went to Australia. The Zone wasn't going to back it. That's how that all went down. I remember when I first, Steve wrote about it. Like the Zone just said, "Okay, go," because obviously he was trying to. Obviously, look what he's acting right now with Bob. Look at the shit he's been saying. They wanted to weight train me. They were trying to drag this out. If anything, they dragged this fucking... Loma signed the contract for this fight 5 months ago. The initial contract, he signed it. But like Bob said, with Lopez, the first contract he gave with Teofimo Lopez on December 13, 2019. They didn't fight until November, right? Oh, no, September. Oh, no, I'm sorry, October of 2020. He signed the contract for that fight in December of 2019, 2 months after he fought fucking Campbell and won the belt. So that's why it's another thing with, after he won that belt, he ducked me. Oh, really? You mean when you were in training camp to fight Santiago, in which you blew your shoulder out and you were put on the shelf and for a year? He didn't fight again one day prior to a year. He blew his shoulder out on November 10th. He didn't fight again till the next year on November 9th. So that's my point. Loma won in August. 2 weeks later, Haney's named his number one opponent by WBC. Well, he's in training camp to fight another fighter, so clearly the fight can't be made then. Well, he goes into that fight, he blows his shoulder out, needs surgery, he's on shelf for a year. On top of that, COVID hits in March, shuts all the boxing down. The fight between Loma and Lopez was supposed to happen in April of that year. It got kicked back all the way to September because of the fucking pandemic. So the point being, my point with that, the whole Haney, like that whole, he ducked me up, he got that belt, I wanted to fight him. Dude, no, you didn't. It's like literally, if you just take 5 minutes and spend some time on Google, you can get on the fucking timeline. I can put it up. This dude Hamanites, man, on Twitter, you guys didn't follow him. He put it together, man. It's crazy. I'll post it in the link.
It's like that he was doing during the press conference when he was talking about being a free agent. Now, he's been mentioning this for a little while, and you can tell there's some kind of thing going on. But, it doesn't help his chances with Top Rank. If they're going to favor a fighter at Top Rank and they want the belts, it doesn't help that he says that he's talking about being a free agent. And I think that was a Freudian slip because he did deliberately run it back. He caught himself and he ran it back, and he started talking about how he loves being on Top Rank and how he appreciates Bob Arum. And I think that was a total Freudian slip when he was talking about going into being a free agent. Now, I don't know what the politics and the inner workings of that organization are. I can only speculate, and we can all speculate on what we read. But it sounded pretty much like he fucked up when he was saying that. I don't know what you guys think about that.
I just posted on the Open Lines Discord. If you guys see, that's the all the dates. I put one together too, but it wasn't as thorough as this one. But you can see all the dates, 2 weeks, all the timeline is absolute physical impossibility. That fight could not have happened. And prior to that, remember, because that's September, right? He was named in September of 2019. September of 2018, he was listed as one of boxing's top young prospects. So he wasn't even in fucking Lomachenko's preview. He was a nobody. He was a kid. Not as that he was a nobody, but he was a nobody in the sense that he had no name. Nobody knew who he was. You know what I'm saying? So like this going back 4 years, like what are you talking about, dude?
I mean, I was saying this
in Mexico, you fucking idiot. It's just
I was saying this then. Like why was Haney
lying?
No, but like let me say this. Like I was saying this then. Why was Haney elevated to WBC champion, bro? Like, I'm like, this guy is like an NABO champion, a glorified NABO champion, bro. Like, he doesn't take the greatest punch, and his competition is lax.
The WBC had just made a franchise belt, right? All it is just more ways for them to get extra money.
Yeah,
because they get paid on 2 belts.
But the WBC, I know, because like they fucked up Undisputed. We know that.
Yeah, exactly. So when he did that. So when he was named number 1, they were saying, well, if that belt's fucking, up there, give me that belt. And they were like, why? And Bob did apply for the franchise when he found out about it because he didn't want nobody getting involved with that Lopez fight, right? Because that's the fight they wanted. In fact, that's in it says right in that thing I just posted, I believe that Loma signed the contract in December. He wanted, that's how Loma is. Bob said that. He just signs the contract. He doesn't care. So my point being, so for them to say, well, he died. No, that's ridiculous. He got the franchise. It wasn't to avoid Haney because you were in training camp to fight somebody else, you half-wit. And then you needed shoulder surgery. He got that because he didn't want none of the other belts or anybody else trying to fuck it. Yeah, so anyways, he wanted that plus on top of that. Now, if Loma would have won that fight, right, say he would have won Lopez, so he would have been the unified champion with that franchise, meaning if he would have went back down to 135 or up to 140, he has first crack at the champion, whoever holds the WBC belt, because that's a part of the franchise thing. So Bob was thinking long-term, meaning, just weevil him into a fucking fight. So it had nothing whatsoever to do with fucking Haney. So my point is, guys, so we know he's lying. My point is, why would you lie? Why are you trying to tell people that? Like, my thing is this, if you have to try to create a fake narrative, that's because you're scared or something's going on with that kid. Like, why would you do that? Everything he said about that whole ducking thing's a lie. Then here you are pushing him. That's like nervous energy. I'm telling you right now, I don't think the kid's 100% confident because confident men don't roll like that. Confident men don't have to go out and lie. Don't have to get their father to go in front of every camera and spew the same lie. And on top of that, attack the kid's character. Jesus.
Also, it's good, but everything.
Thank you, Jen. I appreciate that. You too. Thank you. Have a good one.
Everything that he mentions is kind of questionable. Like the whole thing, he's kind of trying to take a book out of the Gervonta Davis, Ryan Garcia fight. I got a mole in the camp. We know you're prepared to slip the jab. Well, that's part of boxing, dude. Because he's scared that that's the only thing he brings to the table. And once Loma nullifies that, he's gonna be like a duck out of water. He's not gonna know what to do. Loma's seen many styles, so he's like, dude, yeah, you're getting ready to slip the jab, motherfucker. What if I do? I'm just saying. I'm thinking, well, what about it? What about that, motherfucker? You're scared. I'm thinking he's saying that because he's scared.
Yeah, exactly. Because Loma has the ability to neutralize a jab. He hasn't seen he's seen the style before. It's not like he hasn't seen what Devin Haney is bringing to the table. He's definitely seen this before. He can neutralize a jab. He knows Devin Haney doesn't have any inside game. He knows he doesn't have the footwork that he has, so he can nullify any of the things that Devin Haney has going for him. And that's the if he tries to hug, he's going to get met with a couple of hooks or uppercuts. If he tries to do his right hand, Lomachenko can definitely neutralize that right hand, that left hand as well. So, this is definitely some tactics that he's resorting to. And I agree with your assessment, you guys. I think he is kind of nervous and he's a little scared.
Well,
The way you take away the jab, the way you take away the jab is you slip it, but then you collapse the pocket. You take away that space. You're not gonna stay outside like Cambosos did. Basically, you're trying to box with Haney, the quicker dude on the outside, who's taller and longer. But then you try to box with them 1-for-1, then you get caught with the jab. But dude, you don't do nothing about coming on the inside because Cambosos never did that. He never collapsed the pocket. He never rushed in. He never attempted to press Haney. That's the way you take the jab away. You slip and you press. You slip and you press. You slip and you press. Because in boxing, everybody get a chance to punch. Whether I'm faster than you, hey, guess what? When you're done punching, I get my chance. Obviously.
And
Cambosos is not the
double
fighter
up the
that
jab too.
You know, Cambosos has never been the fighter that Loma is, and will never be the fighter that Loma is. And I really don't see this fight going his way because, you know, the skills that Loma has, I just don't know, man. I get the youth, I get the size, but I think Loma has just the superior skills.
But I think we can't underestimate the size in the youth. He's substantially bigger than Lomachenko, and it's because Loma's fighting in a fucking in a weight class he had to fight in because nobody would fight him at 130.
He doesn't have any power. He doesn't have power.
But it's not. But it's not the power. It's not so much the power of what Loma was worried about. It'll be the speed of his punches and his reflexes. His youthful reflexes, because remember, Loma's going to be 35. His reflexes, like he'll see things, and his body's not going to react the way it was when he was 27. Meaning he'll see it faster than his body will do it. Whereas the other kid has young, but this is key, guys. And Gonzalo knows all this. He's talked to me and him, have had deep conversations about. That's when Loma needs to do a lot of fucking flinching, a lot of fucking feint. You'll know right away if a dude's got nervous energy. If he starts jumping back or his hand goes out to grab. His response to a feint will tell you a lot on how he is in there. And if you see him acting skitsy, that's when you get on him early. And the first punch, like I tweeted, the first punch has to be the first right hand, or power shot that Loma hits. He has to make it sting. Reason being, it'll make him, because when you hurt your dude, and I'm not talking about dropping him, just you can hurt someone without dropping them when they fucking get that flash of white and that ringing in their ears. You want fucking them to go back to the corner like, God damn, that little fucking Ukrainian can crack. And what it does, it starts making a dude who's already, I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I don't know if this kid can take a big fucking punch on a substantial fucking, because look at his body didn't look good after the Linares. Not that he didn't stay on his feet, but how long the residuals lasted of that. He was grabbing and holding on over a minute later, right?
That was awful. Yeah. That was pretty blatant. He was holding on for dear life. It took him a while to get his legs under him.
Yeah, it almost felt like shame on Linares, though. The jab is the jab is a pesky punch, and it could be a problem for a fighter that decides to stay at the end of that jab the whole night. But really, the jab is supposed to be a punch that you use to set up your other punches. Right, you keep that fucking punch in the opponent's face to block his eyesight, then you come behind that jab with the right hand. Well, Haney doesn't have the power, so it'd be foolish for Lomachenko to stay on the outside to keep getting tagged up with that jab like Cambosos did. One thing that Loma doesn't do, he comes on the inside. Because obviously you extend your arm, you got to pull your arm back. And even though you might be the faster dude, when you retract that arm, the other dude's going to fucking have his turn as he collapses the pocket and gets on the inside to punch. Because that's what Lomachenko's going to do. He's going to take the space and make it a fight on the inside. Now, we're going to the whole tying up situation. That's another story. But as far as the jab, he don't got enough bully. He don't have enough firepower. With the jab alone, if Loma fight the right game plan, the right fight, go on the inside, because he's not going to be able to keep him on the outside just with the jab alone. You got to have some power.
And he's never seen
it started early. He's got to get started early. He can't do any of this downloading bullshit. He's got to start early.
Yeah, without a doubt. He
can't afford to give any way again, because you know what, Haney having the youth, he's going to go the 12 rounds. He's not going to tire out. He's going to go the 12 rounds. And we know Loma warms up and he can go the 12 rounds. He doesn't get tired. I just don't like the way he takes. Do you think he could fight like 3 rounds, spar with 3 rounds with someone before the fucking fight, so he goes in ready to just fight? Because it's ridiculous how long it takes.
I'm only giving him Loma like 2 rounds to get warmed up, man.
There's some jabs. There's some jabs like let's say Golovkin jab, ramrod, fucking like a piston, fucking hard as fuck. Those jabs, hey man, that might keep you from fucking going on the inside, because if you get caught with one of those jabs, you might get knocked out. With Haney, he got some snapping. I'm not saying it's like it caresses. No, it fucking probably hurts. But what I'm saying is nothing out of this world where somebody can't take it. And if you do take it, you can still fucking come on the inside. Take his fucking jab to land your 3 fucking power punches that you fucking dart in. One behind the other.
And what you guys watch too, like you'll see something. I don't know if you guys noticed this before. Gonzalo probably, I would imagine, definitely has. Loma never has the same attack twice in a round, especially in the beginning. Well, the reason why he's downloading, like all fights prior, it always took him 1 or 2 rounds to get going, because what he was doing, he would just stick out, he would stick his left hand out, he kind of measuring, really wasn't doing much, but he was just literally getting the dude's timing down, seeing what he was doing. Everybody has tells in boxing. The more basic you are, the more he's going to beat you. But he's gonna show things to Haney that he's never seen. He's gonna do staggered steps in. He's going to come from the left to the dot to the right. He's going to do things coming in on him that he's never seen before. He's going to come in off the wrong foot. He's going to just do different things. I'm telling you, and like I'm sure his father, they go over all that shit of what. Don't forget this attack. Like they really, I guess, break it right down to all that shit. So. No, he's very conscious of not, because it's very hard for somebody to get your timing down, to time you per shot. That's why we've really never seen him against Lopez. He wasn't even throwing punches in the first 7 rounds. Lopez could never catch him clean. And the reason being, even though he was a counterpuncher, because it's almost impossible to get that dude's rhythm. And another thing I think he should do tomorrow night too, is a little fucking hands out to the side, hand up in the air. Just if he's a jumpy fighter and a nervous dude, his guy's gonna float. A nervous dude will always his eyes float in the ring, and you get him to start like just put your hand up. That's the reason why he does that. Remember, he put his hands up or put it out to the side to see if you're up. Because if your eyes just for a split second look out to that hand, he's gonna jump in the other way, pop with something real quick. Yeah, he just doesn't have those youth anymore, so that's the problem.
Right. I just want to jump on that point real quick, Jimmy. Like you mentioned that he's very jumpy as far as reflexes, right? Now, Haney can be very proactive with the speed and timing, right? But yeah, I have seen him being reactive. So he could actually be reactive to the feints, and that could open up to punches, on the inside if that happens to take place. So there's that. All right.
No, that's a good point. Exactly.
Guys, can I interject? I have a theory that the match will be decided on how the fight is refereed, because Haney was allowed to get away with a lot of holding against Kambosos. Does anybody?
Well, see, I wanted to. I looked at supposedly it was Harvey Dock. And so I try to find any fights that he's been involved in where he kind of is kind of leaning in towards that shit, and I just haven't bothered finding it. But I just don't think he's gonna play that much of a role.
And plus, Loma's trained for that. Listen, Loma's. I'm telling you, I never look at the referee when I see you do clinching. I never blame the ref. That's incumbent upon the fighter to make his own space. If you can't the problem with Kambosos, what happened? You had that one kid who didn't want to fight in the inside, and the other guy was happy to go along with it. See how cordial he was? Dude, what, Kambosos? He did nothing. Every time fucking Haney grabbed him.
I agree with him.
But
I disagree because it's the referee's job to do his job correctly.
The referee can warning and take points away, but any good fighter, you're not going to be able to grab a good fighter and just hold him the way he was doing Kambosos. Lomachenko will violently pull away and hit him, put his elbow across the face. Because what happens if you start raking his face with a forearm, the ref isn't just going to admonish you. He's going to also tell the both of you. He's going to say, stop with the elbow, stop grabbing. So you want to make sure he notices the grabbing. But yeah, they can take points away, but Lomachenko's not going to respond the way Kambosos did. It was shocking how docile he was. He was like a lamb in his arms. I was expecting him to start kissing fucking Haney on the neck.
You know what's funny, Jimmy? When Steve tweeted out that Haney was gonna get that early weigh-in, I tagged Russ Amber and I said, "Yo, get the baby oil for Loma."
Oh,
yo, bros, can I say something real quick? I won't be long, because I gotta go. But I just want to make.
Oh yeah, no, fire away, brother.
So the whole like within these past couple of days, when Haney was talking about Loma being a dirty fighter, I thought that was a little weird because I've never heard literally anybody from LDBC to the freaking most right-wing white nationalist people ever say anything like that. Nobody's ever called Loma a dirty fighter. And then after seeing what just happened at the weigh-in with Haney pushing, like getting nervous and pushing Loma, and then like being out of breath and fucking his eyes were darting around and being like, "Oh, this is my moment." Like he was scared as hell. So I think what's going on here is they know that Loma can fight in the clinch, so they're setting up an excuse if Haney gets knocked out by Loma, and they're going to say it was dirty. They're going to say Haney was fighting or Loma was fighting dirty. I think that's what's going on here with
yeah, that's very obvious. That's very obvious what's going on, because during the press conference I heard a lot of chatter going on from Team Haney that I didn't like, and I think I expressed my opinions on this the last time you guys had a show, and there were a stack of things that I didn't like the dirty fighting, the tactics that he uses, just the calling out for 4 years, and there were so many little things that piled up that didn't seem right, and I thought to myself,
he's scared of him.
Yeah, no, I was thinking to myself, like, is this guy scared of him? Like, what the fuck's going on?
Yeah, it's like he's trying to turn public opinion against Loma, and it's just not working.
It's not going to, especially with the political climate with Loma being Ukrainian. He's got it's not going to work.
And I'm sitting there going, what fight? What fight did you see this happening? I don't know what fight. What can you name a fight? Yeah. And he couldn't tell him like exactly. He just says, when the ref says break, you punch. That's what you do.
How about coming from the dude that homosexually holds other people, man? Like fucking.
How about when Loma asked him? How about when he asked him, like, how do you know I'm a dirty fighter? And he just kept saying, I know. I'm like, bro, you got to come up with better.
Yeah.
You've got to come up with something and say this and that. You know what I was really impressed with was when they were asking, what's his best victory? Like, what was his toughest fight, you think? And Loma was like,
toughest fight was fucking JoJo, dude. Haney's hardest fight was fucking JoJo Diaz.
He was like, when he fought JoJo Diaz, he was very good, great fighter, and he did a smart fight. He was complimenting him. And at that moment, if you're Devin Haney, you're like, oh shit, this guy's actually watching me fight. This guy's actually knowing.
And I thought Haney won that fight. To me, I think it was rather close, but Haney won it for sure. But it was like, dude, if JoJo Diaz can get inside and fuck you up like he did, what the hell is Lomachenko gonna do?
That's true, but guys, you rise to the occasion. You're gonna train harder for Loma. You're gonna train harder for Lomachenko than you are JoJo Diaz, and
that sets a bad precedent. If you're not, you should always go into every fight training as hard as you can. If you want to be the best, you gotta train the best. If you're over here sleeping on dudes,
we should have told Teofimo Lopez, because Teofimo Lopez.
Yeah, but in reality,
when he fought Cambosa,
but in reality, everybody trains hardest.
Listen,
everybody trains hardest for the toughest fight.
Everybody trains their hardest for their toughest fights. You train extra hard. You don't train the same way for like what's that fight that he had on the undercard of KSI and Logan Paul, the one in America, the second fight.
I know one time he fought fucking.
He looked horrible in that fight. That was like, how many years ago was that? 2 years ago?
Didn't he fight the kid that fucking Tank fought? What's his name? Gamboa?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he went 12 rounds with him. He couldn't stop him.
Yeah, he could.
He couldn't stop him.
One-legged.
He couldn't stop Linares. Everybody else has.
Bro,
no, I know. That's why when what's his name kicked him for knockout, that kind of made me laugh.
Gamboa's a chinny featherweight. I mean, back in his heyday, he used to get knocked down all the time.
Yeah. That's the thing with Haney, man. This dude is a fucking welterweight that's fighting in lightweight because he's got no fucking power. That's why he's there. That's why he's starving himself and doing what he's doing. It's because he can't pack it where he should be. He's a joke. He's a joke fighter.
That's the thing. Like
the day he loses that lightweight or moves up, he's gonna fucking disappear.
I think you're going. You're going too far. I would consider Ryan Garcia to be more of a joke.
No, I agree. Ryan Garcia is more of a joke, but Haney to me he's a joke fighter. He's not real. He's not a real lightweight.
I would say Ryan and Broly Romero should move in together because they're fucking clowns.
Hey guys,
you know?
They're both.
I'm
a very hyperbolic person, but yeah.
And the other one's a freak show, a circus.
Bucho's talking. He's trying to tell us something, guys.
No, just quickly, a super chat from that Gucci Berserk. He says, "I fell asleep mid-stream. Good morning." I don't know where he is. What's y'all thoughts on the Haney shove? Just saw that and put me down for Loma decision. If it's not too late. Okay, so he says Loma by decision. And what did you guys think about the shove? You already talked about it, but
I just think it was fucking. I think it's him. He's trying to. He's nervous energy. He's trying to make himself like he's trying to give himself a mental edge. Like he wants to hate Loma because some guys have to dig to the hate when
you know what it is?
He's neurotic. He's a neurotic guy.
You know what it is? It's like when you're trying to strike fear into your enemy, right? Imagine this is a school playground and like there's a kid that you're about to have a fight with, and you're trying to intimidate him to give yourself.
Lomachenko ain't gonna be intimidated.
Scared like that, man.
He isn't gonna get fucking. That's to him. It would have been like, "What are you doing, dude? You fucking idiot! Like you're not gonna intimidate Loma." That's more self-psyching.
Okay, pretend you're Devin Haney, and you know Loma's already been confronted by Nick Walters. You think he's gonna be scared of fucking Devin Haney? Like, get the fuck out of town, you know? Like he's
not scared of
him. The Walters is like closer to Lomachenko's natural weight though, because I don't think
he was 126.
Really a lightweight.
Yeah, but he was a fucking puncher from hell.
Oh he could crack. He was the biggest puncher at 126.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean everything. No, that doesn't mean everything because Julian Jackson is one of the biggest punchers in history.
Power is not everything.
In history, but he was never one of the best boxers.
Well, the same thing was for Mike Tyson. He was one of the biggest punchers, but he wasn't one of the best boxers. And people were afraid of him.
He was.
They were afraid of Hagler, they were afraid of Hearn.
Listen,
Deontay Wilder. I mean, the list goes on. Power doesn't mean everything.
Deontay Wilder, no boxing skills, but a big fucking power puncher.
So I don't think we should compare Walters and Devin Haney. But this is a much bigger challenge for Loma.
I think we shouldn't even compare Walters to Deontay Wilder even because Deontay Wilder's achieved a lot more than what Walters has achieved.
Walter has like
signature win. At the time, though, you're talking about now, but at the time, Nicholas Walters was a feared motherfucker. Like people didn't want to fight that guy.
The game plan Donaire had against that dude was just fucked up, but whatever.
Didn't Donaire buzz him in like the third round?
It was the second round.
He did.
Yeah. Donaire had him doing like the stanky leg, man.
Donaire, I love Nonito, but he loves getting the balls with these power punchers. Like, if
there was more time in that round, Donaire would have won. And
Donaire needs a power puncher's wife.
Hey, how many of y'all watched the Jermaine Ortiz fight? How many of y'all watched the Loma and Jermaine Ortiz fight? Everybody watched it?
I did.
Hey,
we all did.
I watched it last night. I rewatched that fight last night real close, man. And to me, Jermaine Ortiz only made that fight close because he was doing a lot of holding.
What?
He was holding a lot in the fight. He was.
And plus Jermaine Ortiz, when you spar, like Loma said, over 100 rounds with somebody, like Loma went into detail with Steve Kim about this, and when Steve talked to him last week, and he was saying every move I did, he was anticipating it. I mean, you can't spar somebody over 100 rounds and then not see, learn all your tactics and your moves and shit. So that's why he was able, because that's the thing that shocked me. I knew he was a sparring partner, but what impressed me so much about Ortiz, that not only he was able to remember and respond to him, like he turned the same time Loma would turn, like he kept doing that. But those are things Haney's never seen.
And Jimmy, that's why I'm trying to tell y'all Jermaine Ortiz is being overrated by you guys. You saying he could win a title? No, he's not going to do none of that shit. Sean would destroy him. Shakur would embarrass him. He's not a real. He's a contender. That's about it. He's not a champion.
But I feel like Shakur's probably the standout guy in this weight class. But only if Father Time didn't catch up to Lomachenko.
Man, it could be prime Lomachenko. Shakur would still wash him.
No way.
Listen. Let's not pretend like Loma didn't lose already. Like he's not unbeatable.
Okay,
stop nonsense.
Wait, hold on. Did this motherfucker Shakur fight Salido in his second professional fight?
No, of course
Salido
not.
ain't shit.
Did he fight him in his second professional fight? Did he fight him in his second professional fight? Did he fight him in his second professional fight? No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Yeah, man. Let's not pretend.
Man, you're pathetic.
Let's not pretend you've ever even seen fucking Salido fight besides YouTube. You weren't even watching boxing then, dude. Salido was a 2-time world champion, and at the time, nobody wanted to fight him. He was fucking knocking people out again, and he's a dirty fighter inside, and fought him on his second pro fight. And then, okay, you want to say lost? Then he went on to beat the most talented, best fucking American fighter in Gary Russell Jr. at the time. Hands down. He had the fastest hands. Everybody was talking about Gary Russell Jr.
Hey, Redbreed. Hold on. Redbreed. Who did Salido beat in Puerto Rico?
Twice.
Rarely doesn't know this shit. Rarely doesn't even know who Juanma is. What happened.
Shakur would never lose to a Salido.
You don't know who Salido is. Rarely, you don't know who Salido is.
No, he wouldn't.
You don't know
He's
who Salido
is.
You obviously don't know who Salido is.
Salido, he's fucking retired, bro.
It wouldn't even be competitive.
Man, my God. And guys, he's only basing it on the eye test. That's it. I mean,
how else are we going to judge fights?
Listen,
you know what's most pathetic is that he acts like he knows what he's talking. He acts like he knows what he's talking about.
Until you go inside and you see the appliances,
okay. Listen, guys.
The furniture and stuff.
Are we going to watch the fight here or what?
Pedraza gave Lomachenko raccoon eyes.
First off, if for you to say that he would wash prime Lomachenko, dude, that's fucking crazy. That's absolutely crazy.
He's looking. He gave him raccoon. Look at Shakur versus Consensao. What a pathetic performance! What a pathetic
He dominated
performance.
that dude. Sent to the hospital.
Did you? Oh man,
he had to touch him in the dick all night.
Yeah, that's pathetic.
You're a Brazilian dude. You're still mad about
that. You are in there now, and you know what,
mad about what?
This is a guy that was saying that we were emotional when we picked Ryan Garcia, but look at him now.
You are
pathetic.
And some of you are doing the same thing with this fight.
You're out of your mind. What I mean, you said it's a close fight. It's a close fight, Red.
Some of you, I'm just saying names.
You're an emotional being.
Please say names.
Like Mike said,
say something and then hide behind saying, but I'm not gonna say. If you believe somebody's
name, I said Gonzalo. I think Gonzalo is going off his emotions. Bucho's never gonna pick the black fighter, so we know what time he's on. So
exactly. I'm a racist.
My name's Midnight in the chat. What about me? I'll tell you right now. I'm from the UK. I'm black. I was born in.
Okay.
Prime Lomachenko.
What does that mean?
Against anyone in the lightweight division right now. Prime Lomachenko beats everyone.
No, but the thing is, African Americans don't consider African Americans.
He couldn't even walk through Linares.
African Americans don't consider Black Americans.
Yeah,
exactly.
Has not like Linares was a bum.
He went the distance.
He's not, but he's nowhere near as talented as Shakur, and you know that.
He's right. Shakur is more talented. Shakur is a real Olympian, right? He was on.
Yes. Is she cutting off?
Got robbed, bro. I think he fairly lost that, and he cried afterwards like a.
Like,
I don't know why.
Look what happened to his career.
Do you remember how Tim fucking and Andre Ward said he can't do this anymore? He's not going to have a fan base. He can't fight like this anymore. And to his credit, he stepped it up. But don't pretend that this kid is some fucking second coming of Christ. He's not. And I didn't say Lomachenko was.
He doesn't have to be to beat Romo.
Fuck you, okay, dude. What are you saying? He's the fastest. Okay, what? All right.
No, Jimmy, he's a troll. He's trolling. No, Jimmy.
Let me say
at this point, he's trolling.
Fastest three-time fucking weight champion in the history of the sport. Fought 11 current or ex-world champions his first 13 fights, but Shakur will beat him because the black nationalist said so.
No, he'll beat him because he's more skilled.
No, you'll beat him because he's black.
No, Jimmy. I'm never gonna pick a black boxer. According to Rarebreed, I will never pick a black boxer. But Rarebreed is the one that will always pick the black boxer. That's how it is.
Sorry, he's a better fighter than Lomachenko.
Dude, that's crazy.
He's a more complete fighter than Lomachenko too.
What are you talking about? He doesn't have power.
Yes.
He doesn't have power. No, he doesn't have power. We don't even know if he can fucking take
just as much pop as Lomachenko at this weight.
I mean, that's fair. That's a fair point.
Yeah, bro, look, and not to mention he's a better inside fighter than Lomachenko. Yes, he is.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
He's got better defense than Lomachenko.
Throws a 2-3.
You slobbing
all right.
It's not that easy of a fight, bro.
Guys, he's laughing. Guys, he's laughing.
No, I'm not. I'm being dead serious.
Hold on. Everybody's talking.
Because you can't back up what he's saying. You can't explain what he doesn't. What does he do on the inside that's better than Lomachenko? Break it down for us.
Can I explain?
Right now. Yep, break it down what he does.
He's better at pinning. Well, let me finish. He's better at pinning and framing on the inside. He knows how to get his leverage off to get his inside shots. And on top of that, his defense on the inside is better than Lomachenko. He gets hit less than Loma, even when he's in the pocket.
All right. Okay, tell me what inside fighting has he done?
He showed it against Casasiao. He showed it against what's the Japanese dude, Yoshino. Even when he's on the ropes.
Let me tell you something right now. Salido, the bum, that's an absolute joke in your eyes, was probably one of the best inside fighters of his generation. That's what he was known for. And Lomachenko, by the 12th round, was getting the better of him on the inside. So Lomachenko inside game is his strength. Shakur's strength is his distance. He has an unbelievable grasp of distance in his timing, and he's got blistering quick hands. That's his strengths. But so to say that he would wash a fucking Lomachenko in his prime when he was 27 years old, then why did Loma win 3 gold medals and Shakur could only come up with 1 silver? Why don't you break that down for us?
Please, that's a good point.
No.
For one, the Olympics and the amateurs are completely different from the pros.
Yeah, it's a completely
different. So that doesn't really mean anything to me.
No, that's
hold on, Jimmy. Let me say
no. Amateurs at a local level is different, but this is world-class Olympics. You're talking about the best amateur fighters in the world.
Guys. Rarebreed doesn't even know who Salido was. So what's the point of talking? No, shut up. Calm down.
Yes, I do. How are you gonna tell me who I know?
Fucking idiot. You don't know who Salido is. You don't know he went to Puerto Rico twice to beat Juanma, who was a champion at that time.
Yeah, who was the man?
So you don't know who he is. Obviously, the fact that you keep mentioning him, like as if you got us. Oh, he lost to Salido. Obviously, that shows us that you don't know who Salido is because
for your reasons, you don't even know anything about boxing. You just here for the politics.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, bro.
Okay.
Man,
Rarebreed, you don't know who Salido. I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna say it again because you don't know who Salido is, Rarebreed. Take it. You know it's true. You don't know who the fuck he is.
Salido is.
No, you don't. Obviously, you don't. You didn't even know.
Tell me what I know. Like this is ridiculous.
Well, because I'll tell you why. It's obvious, Rarebreed, because you keep mentioning his fucking name. You keep mentioning his fucking name.
Why would I have a favorite Salido fight? I said I know who he is. I haven't watched.
Oh, well, you know his name. You obviously don't know his record. You 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 don't know his fucking. Can you hear me?
I would rather watch Salido fight than watch Stevenson. Stevenson's a good boxer, but he's fucking boring. That's good for you. Bro. Yeah.
You underrate Conceição's performance against Stevenson. Did you see Stevenson's face after that fight?
Conceição was running for his life. He was grabbing for his life, and he was sent to the hospital.
Shakur landed like 50 low blows, and it's on video. People literally counted them up because Shakur was getting outboxed, and he started low blowing after that. He was getting hit that whole fight.
Rarebit, do you think Shakur Stevenson would have beaten Gary Russell Jr.? No, shut up. I'm asking a fucking question. Jesus, everybody's jumping in. I'm asking a question. I'm asking a fucking question and people jumping in. Would Shakur Stevenson would have beaten Gary Russell in his third professional fight? No. The answer is clearly no. Or else he would have been matched with somebody with the likes of Gary Russell Jr. in the title.
Fight, Shakur was like 20 years old. Loma was a grown-ass man at 25.
So he's going from the amateurs.
It's different.
Hey, wasn't he coming? No. Shut up, everybody. Shut up, everybody. Shut the fuck up. He's coming from the amateurs, right?
Who, Shakur?
No, Lomachenko. You said that doesn't matter, right? So it doesn't matter. He's 26, whatever. He's starting his professional career.
But he still developed as a man.
Oh,
Shakur is 24 right now. He's younger than when Loma started.
So he was like a puppy. At 20 years old, he was like a puppy. At 20 years old, he's like a puppy. He basically he's too fragile.
Look how Shakur looked when he first started his career to what he looks like right now. He's a grown man.
So he had the skills, but he didn't have the physical abilities. Is that what you're saying?
No, even back then, look, the reason why he would destroy Galaxy, even in his second fight, is because he's a much bigger man than Lomachenko, and he's bigger than Salido. So Salido's not going to be able to bully Shakur like he did Lomachenko.
Okay, so you're saying that
can't do that to Shakur.
Lomachenko beat Gary Russell Jr. because he was a grown-ass man. That's what you're saying?
No, he probably have been too. You say he couldn't say that again. I'm sorry.
Because you said that Lomachenko couldn't. The reason why he was able to beat Gary Russell Jr. because he was 26, whatever, 27, and Shakur couldn't beat Gary Russell Jr. in his third professional fight because he was 20.
I think he could have.
You think he could have?
I think he could have.
Wow.
Okay, that's it.
Crazy.
You have no evidence of that. Just your opinion. Right?
I mean,
because it never happened. It never fucking happened. It never happened. It never happened. You just have your opinion.
Go back and look at his fucking third professional fight. If you could make it through it, because it was so fucking boring, it put you to sleep. They were booing him in his first 5 or 6 fights. In fact, Top Rank wasn't even knowing if they were going to resign him. He was putting in such fucking boring performances. But no, because he had to learn to fight as a pro. It took him that long. Whereas Lomachenko, coming from an organization you claim means nothing, it's weird that he could step from that nothing that's completely different and in fact go on and beat pretty one-sided too the best fighter at his division, the consensus best fighter in his by everybody. Gary Russell, everybody was having that kid on a platform, and that's where a lot of watching it then, but a lot of the hatred came from.
I changed my mind. I want Lomachenko to win this fight. I'm sick of this shit. Please, Lord, let Lomachenko win this fight.
Sick of what? Wait, hold on. Sick of what?
Sick about Lomachenko winning.
Facts?
Yeah, no.
No, bro. He would expose that dude.
Third because he fought Gary Russell Jr. and beat him in his third professional fight because he's already punched his ticket in the Hall of Fame in his 13th fight. He already punched his fucking ticket in the Hall of Fame. Fucking the fastest fighter to become a 3-division world champion in the history of the sport. 11 out of his first 13 opponents were current or ex-world champions. So to fucking sit there and all of a sudden, he was a fucking bomb. It was just images. Yeah, dude, please. We know where this is all coming from.
The bomb. He's a great fighter. He's a legend, but I still think Shakur will watch him.
Yeah, based on what Shakur Stevenson. We haven't even seen.
But Bucho, he's being 36. That's a different story. You said prime. He would have watched prime Lomachenko. Okay, all right. It's so surprising he couldn't even win a gold medal. And there was
Jimmy, why did you get so emotional?
Nobody. No, here's the thing, Rabbit.
You come on here, dude, and you say shit, and you don't back it up. You say ridiculous shit.
Can I say something? I'll say something. Let me say something. No, let me say something. Let me say something. Jimmy.
Okay, go Bucho.
I told you he's a more skilled fighter.
Rabbit, that's all you have. You have no evidence. That's the thing, though. Yeah, you are the one that's emotional. You're the one that's emotional, Rabbit. Because
I'm definitely I'm laughing.
You're emotional. You're emotional because you're picking Shakur Stevenson. Not only somebody with.
I'm thinking of because he's more skilled. You think I'm
right? Somebody.
He loves that word, skilled.
Virtuoso, man. You need to mute your mic because there's background noise. Rabbit, here's the thing. You're picking Shakur Stevenson to win. And, you could at least say, you know what? It could be a close fight, tough fight. No, he's going to wash Lomachenko. Obviously, it's because he's white. Because he's white. That's the thing, right? He's white. You're picking, the next coming of Jesus Christ within Shakur Stevenson, and you're saying he's gonna wash him, even in his prime. That's emotional, in my opinion, because nobody would ever say that.
Just watch.
But nobody would say that.
Yeah,
no person who gets taken serious about boxing, whether it's another fighter, somebody in the media who gets paid to give their opinion, nobody other than you would say a prime Lomachenko gets washed by Stevenson. Nobody.
I guess so.
And nobody. So that's the reason it's a little different. When you get guys who've forgotten more about the sport than you'll ever know, would say, "Are you crazy? Did you ever see what Lomachenko was like in his prime?"
Just the words coming out of your mouth.
Well, the thing is, look, you got to look at two factors. To me, not only is he a larger man than Lomachenko, he's also a more skilled man. So you put those two together for me.
Okay, hold on. No. Hold on. Jimmy, hold on. Jimmy, I have a question. How do you know he's more skilled? Based on what record?
It's a long list. You want me to start?
Okay, so hold on.
I'm to hear this.
Give us your arguments why he's more skilled. The fights and everything that you've seen where you go like he's more skilled. Go ahead. Rabbit. Hello? Rabbit. Can you guys hear me?
I mean,
come to the pros and say, "Give me your champion."
People are having a hard time hearing.
I mean, can do that.
Guys, I'm saying something to Bucho real quick. Bucho, I think people are having a hard time hearing you. And before I hang up, I just want to say, Steve Breadman, a black man, an excellent corner man, studies boxing, loves it. He put out a tweet last year. He says, "I don't think people realize the insaneness of 11 current direct world champions in his first 13 fights." He said, then he put the list of fucking insane Hall of Fame fighters who didn't even come close to fighting that many current ex-world champions. Nuts. I couldn't believe some of the names. He's like, so people have no idea. So when I see people badmouth him, and we all know the reason, like he even put it, he knows what it's about. Once he beat Gary Russell Jr., the whole LDBC crowd, that's why you get Haney's father calling him White Jesus, going after him about his race, going after him about his character. He didn't fight no goddamn war. Shut your ass, you punk.
All right, let me say this. Let me say this. So Lomachenko, we can go through his record and we can see fights.
He also said that Mikey Garcia will beat Lomachenko.
Can you shut your fucking mouth? Jesus.
You know what?
Hold on. Let me finish. I'm fucking talking. All right. So, Rebri, I have to mute you because you keep interrupting me. So we can look at Lomachenko's career and we can see his skills in high-profile fights. And now I want you to tell me how you know that Shakur Stevenson has more skills than Lomachenko. What leads you to believe that? Which fights?
Which fights? The ones that we've seen. You guys act like Conceição, who's a gold medalist, Oscar Valdez, who's also an Olympian and a champion in multiple weights. These guys are just like pushovers. These guys are good fighters. You made them look like amateurs.
Okay, so
he did not make Conceição look like an amateur.
Okay, so Conceição is great boxer. You're comparing Conceição with Gary Russell Jr., right? Are you comparing him? Is he better than Gary Russell Jr.? And by the way, we can look at fight. We can look at.
Holy shit! Bucho's talking.
Yeah, you guys can. Okay, anyways. So Gary Russell Jr. is much better than Conceição, right?
I mean, what's Gary Russell's best win?
He's better than. Shut up. No. We're not gonna play the game. He's much better. That's the consensus.
We don't
is that,
have based on what? Using your logic, based on what?
She's right. How many? He's been a champion for I don't know how long. Well, he was a champion.
Because he never fights.
Yes.
He fought multiple times. He's better than Consensao. Don't give me this bullshit, Rareby. Don't start with this bullshit. Please. Valdez looked like shit. He probably lost against Consensao before he fought Shakur Stevenson. You don't factor that in. And that's the only 2 fights that you mentioned that have convinced you and lead you to believe that he's more skilled than Lomachenko. Like, that's pathetic, man. And you don't even know who Salido is. And then you don't even know who Salido is.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why he's more skilled than Lomachenko. There's 3 phases of being a complete fighter. There's inside game, the mid range, and on the outside.
No, just break the game down. Break the moves he's doing.
Yeah, what is he doing?
But listen, say exactly what he's doing. His footwork, is his footwork, is it his feints? Okay, timing, hand speed, I would give it to Shakur.
He's black.
Okay, ring IQ, without a doubt, that would go to Lomachenko. There's a reason why he went 409. Stop, let me finish. Okay, you can disagree all you want, okay? But again, it's preponderance of evidence. When you have a tsunami of individuals saying, dude, you're crazy, okay? So the fucking mindset, to me, I get emotional because I'm like, why is it this kid is, sometimes he sounds so intelligent, so I know you're a smart kid, you're in college, but then you say these absurd things and you stand on your square laughing at the fucking wall of humanity, pointing at you saying you're fucking nuts. And for the life of me, I can't understand it. Do you like it? Do you live for this shit, dude? I don't understand.
It's a race thing.
He wants to be a wannabe Charlemagne, the god in the boxing community. That's all it is.
No, not at all. I actually believe that. I'm not here saying.
Absolutely, that's what it is.
Why are you making
if that was the case, I would be arguing Devin Haney was more skilled than Lomachenko. I'm not doing that, am I? I actually think Loma's more skilled than Devin Haney.
Yeah, because you have Shakur. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you my theory. I believe that you're saying that because you have Shakur waiting there. If there were no Shakur Stevenson, you'd be all over fucking Devin Haney. Because he'd be the only black fighter. Because that's the only black fighter. So like, there's Shakur Stevenson. That's pretty much it.
Can you answer the question, please?
Yeah, I want to know what you think Shakur does better than Loma.
Okay, for one, he fights on his back foot much better than Lomachenko. Lomachenko, when you force him to fight on his back foot, that's when you expose his weaknesses.
Okay,
yeah, that's true. Yes, and I do believe that Shakur, he's got better defense than Loma, whether it's going back or fighting in the pocket.
Yeah,
so
because
whatever you consider defense, whether it's parrying, flipping.
So he's gonna wash him. That's why he's gonna wash him.
Forms of defense,
he's gonna wash him. He's gonna wash Lomachenko.
Yes.
Yeah, but
you're out of your mind. You're out of your mind. You could at least say
what does that mean?
You could at least see a close fight.
Because you don't like
the fact that you see wash,
you didn't want Tank to beat Ryan Garcia. Still happened.
Wash. The fact that you see that.
Will you stop throwing fucking?
I'm gonna bring that up because he gets on my nerves.
Oh, dude, seriously, dude, it's like we never fucking throw fights in people's faces when they get it wrong. And like every shit you get, you keep on bringing that shit up, dude. Dude, come on, dude.
Like here's the thing,
like
Jimmy.
It's like it's nuts.
Hey, Bucho, why don't you bring up Wilder? All of a sudden, I'm just all the bullshit.
Well, I should because that's emotional.
Oh, hey, you love doing that shit.
But no, I'll bring this one though because I have you on this one.
When you get mad, you bring up Wilder.
The fact that you don't know who Salido is. You only have the Valdez fight, and you act like Valdez was like you. Valdez, his career is basically over at this point. That's just a fact. I mean, he's not gonna go far. That's true, right? That's a factual.
Whose career is almost over?
Valdez.
After the first kid broke his jaw.
After he knocks out Navarrete, maybe.
Yeah, he's not.
Valdez after the Consensao fight, I mean, he was pretty much exposed there. So whatever Shakur did was already done before in a way, maybe to a lesser extent, but it was still kind of done there. So the fact that you're impressed by that performance and because of that, you rate him above Lomachenko leads me to believe that like your boxing IQ is pretty fucking low. Like that actually impressed you to the point that actually impressed you. That actually impressed you. That fight against Valdez actually impressed you that much. That you go like, you know what? You know, he's better than Lomachenko. Or everything he did, forget about it. He beat Valdez.
Yeah, hold on. Rebbe, did you think that Valdez would have beat Prime Frampton or Santa Cruz when they were all champions in the same division? No way. Like
50-50.
50-50. No way.
He's a good fighter. He's got power.
No way he would have beat a Prime Santa Cruz or Frampton when
what's so impressive about Frampton? Santa Cruz maybe because of his work rate.
Hang on, Frampton beat Santa Cruz in his prime. What are you talking about?
Okay, I mean, I'm talking about stylistically. I'm talking about stylistically.
How old are you? No, how old are you?
I've said how old I am plenty
He's 23.
Times.
He's 23.
It doesn't matter.
That's why he doesn't know who Salido actually was and everything like that. I mean, it's obvious.
Yeah, you're like 22 years old. What are you talking about? Like, you don't even know. Like,
so what? We have YouTube. Everybody can see all these fights.
You didn't see the Salido fight. I doubt you went back. I doubt you went back. I doubt you went back to watch Salido fights. I highly doubt it. You didn't go back to watch Salido fucking fight Marquez. You didn't go watch Salido Marquez, man. That fight was boring, by the way.
Have you seen all of Salido's fights, Mr. Bucho?
A lot, yeah, of course.
All of them? I was
watching boxing. Not all of them. I saw the major fights.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, and get off my nuts.
You're pathetic, man. I have to watch his fights in fucking Mexico.
We've seen all this dude's fights.
In a bull fucking ring. I have to watch Salido fights when he was fighting in a bull ring.
We all watched it live.
I watched the important fights. I watched Salido's important fights.
It wasn't that long ago.
You didn't watch. The fact is, I did watch. You didn't watch
his main fights. Forget about all his fights. You haven't watched his highlight fights. That's always
crazy. Like,
it's pathetic. And what pisses me off, he brings it up as if he lost to Salido. Like, that's so ridiculous. You're pathetic.
Because this notion that Prime Lomachenko is this unbeatable machine.
Listen, yes, when he was, because in his prime, look what he did. Look at the accomplishments he did. Again, no, and this is where it's funny. Let me say it again so it sinks in. He would already had punched his ticket into the Boxing Hall of Fame by his 13th professional fight, by what he accomplished. So obviously he wasn't a bum. Okay, I know. Hey, if he was black, you'd be building a fucking shrine to the dude.
Of course.
Stop
Not
it.
really.
Yeah, he would.
Please, come on.
Not really. But
He's already you would. Jimmy. Rebrid, you're already building
a statue for Floyd. Why would they be?
Rebrid, you're already building a shrine. You're already building a shrine for Shakur Stevenson. All right, you're already building. It's already done. It's already. There's candles. There's candles. You light a candle every night.
Another great black fight. A long list of many.
Yeah, exactly. That's why when there's a white guy, you freak out. That's why there's a white, they start having a meltdown. That's what.
Okay, and there's a long list of there's a long list of great Italian champions and fighters.
That don't count. That doesn't count.
Doesn't listen to his insult like 100 years ago, dude. Like, you sound like a child when you make comments like that.
Well, it's a black thing. It's a black thing. If it weren't for blacks, you wouldn't be watching boxing.
Listen, it's about socioeconomics. It's nothing to do with race. So when you put it like, it has nothing to do with race. It's about what people put into it.
No, it's because blacks are.
Jimmy, why do you ask Redbreed what nationality is Kawasaki's family really from? He's not really British. He's not Welsh.
He's Italian.
Kawasaki is not an
Italian
name.
Yeah, I knew that. That's an Italian name.
Exactly.
All right, we have a super chat.
That's 100 years ago. That's 20 years ago. So what are you talking about?
He didn't watch.
He was a great fighter, but he was kind of overrated.
Of course.
Okay, by who?
Tell me, people say he's like comparative to Floyd. He's not on that level.
Name me Shakur's.
Yeah, Butcher's trying to say
wins of Shakur than Kawasaki. Tell me that.
Yeah.
Super chat, the theological handyman. There's a super chat from the theological handyman. Hold on.
He's reading the super chat, guys.
From the. Why is my mic?
Guys, he's reading the super chat.
My mic is fucking low.
Yeah, very low, brother.
Butcho, I can help you with that later on after the show.
All right, cool. Thanks. The theological handyman says, I told y'all Rare Breed loves calling in, arguing with men. He's a clear liberal raised by matriarchs only. That makes a lot of sense. That would explain it.
Okay.
No, I'm a Shakur fan. People know that, so I know how talented the kid is. But I would never make a stupid comment. Yeah, like he would wash, because wash means beat him one-sided. That's what wash means. Okay, and that's absurd. And again, find one person who's respected for their opinion on boxing to agree with you, dude. So you can't act all smug just because you have a voice of one. Oh, yes, you would, because you would. But yet, if I was to cut Steve Kim to call in, he'd say, ha, 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 and he wouldn't engage. He just wouldn't engage.
Well, Jimmy, you have to realize what platform you're on. If you're on a different platform, maybe you get different opinions.
Well, okay, what platform has respected? I don't give a fuck what platform it is. Someone who's respected in the industry for their opinion.
No, Jimmy, you gotta go to
people who are respected in the industry can be wrong too.
Wilder,
Redbridge, look at Shakur's old friend Andre Ward. Look at Shakur's old friend Andre Ward. Andre Ward beat everybody at that Super 6 tournament, and he got respect. He gets hate, whatever. That's legacy. He beat Froch. He beat Kessler. Where are those wins for Shakur? Where are they? Tell me one.
I mean, give him time. He's 24 years old. Goddamn, he's already a division champion.
Okay,
like he's already.
It's undue praise, my guy. It's undue praise.
I mean, he's not far away from Lomachenko's accomplishments. He's already a two-way champ.
Even close.
No, he's not.
Joey Gonzalez.
He's going to surpass Lomachenko's career.
Oh my god!
But Lomachenko's done all this.
I can't wait for it to be undisputed. I get it.
But somebody who's being intellectually honest would say, "But Loma did all that shit in 19 fights." How many fights does Shakur have right now? So
Jimmy, he was 26. Well, he was 26.
Okay,
and Jimmy, that's a good point.
Riggin. Right? No, Rigondeaux. Remember, he's considered he was a very talented fighter. One of the best don't get hit. Could crack, broke that Japanese dude's jaw that was 6 inches taller than Lomachenko. Lomachenko made that motherfucker quit. He made Walters quit and retire. He walked out of the ring.
The guy went up 2 weight classes.
Yeah, Rigo went up.
No. Let me finish.
Let him finish.
Let me fucking finish. There was a larger size disparity between Errol Spence and Mickey Garcia than there was between Lomachenko and Rigondeaux. And here's another thing. Size had nothing to do with it. He didn't beat Rigondeaux with his size. He beat him with his footwork and movement.
Okay. Who brings up Mickey Garcia as a great wrestler? Nobody.
No, but I'm talking about size disparity. Like,
okay, I'm saying you shouldn't bring up Rigo either. Nobody brings up Mikey as a great win.
Can I counter the size?
Jesus fucking Christ, I was bringing it in for size disparity. People act like there was this big size disparity between Loma. Their shoulders were almost at the same fucking height. They weren't that fucking big. Let me figure. Yeah, no, he didn't exactly. He wasn't going to take. Yeah, no, there wasn't that big of a size. But let me finish, dude. And then he went on. Yes, it is true, dude. I got a fucking picture. I'll post it in the thing. You'll see it. It's actually measured. The dude put a little measuring mark. It's literally almost the same height. The shoulders standing face to face. I'll post it in 2 seconds so you can see it. And then fucking Walters, he made that motherfucker quit and walk out of the ring and never fight again. He waited till he said, no.
If Shakur would have done, if Shakur would have done that, made this guy quit there, Walters and Rigondeaux, you would have seen that different story. But now that's nothing. You know, Shakur has done more impressive. Shakur has done more impressive things. Can you believe that?
Can
you believe that? Amazing.
Loma versus everybody else would be competitive.
No, hang on,
including Tank Davis. But Shakur, I don't think he could touch Shakur. I'll be honest with you.
No, you talk about Valdez. No, hang on. Guys,
being honest. I'm not trying to play.
Valdez is done.
No, you talk about the Valdez win for Shakur. What division did Valdez start at? And what division did Rigondeaux start at? Tell me that. What division?
Rigondeaux started like at 112.
Answer the answer. Go ahead.
No.
Go on.
112.
Where did he start? He started at 118.
They were all champions in the same divisions. Rigondeaux, Valdez. Valdez went up to a high division after a certain period of time.
But Rigondeaux started in a smaller weight class.
Lomachenko made Rigondeaux quit, and he went back down after the fact.
Okay, well, Lomachenko's own words, I don't really count the Rigondeaux win because he was too small.
Valdez. Where did Rigondeaux start? Come on, tell me. Where was the dominant champion Rigondeaux? The division where Valdez was probably at his best with his best opponents.
126.
Yes, Valdez had a good win when he went back up here, but that was a fluke win. He will never do that again. No,
Hey, but bro, look, in Lomachenko's
use
own
that
words,
as his
I don't
barometer.
count the Ring of Doubt win because he was too small.
Yeah, but
So
you
it's
beat.
not even my words alone,
What
bro.
about Shakur beating Valdez? Where did Valdez fight?
those weren't Lomachenko's words. What he said was, "I don't fucking." No, he didn't say I don't count it. What he said was, "I don't. It's no big deal." That's what he said because I knew what I could do to him. That's what he meant because the size disparity again is almost the same as most guys. Look at the picture. So the size thing, yes, he came up, but it doesn't matter. It wasn't like he was dwarfing a guy. His skills were that much better against a world-class fighter. A world-class fighter who's known for his footwork, and he was beaten by a dude's better footwork to the point he was so embarrassed he quit.
Even if
I'm glad you brought the Rigo win. Look,
even if
the
you
same reason that
Rabbit.
Hold up, Butcho. Let other people talk for a second.
No. You talk all the time. First, just remove that Rigondeaux fight. Even if you remove the Rigondeaux fight from Lomachenko's record, there's other fights where he also made them quit. Well, okay, so let's not get stuck with a Rigondeaux fight. Okay, he's too small. Fine, I'll give you that. He's a midget, right? He was a super midget. Whatever. Don't count it. Still, we still have a better argument here that Lomachenko has displayed more skills than Shakur Stevenson at this point.
No.
So for you to say that he's going to wash him...
Lomachenko is not a complete fighter.
It's embarrassing, to be honest.
You
don't know boxing.
Also,
to make that type of statement, it's pathetic.
The Rigo example is perfect because Rigo is Hey, hold up, bro.
Wow.
Rigo is a super skilled. Rigo is a super skilled fighter, but he's undersized. Like at least against Lomachenko, but you could say the same thing about Loma and Shakur. Loma is undersized against Shakur, so you got to go with the bigger fighter, especially when he's just as skilled, if not more skilled.
Was Valdez undersized? Was Valdez undersized against Shakur?
Yeah, he was. It's not huge. Huge difference.
What's your point then? The two best wins are guys against undersized.
I'll make a point since Verby can't. Rigo moved up, and Rigo didn't have experience at that weight before he fought.
Rigo moved up 2 weight classes, didn't he?
But because he went back down one, he was fighting a weight class above it. So in actuality, he only ran up. And listen, don't get it twisted. Rigondeaux did a 2-year Twitter campaign where he hired somebody to run his Twitter account just to blister him with memes and call him in the LDBC. Remember, they were straight up saying Rigondeaux was going to beat him. So now he's too small after he loses. But all the brothers were saying how Rigondeaux was going to work him, break his jaw, yada, yada, yada. But after he lost, he's too small. That's a fact. And another thing, and then fucking that in Russell, he fucking one-sided that motherfucker.
One-sided.
In his third professional fighting. And then one-sided, the kid was dominating everybody. What?
Yeah, I feel like now you're trying to make it a race thing. You think because why are you trying to make it a race thing?
What's race got to do with anything?
Well, you made it a race. Red, you made it a race thing. No. You made it a race thing when you said I will always pick against the black fighter. You said you made it a race. You made it a race thing. You made it a race thing.
Protect your feelings.
Holy shit! You don't break my feelings, dude, because you're a fucking demented kid, dude.
Okay,
who doesn't know shit about fucking boxing?
Your feelings, like,
you know why? Okay, because look, I'm not hurting my feelings because that's fucking bullshit, dude. I'm Italian. We fucking talk loud. You ain't hurting my feelings. I'm sitting on the couch, my dog in my lap.
Right here, cursing me out and shit. Like you definitely.
Here's the thing, Ruby. You're gaslighting.
I got Steve Kim. I got guys who've forgotten more than you'll ever know who agree with me, dude. Okay. I got other fighters.
He's not
and another thing, where's
because Rare Breed in all his experience says so.
Where's Shakur's wins against bigger guys? So, like for example, Lomachenko's won the titles and division he should have been in. Where's Shakur's world title at 140 or 147? Has he beat Josh Taylor? Has he beat Regis? Has he beat Terence Crawford? No. Those are the size difference that Lomachenko's won world title at. Where is that for Shakur right now?
Linares? I guess that's the one you're No, I'm saying like is that who you're referring to when you're saying the bigger man?
Campbell fucking was bigger than him. Linares was bigger than him. Almost everybody that came was bigger than him.
All the fighters. Like even Haney. If Lomachenko beats Haney tomorrow, what's your point then? He's being an undisputed champion.
at 35 years old if he beats this kid.
I would still say the same thing. By the way, I told you that's a 50-50 fight. I'm not gonna be surprised if he beats Haney.
Oh, so hang on.
Rigondeaux's
a midget, yeah, against Lomachenko, but Lomachenko's not a midget against Haney.
You guys think I'm saying Loma's a bum?
You just said he's an incomplete fighter.
Basically. You know what?
It's gonna be the same thing.
Because you said you keep mentioning that he lost to Salido. So you keep mentioning he lost to Salido. So.
No, let me tell you something.
So what does that tell you about Lomachenko?
No. Hear me out, and then you can respond.
He's not good enough to beat Salido because Salido's better.
Hear me out, and then you can respond to me.
Bucho, B-Hop's a bum because he lost his first 3 fights.
Of course,
he must be a bum.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, hear me out. Hear me out.
No, B-Hop a bum.
He was 26 though.
No, answer the question. Is B-Hop a bum?
No, of course he's not. I didn't say Loma was a bum, you stupid motherfucker. I tried to tell you that already.
Yeah, but you bring it up as an argument, though. You bring it up as some sort of evidence.
I tell you he's a great fighter.
Okay, so you bring it. Why do you bring up? Rarebreed, why do you keep bringing up the Salido loss? Rarebreed, why do you keep bringing up the Salido loss? Why do you keep bringing up the Salido loss? Why do you keep bringing up the Salido loss?
All right. You got pwned by fucking Ring IQ. You got pwned by Jimmy, and then he took shit. Yeah, you have no fucking idea what he's talking about. Get the fuck out of here. Bullshit.
Wow.
What?
You heard me. I said you're a clown.
You calling him a clown is pathetic.
Oh, you got owned by this guy. No,
you did.
Go with your stupid narrative. I can say
and then he
what I want to say.
On other people's channels. That's what you do regularly.
No, I'm not talking shit. I just because I choose not to dick ride certain fighters and people get mad. It is what it is.
Hold on. All right, guys. Hold on. I'm gonna try something new here. I'm gonna join with the BDA account and I'm gonna jump in with my phone. Is this shit working? Fuck. Hold on. It's not working. Why isn't it working?
I mean, how long did Lomachenko compete in the Olympics?
Long enough to have a 495-4 record.
Okay, what did that mean against Teofimo Lopez?
What did that mean against Teofimo Lopez? Again, twice his size, and he just barely eked out a fucking victory. Some people thought even fucking it was a draw, and Lopez wanted nothing to do with the fucking rematch. So let's add the nuance there. Or Salido, the same thing. Salido, career high payday to run it back with Lomachenko. He said, "No, it's not worth it. I'll lose." He was an honest fucking man. Because that kid had me figured out.
Opportunity to put a rematch clause in there.
No, of course he didn't. It was his second pro fight.
What are you saying, Rarebreed? That he didn't want to fight him? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? That he didn't want to fight him? Rarebreed, is that what you're saying? That he didn't want to fight him? Rarebreed, is that what you're saying? That Lomachenko for some reason didn't want to fight Salido again?
No, I'm actually
he's the other way around.
Why didn't he rematch Salido? That's a good question.
Because Salido was off in career high payday.
Rarebreed, do you think Salido's better than Gary Russell Jr. and Walters and Campbell and Linares? Okay, so why would he be afraid of him? He wanted the rematch. It's out there. So let's move on. I mean, you're not going to create some sort of you're not going to create a narrative where Lomachenko didn't want to fight Salido. He wanted to fight Salido. That fight didn't happen. But whatever. You keep bringing up the Salido law. What are you trying to prove when you bring it? What are you trying to prove when you bring up the Salido win? That he's not like what? That Salido's some bomb or something?
This is crazy. No, Lomachenko. Look. Floyd Mayweather washed Canelo. Doesn't mean Canelo's not a great fighter. And Lomachenko washed Rigo. Doesn't mean Rigo wasn't a great fighter. So that's how I feel about Shakur and Lomachenko.
Why did you bring the Salido fight? Why did you say that? He lost to Lomachenko lost to Salido. What are you trying to prove?
Salido is I could never. And there's no version of Shakur, whether he was 20, 19, that will ever lose to a Salido.
That's your opinion. That's fine, but that's your opinion. It's not proven because he never fought him. So you don't have anything other than your opinion. And for me,
those fucking those
he didn't even fight somebody close to Salido's level.
Yeah, he was feasting on handpicked. He was in his first. Go look at his first 12 fights. He was feasting on handpicked bums. Handpicked bums, guys with losing records and shit. Whereas Lomachenko stepped right in with the world champions, right out of that useless amateur. Remember, useless. It's just crazy how he could step right in and start taking out world champions, becoming lineal champion, Ring Magazine champion. Right out of the images, which
it's funny.
I'll tell you this.
Every time Lomachenko has a fight, whether he loses or is competitive, you guys want to up that opponent.
No, hang on a second. So that means that Buster Douglas is better than Mike Tyson. Hang on.
You don't know if you're saying we're exaggerating how good Salido was. But no, it's not true. You don't even know who Salido was. So you don't even know if what we're saying is true or not because you don't know anything about Salido.
Yeah,
so you can't make that statement.
Hang on, I'll make this very easy, Joe. Is Buster Douglas a better fighter than Mike Tyson? No.
Who?
Is Buster Douglas a better fighter than Mike Tyson? Is Antonio Tarver a better fighter than Roy Jones? No. Just because fighters lose to other fighters does not make them better fighters or be washed by other fighters. It's not a black and white situation like that. But you're very naive if you think just because one fighter loses to another, that means fighter C would wash out of the fighter A. That is not how boxing works.
Exactly. Look at Floyd Mayweather. He lost to Castillo. He actually, and then the second fight he won.
Crazy,
so,
like what the fuck?
You know what I mean? That's possible, but for these guys who are young, especially like Rarebreed, they grew up with that Floyd Mayweather bullshit where like, oh, he has 0. That means he's one of the best. He has nobody.
That guy is a great fight. Don't put Floyd and Loma in the same sentence. It's not the same.
You don't understand what I'm saying. So anyways, I'm going to continue talking. I'm going to ignore what you said. It's stupid. So Floyd Mayweather, that's what you believe in. That's 0. It makes somebody, oh, look at he has undefeated record. Yes, it doesn't matter if you lose. It doesn't matter if you lose. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you lose.
Oh, no, hang on. So, sorry. So Ken Norton is better than Muhammad Ali, yeah? Is that what you're saying, Rarebreed?
Nobody said
Ken
that.
Norton is better.
By the way,
I watched those fights live. He couldn't beat Ken Norton for some reason. Ernie Schaefer's is by the way, is the heaviest puncher I've ever seen in life.
What? Floyd was in the same exact position that Loma's going to be in Saturday.
And Floyd
had to fight a young, hungry champion.
All right, but you do realize in Ring Magazine, you do realize in Ring Magazine's top 100 fighters in history, Floyd's number 25. They've ranked 25 fighters higher than him. Exactly. Fuck Ring Magazine.
That's one establishment. Who gives a fuck?
Okay, everybody. Because he was 50-0. Remember, Julio Cesar Chavez was 80-0.
Why didn't you mention that one?
What are you talking about? Box Rec. Ring Magazine
oh my God,
has been around for 110 years.
Box Rec, did you use some fucking calculations? I don't know.
Jimmy,
number one on a lot
Jimmy,
of
that's the thing.
It is what it is.
Jimmy, that's the thing. We have
you will never see Loma in that
from wherever he's from. He knows more than everybody else. That's what it is.
Yeah, exactly. You'll never see Loma in that top 10, will you?
Yeah, you'll never see a Floyd fighter overseas. You know, like that's. I mean, Lomachenko did fight overseas.
You know what's funny, dude? You know who would see Lomachenko by his 13th fight in Canastota up at the Hall of Fame in his 13th professional fight.
Yeah. Hey, you'll never see Lomachenko fight with the same referee, Kenny Bayless. You'll never see Lomachenko fight with the same referee, Kenny Bayless, all the time. You're gonna see him fighting Las Vegas all the time. You can't handle that.
Wait 5 years to fight Pacquiao.
5 years to fight Pacquiao. That's still a better win than anything on Loma's resume.
And then he retires. He retires and comes back. He retires in 2007. He retires in 2007 for no reason. He retires for no reason. Floyd retires for no reason. He retires for no reason because he didn't want to fight. He didn't fight Margarito. He retired for no reason because he wanted to. What? Why did he retire and go to the WWE? Tell me why. Oh, he didn't want to fight Margarito. He didn't want to fight undefeated Cotto. Then he comes back. Then he comes back, fight Midget Marquez, right?
Do you think that Floyd is sort of untouchable? Williams was at welterweight.
He fought better fighters than Margarito, for being honest.
But he didn't want to fight Margarito.
He didn't want to
fight Margarito.
I mean, if Canelo doesn't fight Morel, we're going to be mad at him? No. Can't fight everybody.
You can't compare him to Morel. How many fights does he have?
I'm just saying,
like nothing. He has nothing. You can say when you are comparing him to Margarito. You don't know who Margarito was. I forgot. You're 22, so you probably weren't even.
He's a young kid. He doesn't know, man.
You don't know shit. You don't know shit. And then you claim you place Mayweather above everybody. It's pathetic. You like knowledge. You like knowledge to make a proper assessment.
The Marquez fights. I mean, the two Mexican trilogy. If you go, that thing's got tens and tens of millions of views. You go look at the fucking Floyd fights in the last 10 years. Nothing. Nobody watches those fights. He couldn't probably even tell you the most exciting fight he was in. And then he has to fight a fucking MMA guy for his 50th win.
I enjoyed the Canelo fight.
And the reason why, the fucking people on Ring Magazine, because they said there was too many fighters along the way in his later years that he deliberately didn't fight, and waiting Pacquiao 5 years and then taking an IV the night before, dude, is egregious.
Where's Lomachenko's IV? Where's Lomachenko's IV? Tell me that.
That's like fucking. That's the most cheating physical thing you can do.
With the same referee, like I said before, that's pathetic. Why would you? Floyd even brought that referee Kenny Bayless to that fight in Japan, where he an exhibition fight or whatever with a midget Japanese guy who was like 5'3". That's but why do you need? Okay, it's an exhibition. Why do you need Kenny Bayless? Because he's so insecure. Like, and he did it in his professional career.
Already filled his legacy. You don't got.
What does that tell you about Floyd? What does that tell you about Floyd? And then you want me to believe that it's out of the question that he retired and to avoid Margarito and Cotto, when again this guy has to bring Kenny Bayless to Japan to fight a midget.
Cotto. What are you talking about?
Oh my God! Not in 2007. Not when he was undefeated. Right? He fought him after.
Okay, but
he fought him after. He fought him after. You know what? Pacquiao stopped Cotto, right? So that was before Floyd even fought him. That was after before.
No.
Was it
that
before?
was before. He was before, and he stopped him. And Floyd had a bloody nose. He's smiling, and he looked like shit in that fight, to be honest. So,
Floyd's leftovers.
The fact you're impressed by Floyd,
Pacquiao accomplished. When Floyd fucking retired and went to fight fucking MMA guys, Pacquiao was still knocking out fucking the best of the PBC welterweights. So he wasn't just fighting Floyd's leftovers, but he was one of the top welterweights.
And guess what? Even with all of that
years
shit,
old.
Floyd still beat Pacquiao, so it doesn't matter.
I didn't even watch the fight, dude.
Even if he beat him,
was past his prime.
To let you know my boxing IQ, I was smart enough not to buy the fight, not to watch it. I went out and fucking know what I did that night. I threw a fucking Mickey Ward party. Yeah, brother.
Even if he beat, I believe Jimmy. But even if Floyd did beat Pacquiao, whatever, he doesn't all of a sudden take over all of Pacquiao's accomplishments. Pacquiao's accomplishments are his accomplishments. Just because he loses a fight against Floyd doesn't mean Floyd or he takes everything, right? That's not how it works. Let me read a super chat from Nicholas. Our heroes. Let me read a super chat. Let me read a super chat from Nicholas. He says, "Fake Muslim versus real Orthodox. Let's go, Loma." Thank you for your contribution, Nicholas. Go ahead, guys.
Allah Akbar. I'm just kidding. I'm a Christian.
No, but the thing is this: you threw that in like you thought that was going to be a jab. Like you thought I was stupid enough to fucking watch that fight for a guy who's the greatest of all time, according to you. Why did 20,000 people file a class action lawsuit? Sued Showtime. Showtime had to take Bob Arum to court to get some of their money back for what they spent on lawyer fees on that fucking thing. That's how much wheels that thing had. That's how pissed off people were. Okay, let me finish this here. But you also throw it as a jab. Beat Pacquiao with the fucking IV in his arm, dude. Are you demented? Dude, fucking listen, it's because you have no idea what it's like to train, to lose weight, how much an IV, a solution of sugar blasted into your veins. There's not a PED you could take that would help you as much as that, dude. So here we go. Yeah, he cheated as much as he possibly could. Here we go. Dude, but you're not you're not dick riding.
This is the same Pacquiao.
Listen, if that was my fucking guy, dude, I'd be disgusted with him. But I have that thing called, what is it? Integrity.
Oh, okay, integrity. But so this is.
I wouldn't cut that motherfucker loose if that was my boy, dude. If that was Mickey, I'd be disgusted with him. Like, dude, you really did that? What the fuck?
The only reason why they say Floyd's the best is because he never lost. That's the first thing they say, right? He was undefeated. You gotta look at his record.
He beat more champions than anybody in history. So that's part of it.
Yeah, but
So
let me educate you. Let me educate you. I don't give. Let me educate you on that. It doesn't matter. Let me educate you. Let me educate you. Let me educate you on that bullshit. It's complete bullshit because let me tell you this. Okay, he beat the most champions. We live in an era where you have 3-4 belts now, right? So I mean, when he beat Victor Ortiz, that's a former champion. Oh, wait, he beat Robert Guerrero. Oh, he beat another champion. Like, everybody he was fighting had everybody he beat at some point.
If it's so easy, you should go do it then, Bucho. Why haven't you?
Shut up. Shit. Every time he fought somebody, that person touched a belt. Okay. So that's not impressive. That's not impressive.
No,
Do you understand this? Do you understand this? It's not it's not groundbreaking at this
point. Why have other fighters done it?
Mucho, you know why? Just explain it. In the 1980s, there was 3 belts. That's it. Only 1 champion each. That's it.
Jimmy, weren't you the one talking about Loma fought 13 champions?
Yeah, but 13 ex-world champions.
Right?
And are you fucking serious? In his first 13 fights, you demented fuck.
Yeah,
you don't believe in that shit. I'm not talking about at the end of his fucking goddamn fucking career, dude. My point being, now the reason why it wasn't done, which it would have been done before, because guys back then, there was 1 belt. There wasn't 17 per fucking division.
Jimmy, if they would have been 17 belts in the past for the last 80 years, whatever, then you would have probably had a boxer that actually accomplished the same as Mayweather. He beat up a bunch of champions. Everybody has a belt.
You motherfuckers better not come on here next time and talking about Loma was too old. He was past his best if he loses.
Yeah, you're changing the topic. You're changing the topic. We don't care. We're changing the topic. No, we don't care. We're talking facts here. Don't talk about what's going to happen. What should happen.
I'm going to come at you personal now, Bucho. Okay? You sit there rolling off facts. I'm going to keep coming at you personal. Every time you roll up a fact that I can't counter with some intelligence. So I'm going to come at you.
Don't come back next time and blah, blah, blah. Hypotheticals. We don't care about that.
Do you raised by a woman, dude? Like, that is so feminine, bro. Like, seriously, dude.
I'm being honest, dude. Same energy.
Don't you keep that energy. Don't come back and tell me this.
He's this great fighter. He should watch.
No, dude. Listen, I'm married. I don't need no girlfriend arguments, dude. With no dizzy fucking young chick. Because that's how you're arguing right now. Like a fucking woman. Yeah, that's what they do. They just bring up bullshit that has nothing to do with it.
We broke it down. Okay, Jimmy, let's bring it back to boxing. So he was saying that Floyd, he beat all these champions. We just exposed that lie. I mean, like, yeah, he did that, but it's not impressive in this day and age. Because again, there's like 50 belts all over the place. I don't know how many belts there are.
And the same people that praise Floyd are the ones that hate Canelo. I mean, they want Canelo to fight everybody, unify the belts, fight every champion. Why didn't they want that from Mayweather? Why didn't they fight Thurman?
These people in the same sense as Paul Williams. They're on the same level.
We can. Yeah, for you, I know it's blasphemy, but because you're brainwashed, you need to unbrainwash
about the boxing, the top guys in the sport.
Crash.
And it's the hypocrisy I love too. Oh, I remember he beat Canelo. He doesn't talk about, but he'll sit there and say, "Well, he's only fucking Stevenson's only 24. Canelo was 23, right? But he has no problem throwing that up. Oh, he was fucking beat. Like, dude, your hypocrisy is fucking smothering. It's nuts.
Okay.
Fucking 10 minutes later, listen. This has nothing to do with that. That has nothing to do with that, dude. I'm talking about your hypocrisy. You just kept using his young, tender age of 24, the reason why he's not accomplished all this shit, but then use the fact that Canelo fucking lost to Mayweather when he was 23. But why don't you hold that same energy about his age? He was only 23 years old. He was a pup. He was just a kid.
I tell you why. Part of the reason why Floyd actually took that fight is because he saw all the holes in his game. So if it was like a really dangerous young dude, I don't think he would have fought Canelo.
You're not making a good
case for Floyd right now. But that's and what does that have to do with fucking Canelo fighting him at 23?
I'm saying,
my point is, you can't use age. You can't use age. You can't use age to shield Stevenson from not accomplishing the things that Lomachenko did. At the same token, fucking throw Canelo under the bus like he was a fucking idiot for losing to Floyd. Like, he was 23 years old. So what is it? Is it a pop or was he?
Shakur's already a 2 division weight champion.
Yeah, Adrian Broner's a four-time. I think Adrian Broner's a four-division champion. I think Broner's a three-division champion. Or
How many
four-division.
fights?
I think Roman is a four-division champion. Like this is the thing with this era. I mean, I'm sorry, man. You gotta actually break down the record because
two-division champion. It's not a Reggie belt.
Okay, legit, because he unified both divisions, right? What's a legit in European? I mean, oh, I'm sorry, he didn't. Okay, hold on, Vladdy V. Thank you for the contribution. Okay, I'll let you go, but let me just read two super chats. Sure. Vladdy V says great show and panel Bucho, except that demented estrogen breed. All right, that goes to Rare Breed. Then California Bear says, did Floyd ever fight back-to-back prime world champions? Good question, but go ahead. Somebody was going to say something.
No, so I was going to say, so, say he's a two-division world champion. I guess Joet Gonzalez for a vacant world title must be a really tough fight, early in his career for a vacant world title. That must have been so hard. Yeah, really tough. He took his on the level of Austin Trout, I guess, maybe, or Lara, whoever it may be, really tough. Like you bring all these these very lazy arguments to world champions, but you know and I know it's very dishonest in terms of what you're actually trying to say, because no fighter's the same. Being a world champion or a one division undisputed is not one and the same. So it's just absolute garbage when it comes with these like hot topic fucking points, which is just absolute trash. Like you're saying, a loss doesn't mean anything. So you're saying Ken Norton's better fighter than Muhammad Ali because he beat Muhammad Ali? No, he's not. That argument is so lazy. Like
it's bad.
Why do you even bring it up? Because it's just so stupid and wasting everyone's time. And fine, okay, it takes up some airtime, but it's just so stupid, and you make yourself look stupid because you're claiming all these points where you contradict yourself when it comes to people you admire over a period of time. And what are you trying to achieve by making these stupid points?
And my thing is this: you think that was the first time he ever took an IV before a fight? He did it once. I believe he did it all the time. Why wouldn't he?
Jimmy, he always fought in Las Vegas. He always fought in Las Vegas. He always had the same referee. So it's not out of the question that he's probably doing IVs all the time.
Dude, he threw a temper tantrum when they took his shit down at the fucking MGM. A temper tantrum. He had to be escorted out the front door. He was so insecure about him taking his shit down.
Jimmy, I'm sure you enjoy when he beat Canelo, though.
Oh yeah, it made me lose my fucking faith in boxing.
That's what Revitz always says. Like that's the comeback.
Did you enjoy it, Bucho?
That's the comeback.
Yeah,
oh man, I didn't enjoy it. It was a boring fight and I had to escape a wedding. I was at a wedding and I fucking had to. I mean, DA was there. I had to go at the bar. And yeah, I skipped the wedding just to watch that fucking shit fight.
But look, the only way to compare, you're talking about Floyd, but the only way to compare him,
it was free alcohol at the fucking wedding, so I could have fucking drank for free instead of at the bar.
Look, the only way to compare Floyd is to the next, the person who took over, right, Canelo, because you brought up a good point. Why did Floyd retire and let not fight the Margaritos and Paul Williams? So and then he comes back and fights this little guy Marquez. That's like Canelo just retiring right now. And then when he comes back, fights some 147 pounder. Like this is what we're asking him to do.
Khan, let alone all those other guys. He didn't fight Khan, who was a fucking easy fight. Why? Why didn't he?
No, but he could do the same thing that Floyd did. Was kind of cherry.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Retire. But we want him. We want Canelo to fight everybody. He has to fight everybody. He gets no breaks, no slack. But Floyd was able to fight McDonough and fight McGregor.
He fought Rocky Fielding, Yildirim, John Riders. There's a whole bunch of dudes on Canelo's resume that are suspect.
No, but why didn't you guys
how is John Ryder suspect?
He's not that good. I'm sorry. He's not a threat to Canelo.
What do you base that on?
The last time Canelo was in a true 50-50 fight outside of Bivol, even though he was the favorite in that fight, was Triple G the second time. That's the last time.
Are you trying to act like Robert Guerrero was that good, bro?
Okay, but there's also Maidana,
Victor Ortiz,
Canelo.
Canelo for Bivol, Floyd, Golovkin.
Yo, by the way, Maidana's overrated. Maidana's overrated. This guy didn't do really shit. He lost to Amir Khan. You know,
That was early in his career. He was not the same fighter later in his career.
He wasn't really anybody. He gave Floyd a tough fight, to be honest. So,
they were demanding for that fight because he beat the shit out of
but they
him.
were, but he's not nobody, to be honest. I mean, yeah, they were demanding it, but looking at, you love to talk about Salido and stuff like that. You look at Maidana's record; it's nothing impressive.
It's not about his accomplishments. It's about
people,
his
hold on, bro. People weren't demanding Marcos Maidana fight.
Hold on. It's about the style. But when it comes to Salido, you forget about the style, and you just say, "Well, look at his record. He has 13 losses." Yeah, so you say it's about style. You say it's about style. You said it's about style when it comes to Maidana. Then say the same shit when it comes to Salido against Lomachenko, right? The style, the dirty style. No, it's a different story. Okay.
No, Bucho. So we got to remember.
Yeah, but that was the Floyd's second fight.
No, Jimmy, you want Hold on. Guys, one at a time. Guys, so we're saying Canelo fought George.
Irrational hatred for
Hang on. Andre Ward.
You hate Canelo. You hate Mexicans. You hate everything that's not black. So shut up.
No, I do not hate Mexicans. I actually like Benavidez.
Yeah, no, you hate. You're a black supremacist.
How can I hate Mexicans?
You're a black supremacist. Stop it. Like,
I don't know what the hell you are.
So John Ryder? That's a fucking joke.
Hold on. Hang on a second. So we're talking about Canelo fighting Georgian, but didn't Andre Ward fight Paul Smith for no reason? So
why
should
are
we
you bringing up random African American fighters? Who brought up Andre Ward?
Because you love
we're talking about
Benavidez or Alan Smith.
Because you love African American fighters. We're gonna hide shit here. Like, you love African American fighters.
Listen.
You love African American fighters. Stop hiding it. Like, why you say that I hate black fighters? But as soon as I say that you love black fighters, it's like a no. It's not true. You know, why are you bringing that?
Mucho, and how many times?
Okay, well, there you go. So shut up. But then let the guy talk. Then he's making.
He's trying to paint a story.
No, me?
Not you.
Well, then let him paint the story and destroy it. Let him paint the story and destroy it, if you can.
Well, I was going to say, nobody can say that about me with Floyd, hating on Floyd. I said many times in the show, Pretty Boy was one of my favorite fighters, and the best performance I ever seen in my life was a fight he was in. The best fucking from bell to bell performance. So nobody can say I'm a Floyd hater. What he did in the latter parts of his years, I fucking didn't like. And then when I found out about that bag in his arm, damn, that fucking made me lose respect for him. Like, you really, dude, one of the best conditioned athletes as it is. I can look past the injection marks all over his belly from the HGH, the same pictures side by side with George Jones. I know HGH injection sites. They leave little BBs under your abdomen because you got to shoot it between your skin and your muscle. It's very important you don't shoot the HGH into your muscle or into a vein. So you got to pull the skin up so everybody does their belly. It leaves little BB marks in your belly for up to 6 months, and they're obvious. And he was doing a side-by-side shoulder pose, so he's clearly on HGH. You can see the brain grow, whatever. A lot of fighters, I believe, do it. But the thing is, you took an IV on top of that, on top of your unbelievable conditioning. My thing is, dude, that is so beyond cheating. It's like, fuck you, man. I lost all respect I had from his later career.
No. Can we just say that Manny was past his prime and he was coming off a KO loss? Are we just gonna ignore that?
The point I was making when hang on a second.
Older than Manny. It's not his fault. He kept his body better than Manny.
Wait. I keep hearing this misconception. First of all, Manny Pacquiao's style is not preservative like Floyd Mayweather Jr.'s. So nice try. Even the style before his defensive style was more preservative than Manny Pacquiao style.
Okay. Name another defensive fighter that lasted as long as Floyd did.
So let me ask you this: who's been in more wars and who has more fights?
So it's not
exactly.
Floyd's fights were more one-sided because he's a more skilled fighter.
So you're saying that Manny wasn't past his prime, is what you're saying?
No, he was not past his prime.
Manny was definitely past his prime.
He was good enough to beat Keith Thurman a couple years later.
Was Floyd past his prime when he beat Canelo?
He wasn't past his prime.
He's good enough to beat one guy. But does that equate to him being past his prime?
Well, okay.
Yeah,
so let's say he is past his prime.
Let's say
he is past his prime. Hold on. No, let's say he is past his prime. What makes you think he was in his prime?
No, hang on. Kawasaki beat B-Hop. B-Hop won titles after. But everyone said beat up was done when Calzaghe beat him.
Oh, that's a good example. Somebody.
Yeah, that is a great example.
I was gonna say that before when we were talking
what
about
makes you think Floyd was in his prime?
No, hang on a second. But who says that Calzaghe was in his prime? Calzaghe was old when he beat Roy and when he beat.
Why are you bringing up Calzaghe? Who said anything about him? Why? This is just random.
No, but you're asking me who else, and I'll give you examples of who else other than Floyd did that. And Calzaghe is retired unbeaten. So go on.
Yeah, but Calzaghe is not really a defensive fighter.
Please educate me with your knowledge.
Calzaghe is not a defensive fighter.
Please continue to educate me with your knowledge. Please go ahead.
He's not a defensive fighter. Well, he's a fighter. Stop like defensive, offensive. I mean, how can you win a fight if you're defensive? Like you gotta be
a specific question. I asked him a specific question. Name me a defensive fighter who lasted.
Okay, I'll ask you a specific question.
And you brought up fucking Calzaghe.
An offensive fighter who's retired undefeated.
Well, I said defensive, motherfucker. Can you hear?
What's the difference? What's the difference?
I don't care, motherfucker. Outside
No, this dude before the British dude was saying that Pacquiao style it doesn't last as long as or whatever. Or
well, Calzaghe's didn't it?
That's true. You go through wars, your body goes prone to injuries.
Okay. Then you just made his point. So Calzaghe was able to do it. Why couldn't Pacquiao?
First of all, they have different styles.
Different lifestyle. It doesn't matter. Like the prime thing. I'm trying to answer this. I'll tell you when someone's out of his prime. When he looks like he's out of his prime. Not everybody ages the same. Not everybody takes care of themselves the same. I mean, I know Husserl was doing fucking cocaine. He even admitted he was doing cocaine before going to some fights. Okay, yeah, exactly. I think a lot of people should learn about responsibility in this society right now instead of fucking looting and shit. So anyways, let me finish. Let me finish. Oh, you're talking about responsibility. I don't know where you're coming for that shit. Okay, so yeah, of course, if you have responsibility, you won't do cocaine in a fucking
responsibility, buddy.
All right, can you stop interrupting? Anyways. So I was saying, not everybody ages the same. Not everybody is responsible, the same way Floyd was, right? So everybody ages differently. So it is possible that Pacquiao was out of his prime when he fought Mayweather, right? And Mayweather was more preserved. So I don't know what the problem is here. Like, why are you trying to say that Floyd?
He's like Floyd for taking care of himself.
Okay, wow, bravo! He was fighting twice a year. And he was Kenny Bailey, so he could jab and hold and go through for 12 rounds. And he picked
Jimmy. Are you still here?
He didn't want to fight Margarito, right? Because that could have taken some years out of his career. So, I don't really respect that. That's the thing.
Okay. Fair enough. Jimmy, are you still here?
You didn't want to fight Paul Williams either.
Was Triple G in his prime when he fought Canelo the first time?
What's that? No.
Was Triple G in his prime when he fought Canelo the first time?
His physical prime, I think he peaked in 2015. That's just my personal opinion, or 2016, maybe the tops. I think the first sign that he was a little past was, and it was I was there, and it was huge.
You were seeing cracks when you fought Danny Jacobs. You were starting to see a little bit of cracks.
Yeah, I didn't. What I mean by cracks was it's still great at his level, but the quickness, the right hand came behind the jab. It just wasn't the same. There was times you could physically see the punch there, like as I could see it. It was there, and you could see it by his face. You could actually see the look on his face, like fuck. You knew that he mentally wanted it, but he knew physically couldn't pull it anymore. But a power punch, even his jabs are like power punches, so they age kind of differently. too, just the way his style of fighting is, and he takes a lot of shots to his brain.
Okay, let him finish his argument. Jimmy, let him finish.
Hold up.
Go ahead, Rick. Go ahead, Rick.
The reason I brought that up is because if you really wanted to, you can pick and choose and any of these fighters' resume and say, "Oh, this guy wasn't his prime. This guy was too young. This guy was injured." You could deal with every single one of these fighters if you really wanted
That's
to.
your argument. Okay, well, you have to do. Sorry, but when you break down Hall of Fame and stuff like that, you got to do that though. You got to go into the record. So if you don't like it, that's your opinion. But I mean, we are doing it.
Who did Floyd Jr. fight in his prime, in your perspective, Rare Beat? I'm
talking about gay ass Floyd, bro.
You're not gonna like this. I consider De La Hoya at 32. That was his prime. He worked his ass off to beat Floyd Mayweather. That was the hardest he probably ever worked. Because he really did not like Floyd.
He was 36. He was 36. He's 36, and he had to take off. He had to take off 70 pounds.
Okay, well,
to get down to there.
Okay,
Reed, how old was you when
the other
that
one
fight
is,
happened?
and you're not gonna like
No,
this
hang on,
one either.
Reed, how old was you when that fight happened? Floyd Delaware. How old are you?
Bro, I didn't watch that fight. I was
Well, then shut the fuck
a
up, then.
toddler.
You're talking about revisionist history when you didn't live through that time. What are you even talking about?
Okay, but we
I'll
still
give
have
you,
we still have
and
YouTube.
actually,
We
and
still
let's
have
say,
all access. We can watch all that shit.
Okay, you could have watched the All Access, but the thing is, you have to understand the context. What happened with the lawyer? Where was he in his career? Where was he in his career at that point? That he had already moved up to middleweight.
Right?
He lost to basically lost to Felix Stern. He lost to Hopkins. He should have lost to Felix Stern, but he lost. And then he was moving back down in weight. He wasn't the same. He fought Mayorga. He was out of, and he even was admitting he was doing cocaine at the time. He was doing cocaine at the time. Like he was out, he wasn't even prime De La Hoya. 36. Forget about it.
Yeah, prime De La Hoya was
wasn't
Trinidad Corte.
When was that fight? It was like what? Like 2007? 2007.
34.
Yeah, he was in. He came out of the Olympics. What? 92.
But he was inactive.
Prime De La Hoya. If you go watch Prime De La Hoya at welterweight, 1998, 97, 98,
he was sick.
Even the
He's coming off knocking out Mayorga.
Rabbit, go watch De La Hoya fight in his prime, 99.
Yeah,
he beats fucking Floyd. If you think that 37-year-old coked up De La Hoya gave a tough fight to Floyd, the De La Hoya, the 1999 De La Hoya that fought Trinidad, he beats the shit out of fucking Floyd, and this is a fucking fact. Because against the 36-year-old fucking De La Hoya, he gave a tough fight to Floyd, who was 30 years old. 30,
that's a great point, because De La Hoya and Mosley fought. That's one of the greatest fights of all time, in my opinion. And those two, we're talking when Floyd fought them 10 years later. He fought those guys. He fights Oscar 9 years after that fight, and Mosley 10 years after that fight. And you can tell they're not the same fighters. So. Floyd.
But the stupid thing is, Reb Reed's bringing up points here when he was in fucking diapers at the time. Like you don't know the background.
He's bringing up points that he hears on his LBDC channels. That's where he goes. And he hears
Wikipedia.
They mentioned Gatti. Floyd beat Arturo Gatti. Like Arturo Gatti, I like the guy, but he wasn't an elite boxer. I mean, De La Hoya a few years before he destroyed Gatti. Go watch De La Hoya Gatti.
Gatti type performance on his record? No.
Excuse me, what? What? Who?
Does Canelo have a Gotti-like performance on his resume?
Listen, Gotti, do you understand how fucked up Gotti was? Gotti was doing coke and getting drunk like a month before the Mayweather fight. He was a mess by then. He was also a shell of himself.
He was in Florida.
I remember. Not maybe. Did you say maybe? No.
No.
One of his closest friends.
He couldn't even do it to Yildirim, of all people.
I got a question. Name me a bigger puncher on Floyd's record than Kovalev. Bigger puncher.
Oh, that's ridiculous. He didn't go up that far in weight. That's ridiculous comparison.
That's the point. You're bringing up stupid arguments which are ridiculous. You're proving my point by saying it's ridiculous. You're bringing up this.
The fact that Canelo is a bigger man than Floyd is actually more impressive when he destroyed him.
No, hang on. What was Gatti at the point Floyd fought him? Tell me. How good was he at that point?
He was his best, but Canelo
and Kovalev
was a great matchmaker.
That's what about Kovalev?
Great matchmaker.
Kovalev,
he was with Top Rank.
Destroyed people for years.
Kovalev was washed when Canelo fought him.
And Gatti wasn't. Was Gatti not washed against?
I'm not giving it. No.
So what's your point then? That's what I'm saying to you. What's your point?
It's not. I'm not giving him credit for the win. It's how dominant he was. It was just a beautiful.
Okay.
Congratulations. I've never seen a more one-sided beating in boxing than Gotti and Floyd.
Well, that's just there's so many one-sided beatings. Come on.
This doesn't make sense.
I'll go watch Chavez when he fought in Mexico.
Reb Reed is contradicting himself with his own point. It's just so stupid.
I've never seen such a one-sided beating.
And Canelo and Floyd are the same height. They're both 5'8".
Yeah, but Canelo's a much more filled out man. No homo.
Yeah, but that's because of excessive weight and possibly poor dieting.
Look, bro. Look.
Let's be real, man.
Look. If Crawford is 36 years old, if Crawford were to fight Virgil Ortiz or Boots Ennis and he beats one of them, we're gonna still give Crawford credit. We're not gonna say, oh, they were too young, they weren't ready. That's still a great win on Crawford's resume. So let's slow down with this Canelo. And by the way, Canelo is way more accomplished than both of those two.
No, hang on. That's if they move up. That's if Crawford moves up to 60 and beats a young champion there. There's a different argument.
What? Yeah. No. I would disagree. Crawford would have to fight at what Canelo's doing. Crawford would have to fight at 168 at 168.
Yeah, exactly.
And my thing is this: no matter what anybody says, I'd say this. No matter what, you can say records, all this stuff, although the 50th win was against a guy who never boxed a professional boxing match is just ridiculous. And I got to add, too, you say race, the reason why race bothers me when it comes to the Mayweather thing, because it was just weird that all they did was advertise he was beating Rocky Marciano's fucking record, 50-0, 50-0. That's all they kept targeting when... why? Because there was a bunch of other fighters who were 50-0. Like, what is there? 30-something guys who went 50-0? Champions, too? Why do they have to keep on talking? They had to keep going after Rocky Marciano. It's just so... Which was no big deal. Rocky Marciano didn't make a big deal of it then.
No, Jimmy, can I add to your point? Back there? I want to say that was a heavyweight record. Right. That's my first point. And my second point is that Marciano did that in 8.5 years, wasn't it?
Yep.
I guess.
Bro, it's not even a record. The undefeated thing is bullshit. The undefeated is for the casuals.
Just a quick question. When Chocolatito lost to Rungvisai, what was his record at that point?
40 something, no?
48, no.
48.
No, it was 49. Yeah, 48. No, because there was always talk that record was not to be beaten for whatever reason, but I don't know.
Yeah, and that's why Floyd went to 50 because the whole chocolate heater thing. That's why I brought that point up because
against the great Conor McGregor. That was a professional.
That was so ridiculous.
I mean, there's so many holes in people's narratives. It's just ridiculous. But people don't realize that because
being impressed by Floyd and then being impressed by Floyd's style. I mean, there's so many welterweights.
Well, you don't know shit about boxing, Lucho.
What's that?
You don't know shit about boxing.
Well, okay, I don't care what you think. Anyway, there's so many more impressive welterweights than Floyd.
Somebody had mentioned
there's not a more skilled fighter.
Of course, no. You don't know shit. You're 22.
Was it Rare Stink that talked about the preservation of Floyd Mayweather?
You don't like Floyd because of the people. The majority of his career.
I can tell you. I can tell you.
People like you.
My question is this. Hey, Bucho, my question is this.
Yes.
Where was Floyd? Where was Floyd's Bevo? Where did Floyd ever take on a fucking challenge like that?
A big guy. Somebody in the chat
guy in his prime.
Jimmy. He's asking a really good question in the chat. Gene is asking he says, Bucho, who did Mayweather fight who had a longer reach? Paul Williams was a potential opponent. Do you guys remember Paul Williams was like
that's what I said.
That's okay. Yeah, that fight never happened, and that would have been a great test because I would have liked to see Floyd fight somebody with a long reach. Pacquiao did it when he fought Antonio Margarito at 154. Pacquiao did it against Margarito. Floyd never. Hold on.
Hey, let me say this.
Hold on. Rarebit, did he ever fight somebody with a longer reach like that?
No, never.
He didn't need to.
Okay, then.
Listen what you said, Bucho.
Then you should have said no instead of bullshitting and insulting me. Just say no. He didn't fight. But you can't even say no because you're too prideful. You love Floyd.
But no, it's even worse.
He never lost.
Which is Canelo.
No, listen.
He never lost.
With the bag in his arm, leaves that out again. But listen, the fact that you said no, he didn't need to. He didn't need to fight guys. He didn't need to test himself to get to 50. My point is, he never. In his whole entire career, ever tested himself the way Canelo has. Going up to fight Bivol was such a huge task. And he avoided guys who were the reach on him. That was his thing because his style. He avoided dudes who were taller and a longer reach.
Even De La Hoya, Oscar De La Hoya, he could have stayed at 154 max, and he said, you know what, I'm going to try to go to middleweight. I think he lost against Felix Stern. They gave him the decision, but he looked so much smaller than Felix Stern.
And these guys are bigger than Floyd.
And then shut your mouth, I'm talking. And then he fought Bernard Hopkins. Shut your mouth. And then he fought Bernard Hopkins, who, if you look at when the stare down before the fight started, he looked so much smaller, man. But De La Hoya tried.
Okay.
He's like, I'm gonna test myself. He could have stayed at 154 and just fought some guys there and then get a few wins and stuff. No, he's like, I'm gonna go to middleweight, challenge myself. It didn't work out, but at least he tried. Floyd,
why does he need to go to middleweight? Like he's small for 154, let alone middleweight.
No, he was okay for 154.
Manny G2, right? You're fucking crazy.
No, Bucho, let me go.
These guys don't understand. They're too young. They don't understand. They grew up with Floyd. So yeah, go ahead.
Triple G is lucky Floyd was too.
Hang on. Joe Calzaghe beat Roy Jones, who was world heavyweight champion.
Let me say something. Damn.
Calzaghe beat Roy Jones, who became world heavyweight champion.
Right.
Okay.
How many divisions? How many divisions is that over 168, 175? 3 divisions? 3 divisions?
Why do you keep bringing up Calzaghe? Is that your favorite fighter?
No, because I'm telling you asked me a question and I answered the answer for you.
Wow, I don't remember asking you a question.
No, you said it's who else beat a champion 2-3 divisions above. I just gave you an answer to that question. There you go.
And let me say something about the Manny Pacquiao Floyd situation. So between 2003 and 2006, when this is Floyd's killer run, Sosa, Indu, Corley, Brussels, while Pacquiao was fighting Morales, Marquez, and Barrera, and you want to compare their trajectories? You want to say why Floyd preserved himself? Those are the names: Indu, Corley, Brussels, Gotti, then Sharmba Mitchell. Go look at Pacquiao. He had Eric Morales twice.
I know, it's embarrassing. It's not even the same fucking
Floyd is pathetic, dude. What a fraud.
Instead of us armchair
look at the names. Okay, so he was on a killer run with Indu, Corley, and Brussels, and Gotti. That was a killer run. That's while Pacquiao was fighting Barrera, Morales, and Marquez. He fought Indu, Corley, and Brussels.
Floyd would be all those people.
Chop Corley, man. A great Chop Corley. I mean, he was not.
I forgot. Victoriano Sosa. Victoriano Sosa.
Who was the cousin of Sammy Sosa, by the way?
Henry Brussels.
He doesn't know who they are.
Who the fuck are those guys?
Armchair quarterbacks.
He doesn't know who they are. He doesn't know who they are.
Look. No, forget about the. You're trying to play the armchair. You're the one.
Well, Pacquiao, Eric, Hall of Famer, Hall of Famer.
You're the one bringing up Salido, and also you're the one bringing up Salido, and also we do the same thing with Floyd's record. Yeah, exactly. So, anyways, you bring up Salido, and then. No, but we can't break down Floyd's fucking record, right? And his fights between 135 and 140.
Oh yeah, after Gotti, like the killer Sharmba Mitchell. That's the killer.
Like I said, there's multiple people that fought both of them, and they all say Floyd was a better fighter. So you want to take it.
Wait, so you're saying it's comparable that Manny Pacquiao during his run could fight 3 Hall of Famers, and Floyd can fight Indu and Brussels and Sosa? That's comparable?
Come on.
I'm just saying Floyd's a better fighter, and he proved it when he actually fought.
Look, we're talking about, you said he preserved himself.
Because the It doesn't matter because Floyd defeated Pacquiao. He just said it doesn't matter what all these statistics.
Goddamn right. He had a better legacy.
He beat Pacquiao. So that's so ridiculous, right? Red, do you understand how stupid that sounds? Like he beat Pacquiao, so he talked. Well, okay, well, your opinion is fucking retarded.
Pacquiao's fucking accomplishments. He fought killers.
No, it's not. We just broke it down with facts.
No, it's not facts. Your opinion also. You think Pacquiao had a better legacy?
No, we broke the record. We were bringing up. We compared the Pacquiao's record with Floyd's record. I don't think you were paying attention.
Did you hear the guys Pacquiao was
fighting? Did you hear the names? Chop Corley. Who else? Shamber Mitchell. Who else was there? Victoriano Sosa. You don't even know who they are. You don't know who they are. You don't know who they are. You don't know who they are. But anyway, it doesn't matter. For us, it matters. For us, who we know. For us, it does matter. For us, it makes sense.
I know one thing. Floyd would have a hard fight with Joe Horn, whatever his name is.
Okay, for us it makes sense. For you, obviously, you don't understand what we're talking about because you don't know these names, right? You haven't broken down Pacquiao's record and Floyd Mayweather's record between 130 and 140. So, all you can say is, well, Floyd did beat Pacquiao, so that's it. Case closed.
That's it was the same. That's the same.
What weight class did Pacquiao start out at?
Like 112?
112.
112.
108.
Imagine that. 108. going all the way to fucking 154, right? Fighting all those killers and then going all the way up when Floyd never went past 154.
No, it's everybody's saying
division world champion. That's impressive.
You talk about the classes that this dude did, and the fucking guys fighting way above his size. And I'm just saying, but that bad, man. You can't leave out the fact that he waited him out. 5 years it took to make that fight. Half a decade, and then Floyd still jamming a fucking IV bag, which he was caught, and he couldn't even deny it. He had to go in front of the fucking board and admit, "Oh yeah, but it was just salt water."
Who was the referee for that? Who was the referee for that fight? Who was the referee for the Pacquiao Mayweather fight?
I don't know. I wouldn't watch it.
I hope it wasn't Kenny Bayless. I forgot about that. Everything about that fight was so boring.
Part of the reason I like Floyd is because he pisses off people like you, Bucho. That's why.
That's great. Well, I don't care. Well, that's fine. But we're actually talking boxing. We're talking boxing. No.
See, his argument's so weak.
No. I mean, it's ridiculous. No. We're talking boxing. We're talking boxing. We're not gonna get into this. No, it pisses you off. I mean, come on. This is we're not bitches. We're not bitches. No,
dude.
This is ridiculous. We're looking at the records. We're breaking the fights down. If you can't handle it, then what can I tell you, man?
Bro, look. Plenty of people have fought both of them, including De La Hoya, who hates Floyd Mayweather's guts. He said he's a better fighter than Pacquiao. There's no reason for these dudes to be biased towards Floyd. They don't like Floyd necessarily, but they pick he's a better fighter. They've been in the ring with him. You haven't. So I will take their word over yours.
So there's people who say Pacquiao's better than Floyd. There's people who say Pacquiao. So what? You know what I mean? So we're breaking that down. We're looking at the record. We're breaking down the record.
That's
go to YouTube.
There's some fan somewhere.
Go to YouTube analytics and see how many more tens of millions of views Pacquiao fights have on YouTube compared to Floyd's fights.
Has Asians on his side. That's a lot of people.
Right, listen. Okay, that's what it is. Of course, it's race. Of course, it is.
It's always been about race, religion, and pride.
Listen. By magnitudes of fucking more views in his fights. So in 20 years, when Floyd is just but a memory, and guys like you still trying to fucking hold him up as some fucking god, people will still be watching millions of Pacquiao fights.
And the fact that what Pacquiao did more impressive, 8 divisions, dropping bigger guys, and literally we're talking here much bigger, right? This isn't just
because let's look at the new era of
knockouts against fucking Hatton.
No, that didn't happen. Go ahead,
let's look at the era of new fighters. All of them say, "Who did you look up to?" Floyd. They even
okay. That's fine. That's fine.
Hold
on.
He's had a bigger impact.
I don't care what these Americans. I don't care what these American hip hop stars want to say about boxing. Get over it. I don't care what these American. I don't care what this. I don't care. I do not care. I do. Let me talk. I do not care.
People claim to be MAGA.
Hold on.
First until it comes to boxing.
I don't care about this. Boxers who want to become like Floyd. I don't care about these boxers who venerate like Floyd Mayweather. I don't care.
These American boxers don't like so much Bucho. They will continue to be in your face.
They want to be like Floyd. They want the bling bling. They want the bling bling. They want
to win.
They want the bling bling. Hold on, Jimmy. Can you let me talk?
Yes. Yep.
These boxers want the bling bling, the Floyd lifestyle, right? The flashiness. So I don't really care what they think, you know. So we boxing fans, how we rate boxers is with the accomplishments inside the ring. So spare me this fucking, you know. I don't give a shit. Okay, whatever. I don't care what these boxers right now, these kids have to say about. Oh, I look up to Floyd. That's fine. They want the money and all that shit with the least effort. But let me tell you this though. Pacquiao's an 8 division champion. He was beating much bigger guys. This is what I was saying when you started interrupting me with some bullshit. This isn't something that Floyd ever did. He never fought bigger guys like that, and then dropped them. Like that's.
I'm not going to say anything bad about Pacquiao because I actually respect his accomplishments. You know, he's much more respectable fighter than Canelo. That's what they thought.
Okay, well, that's fine. But right now we're talking about Pacquiao. Okay, that's fine. But you're changing the topic. We're talking about Pacquiao and comparing him to Mayweather. Okay, so I don't know why you're bringing up Canelo again.
If you want to argue he had a better legacy than Floyd, okay, that is arguable. I'm not going to lie. 8 division is very hard to do. But
finally. Well, look at this, guys. Finally,
no version
I
of
mean,
Pacquiao ever beats Floyd.
I guess facts do matter. I guess facts do matter because now you have to admit this. Throughout the whole fucking time, you were like, "Well, he at the end of the day, he beat Pacquiao," and now it's like, "Well, maybe you can make
it's
an argument, right?"
arguable.
Because
Can you
can't
listen?
really do because Pacquiao is much better, 8 division champion, and knocking out much bigger guys. Actually taking on
When you
real
sound like
challenges. Taking on real
you definitely
challenges.
sound like a child and shit like
Actually taking on real challenges. This is something Floyd did not do.
They fought similar
We just
people for
talk
the most
about
part.
that. Now you can talk about what this guy said about Floyd and who was the best because this guy said, "Who cares? We're looking at the facts. We're looking at both guys' careers."
Yeah. Well, I'm
and
sure if
Pacquiao's
Pacquiao would have
career
beat
is
Floyd,
much
you would use
more
that
impressive.
as a crutch. So don't act like you would.
What's that?
I'm saying if Pacquiao would have beaten Floyd in that fight, I'm sure you would use that as ammunition. So don't act like that.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be the only ammunition. I would look at both guys' careers.
I mean, it's part of the story. Like when
It
you
is,
two guys have two great resumes,
I'll give that
and
to
they're the
Floyd.
two best. But no, wait, let me
That's
finish.
fine.
You keep interrupting me. When you
Go
have
ahead.
two guys that have the two best resumes of their generation, the only way to settle who's the best of their generation is if they fight. And that's what happened and Floyd won. So let it go.
They have to be in their prime. They have to be in their prime. They have to be in their prime. They have to be in their prime.
It has to be this. Has to be. Nothing's ever perfect in life.
No, but in boxing, I mean, there's a certain window of time where, like, I mean, we're not going to
people like you are going to find some type of excuse.
You don't count certain fights. I mean, like Rocky Marciano beat Joe Louis or something like that, like, or
yeah, you're going to find something. You people always do.
No, find something. He took an IV bag the night before the fight.
Pacquiao was accused
of what? Listen, okay, hold on, wait a minute, guys. Let's break this down. Motherfucker's caught with an IV in his arm. The ultimate PED cheat for a fighter. The absolute pinnacle of cheating. Well, he was accused of taking steroids too. Really? That should come back, dude.
Just like
the
you're
motherfucker took. No, not dude. Stop it. He went to fucking in front of the Vegas board, you child. The fuck are you saying? He had to face it. He had to get a fucking letter from his doctor. Of course, the Vegas Commission put it under the belt. Just went, okay, no problem, but they gave him a reprimand. So don't say it's an accusation. It is a fact. He said it was salt water, and everybody was like, what the fuck? He took an IV bag, saline solution.
That's
my ass.
Alleged. All alleged.
No. All right, so listen. Listen. We're gonna argue with fucking Forrest Gump. He's gonna start saying facts that because
are you gonna start? That never happened.
That didn't happen. Are you smacking your head right now, walking in a circle? It didn't happen.
I mean, that's a fact. That happened. No. Allegedly.
Didn't Pacquiao sue his school?
The problem is, No, Red Reed was like watching Power Rangers being 10 years old.
No, hold on, bro.
He wasn't there.
Pacquiao counter sue Floyd?
Canelo wasn't in the ring that night.
I'm just saying.
Bro, didn't Canelo?
I know you're just saying, but fucking he had an IV the night before. He went to bed with a big old body full of juice.
Jimmy, he was like 10 years old watching Power Rangers at that time. He was watching Power Rangers. He has no idea. He's drinking chocolate milk, watching Power Rangers. He has no idea what's going on.
All right. I'm just trying to ask a question. Yo, Rebri, didn't Pacquiao sue Floyd for slander? And then Pacquiao was going to bring up some old failed tests of Floyd's, and then all of a sudden they settle out of court? That didn't happen? Is that not a fact?
It might have happened, but I mean,
that might have happened, or that did happen?
Why did Pacquiao not want to use needles, or even though he has tattoos? Why didn't he?
It don't matter. So why did Floyd settle out of court?
That's not suspect to you guys.
When he got sued for talking shit. Why did Floyd get sued for talking shit and lose?
Who knows? I mean, like Jimmy said it himself.
Because he was talking shit, and he was about to get exposed for pissing hot.
He always fought in Las Vegas. Of course, the Las Vegas State Athletic Commission was on his side. Of course. So this takes away a lot of Floyd's credibility. So I mean, that's why when you have these people that are like, they think Floyd's the shit. He's the best boxer of all time, one of the best boxers. I laugh at it because there's so many other boxers that were much more impressive.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine if you had a Mexican fighter that wore dashiki to the ring and he beat a bunch of black fighters, like all the great black fighters of that era, Do you think black people will like that guy? Probably not. So I understand how you feel, Bucho. It's okay.
Yeah, that's all right. That's fine. No, that's terrible. That's terrible. That's a terrible. He's projecting. He's projecting. He's making it racial because he's black. So
I'm not
that's
projecting.
not.
That's how you really feel.
No, no. It's because I know where you're coming from. That like society.
Yeah.
This style boxing. He says Floyd loved needles, IV needles. Interesting.
No,
That's
it's
I
like
just want to know
a white guy, Kawasaki beating a guy who said he'll never lose to a white guy. You know,
yeah, exactly. No, that's a society.
Can I answer for you?
That's what he's projecting on me. That's what he's projecting.
I just want to drunk
Rare breed is projecting a culture where, like, I would not lose.
Let me ask you.
Rare breed is projecting a culture where, like, you got people saying, "I would never lose to a white boy," right? And then, like, oh, now Mexicans are supposed to be racist like them. Like, no, we're not. We're not like you. So
wait, what?
calm down. Calm down.
I want to debunk this
Name me a Mexican boxer. Name me a Mexican boxer that said I would never lose to a black boy. Name me a Mexican that would say that. No, you can't find one. You can't find. So for you to
because they usually do. So it wouldn't make any sense.
No, they would never say that. So shut up.
Okay, so I just want to debunk this.
So check it out.
I want to debunk this.
Hold on.
No. I want to debunk this fallacy. What about Triple G when Mexicans were a fan of Triple G?
Do you want me my honest opinion about that?
All right, let's go.
Give us your fake opinion.
There's a lot of colorism in Mexico. And this is not just me saying it.
How the fuck do you know that, stupid ass?
So a lot of Mexicans tell me there's a lot of colorisms in Mexico. Even if you just watch their TV shows, the little telenovelas, most of the actors are white looking. They don't really put the brown skinned Mexicans on the TV shows.
Bro, this sounds like some stupid ass fucking 20-year-old bitch that I've been in college for a year.
So there's no colorism in Mexico.
No. Let me tell you something because hold on. When Pacquiao, hold on. Let me talk. When Pacquiao beat Marco Antonio Barrera the first time, people were the crowd. The fight was in Texas, I believe, and there was a bunch of Mexicans in the crowd, obviously, and they applauded Pacquiao after he beat Marco Antonio Barrera. So they respect other boxers that are. Pacquiao wasn't white. He wasn't Asian, right? East Asian. So. So
the
that's
fans
why
in Mexico are cool. It's the Mexican American fans.
He was in Texas. He was in Texas.
The people in Mexico, they know their boxing. They're well cultured people and they understand the sport. But the fans here in the States, they're toxic.
I believe that fight was in Texas, no? That when he fought Barrera.
Let me ask this cool question, bro. Yo, are you gonna watch Mayweather's next fight, Rare Breed?
Why would I? He's retired. I don't care.
No. Forget that.
You haven't watched none of his fights, bro. You're such a big fan, bro. You're such a big fan, bro. You're not watching none of his fights.
Hold on. Guys, hold on.
He's still fighting,
So you're talking about colorism, right? So when Andre Ward was shitting on Wilder for losing to Tyson Fury, what were they calling him? Oh, his dad's white. You know, what kind of colorism was that? When we're shitting on Andre Ward with his white dad.
They call him a coon and stuff like that. That's what he's projecting on all of us.
Is that not
colorism? Exists in all communities, Mr. Britain, whatever your name is.
Yeah. So
and some communities do it a lot more than others.
What's your point
then? That's a biased way of looking at it.
No.
But what's your point?
You just live in a
women lie, men lie, but stats don't lie.
What are the stats?
Well, the stats show that African American are more tribal than other people.
Based on what?
Check the stats. It's not my opinion. Check the stats.
I'll tell you. Okay, we keep it to boxing here. So he's saying the racism in Mexico to the point. I mean, I do believe there's like classism and stuff like that. But listen, Chavez, if you look at him, he looks white. Canelo's white, and there's all these Mexicans that support him. So Mexicans, we're not like Americans. We're not like Africans. Hold on. We're not like African Americans who will only support African Americans. They won't support white Americans. Mexicans support Mexicans, and that's happens in boxing.
Yeah, we support blacks. What's the issue?
Yeah, we support. Well, you were talking about racial things in Mexico, the racist thing. But Mexicans supported Chavez. They support Morales. They support Barrera. They support Canelo, and they all look different, right?
Okay. Does Andre Ward look like Deontay Wilder?
No. That's why they were saying he has a white father. That's why he was saying he has that's why they were saying he has a white father. They start bringing all this stuff up because that's how society works. That's how that society works. Much different.
Does Devin Haney look like Wilder? There's different skin tone for the most part.
Yeah, and we don't bring it up. In Mexico, we're not bringing up, oh, look at this. He's whiter than this guy.
That doesn't exist. Come on now, let's be real.
In boxing, we're talking boxing here. No, you're talking boxing here. And Mexicans, and I'll tell you why Mexicans love Golovkin. I'll tell you why some Mexicans like Golovkin, because he was actually exciting. He was knocking people out. Right? Exactly. He said Mexican style. Sure. But you can't just say Mexican style and people are going to expect people to love you. You got to say Mexican style and actually, show it in the ring. So that's what it was. You want to make it a racial thing because that's how you see the world. That's fine. But it wasn't because well, it seems like it. You brought that up. You brought that up. We're talking about Golovkin. You brought that up. You said Mexicans are racist, and they look at this. So that's not true, because he was exciting.
Bullshit.
That's a fact. He was exciting.
I did not say all Mexicans are racist.
That's fine, but whatever. You generalize.
Just ones like you, Bucho.
Okay, whatever. So Mexicans like Golovkin. He was exciting. He was
notice he didn't disagree with my statement.
Accept that. Just accept it.
It's okay.
Well, his I have the fucking statistics right here. Because that's what you asked
Google's
for.
Our friend.
What's that?
Google's our friend.
No, here's the statistics
he won't trust your.
No,
fuck that, Jimmy. He won't believe your stats.
No, this is a Pew Research right here. Most black adults say being black is very important. This was from the Pew Research, and they asked the question was how important is your ethnicity to your being or to your present yourself. I'm saying it wrong, okay? But here it is right here. 5 to 15% of white people said their race is very to extremely important to them. 5 to 15%. 75% of black males or black people polled said their race is very to extremely important to them. It's a big part of it. Here's the question. How important is your race to your personal identity? So blacks overwhelmingly over Spanish, Asians, any other race, their race is prime part of their fucking how that. So yeah, you guys tend to put race ahead of most things. It is what it is.
You have to also put into factor.
Can I interject really quick with something really quick?
What?
But hold on. This is scientifically based, and it's based in psychology that we are wired to have a bias. Hold on, we are wired to have a bias towards people that do not look like us or are not shaped like us or have something. It's something that we are wired. It's a survival mechanism, basically. What I'm trying to refer to is that it goes back to. Hold on. Okay, let me just finish this frame of thought.
That's Bucho talking.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I think my connection fucked up, and I'm back.
Well, what I'm trying to say is this: is that the framework for. Hold on. The framework for racism comes from something biological, and it comes from something. It comes from tribes surviving and thriving. So when you run into a tribe that doesn't look like yours, your automatic instinct is to destroy it. It's similar to the way chimpanzees work. When chimpanzees
land the plane, bro.
Doesn't work with them or doesn't jive with them. They retaliate.
I've heard this before, guys.
Well, hold on. What I'm saying is that this kind of like thing is embedded in us. It's not something that we can cognitively like.
Yeah, you know what? It takes reading other cultures to become culturally aware. But let's make it boxing. But to keep it boxing, like I'm Latino, let me just guide it to a boxing direction, bro. And because I'm gonna direct it towards Rebri. Yeah. I heard you, man. I'm keeping it boxing though. Look. I know Latinos, especially Mexicans.
Boxing, but
I'm gonna make it boxing. Stop talking. I heard your biological anthropological study already. Okay, but boxing is deeply ingrained in our culture. Like any Mexican on the panel, Latino, Puerto Rican.
Listen, that's what I'm trying to explain. It's not boxing that's ingrained in it. It's
like
fighting.
even Jimmy, right? And boxing is deeply ingrained in your culture, right?
If you learn how to listen, you would probably shut the fuck up
your
and listen,
anthropological
you
study.
fucking
I'm
moron.
keeping it boxing.
I mean, you're such a moron. You can't even listen to an argument. You just wait for your turn to speak.
How deeply ingrained is boxing in your culture?
Not boxing. It's
in my
survival.
culture. Not a lot.
Fighting.
Well,
It's
what are we surviving for?
But you think chimpanzees were boxing? You fucking
Oh
moron.
my god, we heard this anthropological
They were fighting for
study.
survival.
Okay, bro, wrap it up.
We have a fight gene in us.
Wrap it up.
We have a fight gene in us because men overwhelmingly have this fight.
Yeah, this is a first world country, and we are all mixed. This is a first world country, and we are all mixed, man. Like this is the wrong argument.
Okay, let Dom Andrade have like 30 seconds to finish his point, and then we can move on, please.
Yeah, you know what? No, I'll let the moron talk for himself.
Okay, good. But I know as far as Latino culture goes, boxing is like our primary sport. Well, aside from soccer. So, but boxing it goes 3 generations. I know boxing for my family goes 3 generations deep.
Does that make you racially biased, though?
Yeah, obviously we're biased towards the Mexican Latino fighters, but here's the difference. What I see with the black culture, we don't trash the black fighter. We don't automatically say fuck him and just hate him because he's black. If he could fight, we're gonna support him, like Sugar Ray Leonard, Marvin Hagler. I
don't mention legends.
Do the same thing, but that's what I see with a lot of Canelo haters, especially like black boxers.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Rare Breed's culture is like
Mexican.
They don't want to give anybody else credit.
Frank, you call I do give Mexican fighters and white fighters credit, but Frank, you call Shakur Stevenson, Tank, Stank, whatever. Devin Haney, you call him the nose. Who else?
And I'm gonna tell you, it's pushback.
Earl, whatever. You got all these nicknames for all these black fighters for some reason. Is that a coincidence or not?
It's pushback. It's what we see here. Canelo gets no credit. He's trashed every day. Oscar never got no credit. Every Latino fighter is always bad.
I give Oscar credit. He's got a better resume to me than even Floyd. He's fought tougher opponents than Floyd. I will agree with that. That's a fact. He's got a better resume than Canelo. But because he's not Mexican born,
how can Floyd be this great boxer when his record is not even that impressive compared to other boxers? I mean,
no, it's because De La Hoya arguably has a top 3 resume of all time. Maybe top 5.
And Floyd isn't. Why isn't it? Why couldn't he have a record like? Why couldn't he have a record like De La Hoya? I will tell you why he couldn't have a record like De La Hoya, because he didn't take the chances De La Hoya did. That's it. So I take away points for that. The fact that he couldn't even try to get a record similar to the one Oscar De La Hoya had.
Okay, Bucha, it's a Red Breeze thing because he was subliminally talking about me. Yeah, I call him Snooker, but what about when I say Oscar de la Coca or Mexican butterbean?
I was more referring to Frank because I've heard
I'm the one that says Snooker, sleeping sin.
All right, so insult everybody.
Okay. I guess you two then.
You see, you guys are in your feelings when we call.
I brought up 2 examples. What about when I say Mexican butterbean, or what about when I say Oscar de la Coca?
Look, no. I didn't know that you use Snooker because I've heard Frank use that too. But I was referring to him because I've never heard him use any other nicknames for anybody else.
And I'm gonna tell you why. Because they don't fight each other. None of these black fighters are gonna fight each other, and that's the other problem. Is that you got these Spence Crawford, you got all these guys fighting each other.
Who's out here really fighting each other?
We just said it. We gave Pacquiao, he fought all the Mexicans. De La Hoya gave everybody a chance. He made Floyd Mayweather. Everybody.
Dom, real quick, man. You know what? All you got to say is this. Why is it every American fighter wants to fight a Mexican?
Yeah,
fucking pay-per-view.
Exactly.
You know what? Exactly. Yeah. There's the reason they're always lining up to fight a Mexican, because the Mexicans, and I'm not Mexican, but my family's been in this shit for over 100 years. But we're not stupid. We knew anytime a Mexican fight, you knew you were fighting in the beginning of your career. You were to fight a Mexican. It was like fuck, because there was never a Mexican who was going to lay down, no matter what the fuck his record was. He was going to come and fucking fight you because that's their culture. It's ingrained in the Mexican culture. And right now, And where we are right now in 2023, Mexicans and the Mexican Americans are keeping this sport alive in the United States. We have a good little crop of black fighters coming up right now. Nothing really in the white thing in the United States, but it's a socioeconomical thing. But here's the thing: what I always like, you know what? And God bless him for saying this shit. Marvin Hagler went at the media because one time they said to him, because it pissed Marvin off that the black people would always say, "Oh, great white hope," and because Marvin's like, "What the fuck? This country's 85% white." And you know what I mean? Like, so obviously we're getting our support is coming from white people too, but yet, God forbid, ABC Sports wants to put a white guy on in a majority white country. And see, because he was an intelligent person, not a fucking suck ass, like trying to kiss up to the media. And he actually called the media. That's why the media like him for shit like that. Because then when they said that, what do you think? It was Jerry Cooney or something. And they were talking about the Great White Hope thing. And that pissed off Floyd. I mean, I pissed off Marvin. Because he didn't like, man, I don't like that shit. My people, and he say it, always go into the fucking race. It's always going to be about the fucking race. And it pissed him off.
Yeah, I find that you think that we hate Floyd because he's black. It's projection. That's what it is.
Here's the thing.
I got a question.
Part of it.
Here's the thing. What about other combat sports where Mexicans are actually and Mexican descent are cheering other nationalities and creeds? What's your excuse for that now?
There you go. Like the Japanese fighter, Inuit.
Yeah.
Triple G.
Honestly,
Lomachenko.
look. Here's the truth. There's a rivalry, even though I don't consider it a rivalry because it's too one-sided. But there's a rivalry between Mexican fans and black fans, and in the YTBC, that's obvious. So when a black fighter fights an Asian fighter or a white fighter or a European fighter, the Mexican fans are going to root for the Asian or the European fighter over the black fighter. It's just the truth.
Let me speak. The reality is this, Rebri. It's not a black versus Mexican rivalry. It's a black versus everybody else rivalry. Okay,
well, there you go.
That's what it is.
Okay. They're bringing race
out of your mind.
They're bringing the color.
And I can prove it.
Do you think the race? Do you think the race might? You think the people in Mexican descent might say something like that or feel that certain kind of way because guys like you how you preference that statement? You said, "Well, I don't know why they bring it up because it's so one-sided." Do you think what do you think you're saying to these people? Like, there's been great Mexican champions. Like you're just trying to say it's been one-sided against black and Mexican fighters? You're fucking high.
Well, you don't think
what group of people talk about color the most? What group of people talk about race the most?
He thinks Mexicans are thinking about blacks.
Jimmy, because
Mexicans don't think about blacks.
Don't think that Mexican fans and Puerto Rican fans don't go each other the same way.
Yeah, that's a good point, Ray. But here's the thing, though: Mexicans they're not thinking about blacks; they're thinking about Americans. That's a rivalry, America, the United States. The rivalry is Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is a rival as well.
I'm not talking about the Mexican people in Mexico. I'm talking about the ones here in America.
You don't know about Mexico. I'm sorry. I don't think you know that much.
Yeah, Butcher, you brought up a good point. You're talking about country rivalries. What about when Oscar De La Hoya fought Chavez Sr.? Most of the Mexicans were going for Chavez, but there
I
was
got a question.
But there was also Mexicans going for De La Hoya.
Versus De La Hoya.
Yeah, so it was nationalism. They were being patriotic.
I got a question. Which group of people brings up race the most?
Of course.
Everybody does.
No.
That's not true. You know it's not true.
It's not true.
It's a group of people that brings up race the most. Stop lying, Red Breed. You know it's true. You know who I'm talking about.
The only ones who are scared to talk about it really are probably white people. But every other race, they don't mind bringing up the race topic.
No, it's not. I'll tell you why. And I'll tell you why.
White boxing fans are scared to admit that they root for Eastern Europeans. I don't know why they don't want to admit it. It's okay.
No, it's not true. It's not true. And I'll tell you. And I'll break it. I'll expose. Let me expose this lie. So there was Vladimir Klitschko, white East European heavyweight champion, who was boring as fuck, and HBO wanted nothing to do with him. Why? Because nobody wanted, because he was boring. So white people don't want to see just a white guy. You want to see a white guy that's exciting, right? So it's not only about race like you think. So there you have it. Triple G was exciting. Triple G was exciting. Triple G was exciting, and even Mexicans liked him. So
Red, I could also bring up another fighter, like for instance John Fitch in a different combat sport. Nobody wanted to fucking see him.
I don't know who that is. respectfully.
Well, whatever. We're giving you examples. Like, you know,
Look,
Klitschko.
at the
He was
end
boring.
of the
He was
day,
white.
man, no one else talks about race but a specific group of people. We all know what group of people
It
is that.
is.
You
True.
can't
Okay,
deny
but
that.
you also have to understand, just
Only
like that
black
little stat
people,
that you gave
man.
me earlier, Jimmy. You have to understand black people have a different experience in this country than other groups. So obviously, we're not
Yes,
going to be the
that's
same.
stupid.
I agree.
Reverend,
I agree.
wait.
I agree.
I'm glad that you brought that up because guess what? People in Africa don't talk about race the way people in America do.
Exactly.
My next door neighbors, man. My next door neighbors from Africa. No, but he's been working there for 20 years, and he doesn't understand it.
No, but you don't.
He's
You
like, all you
don't.
gotta do is work
No, but
hard,
you
and
don't see. You don't see Jews coming and fucking throwing in that they were in the Holocaust and all this type of shit. You guys just look for sympathy at the end of the day. Like,
Look,
oh no,
why are you putting everybody
as an
into a
older
box? You need to
black
be very
man,
careful there, buddy.
as an older black man, look, black people, everything that this young black man on here is saying is wrong.
exactly. But he's
It's
saying
wrong, man.
He's telling me that be
That's your
careful,
opinion.
buddy.
We don't
He's
have to
the
agree.
obvious
That's why
truth.
that's why it's dangerous to put everybody in a box. See, this dude, he's black just like I am, but he doesn't agree with me. So you gotta be careful when you put people in a box.
Yeah, don't call him a coon.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna call him that.
Who said that?
Okay, well, then let that guy talk then.
Yeah, why
But
you putting
he
words
said,
in there, Bucho?
look,
I said a Jew.
look, I'm older than him, and I totally disagree with him.
Okay.
I do not think black people have it harder or anything like that.
I didn't say that.
Everybody,
I did not say that. You're putting words in my mouth. I said that
you
they
just
have a
got through
different
saying the black
experience.
people experience. No, it's the
It's
same.
a different. Yeah, it's a different experience. So they have a different outlook on the world than other
Well, what's
people.
the experience you're saying then?
that's all we're asking.
No,
What's the
because
experience?
you know the African American experience, race was a major point through most of African American history.
Everybody has been through racism in the country.
Listen, listen. And the thing is, right?
Bro, you can believe what you believe. I said what I said.
All right. Okay, but the thing is, no black person in the last generation, at least since the 1965 Act, the Civil Rights Act, in 1965. So how many? That's a half a decade, a century ago. My point is, black people aren't being oppressed and marginalized anymore. So the point is, when really are they? Listen, the quickest way out of poverty is a college education. Every university in the country is tripping over backwards to give any black kid with the slightest aptitude right at the top of the fucking thing. They're burying at Harvard, Columbia, and then they're actually taking a court for it. They're taking any white applicants and putting it right on the bottom.
Jimmy, affirmative action.
Than anybody.
Jimmy, affirmative action. Affirmative action.
Yeah, but let's
Let's
implement this into boxing.
We're never going to agree on this race thing. Can we go back to boxing? Because
I want to say, let's bring it back to boxing then. Let's bring up the LDBC. How many times do I have to say it? They are the biggest boxing community on YouTube.
Racist community.
And they are all. What's the LDBC? I mean, the reason why they came about was because there was so much racism against black boxers. Everybody who watches boxing has to like black boxers because there's so many of them. Like when I was young, I was watching boxing. I wasn't thinking, oh, this guy's black, oh, this guy's white. I was just watching boxing. It's after I started watching the LDBC, I'm like, oh, this guy's black, oh, this guy. I didn't even look at race before. It's thanks to the LDBC.
It's funny how you guys always say
Muhammad Ali. Everybody praises you.
That's always the comeback.
All right, question. Who has the best undisputed run in boxing history?
Good question.
Please.
I don't know. You
answer that.
I got Usyk.
Maybe.
Number two? Who's number two?
Number two? Ooh, I'd say Zab, I guess. No.
Zab did go undisputed, huh?
There's two different eras though. There's 4 belt and 3 belt. You got to distinguish that.
That's true.
True.
I don't know. That's all subjective, anyways.
Of course,
it's about resume. It's about resume. If Rolly's a champ now, if Rolly's a champ, does undisputed mean that much? I mean, let's think about it.
And you guys, and before, listen, I got to hang up because I got to go take my dogs on shit. But I can tell you right now, all Irish and Guineas here in fucking Lowell, man, Marvin Hagler was a god to us. Man, we'd fist fight motherfuckers if they said something bad about Marvin.
It's ridiculous to think that boxing fans are racist to that point. Like it's ridiculous because there's so many black fighters that were champions. It's like this is what I hate. And then the fact that Rebby thinks I'm a racist or something is so stupid, man. He doesn't even fucking know me. I was a big Zab Judah fan. I was a big Zab Judah fan. I was a big Roy Jones fan. Sugar Shane Mosley. And this is ridiculous. That's why I just fuck with Rebby.
And Bucho,
mentality is
you're pathetic, Rebby. Shut up.
Well, and Bucho, right? Before I was even born, right? My grandfather, I told you, he was a trainer, right? He was training a 6-year-old black kid who he only had his mother left. His mother was killed in a car accident. My grandfather, without even thinking twice, moved right on my grandfather. He was only like 16 years old, right? He stayed with him right through college. He ended up fucking just recently dying. But anyways, that was 1959. So I was born in 1965. So he was like a part of the family. So like it wasn't odd. It was just like, so that's why that was my experience with it. Anyways, he ended up becoming a chief of police in Chelmsford. Had a great family, good dude, man. He was a national champion. But like my point is, man, that wasn't a part of my thinking. Nobody I knew either, man. We were so past this shit. What the fuck is with this generation? Bringing this shit up again. It's crazy.
Hey, yeah, and I don't know. Like it's crazy because if you see the UFC, like look how many different nationalities of champions they have. They have Brazilians, they have fucking Africans, they have Americans, they have Russians, and these guys, fucking Americans, root for them. They die for them, and then with boxing, it's like, oh, if you're not this skin color, he's not that skin color. You know, you're a fucking racist.
Bro. The hatred for Sterling is kind of weird.
Yeah, Drew, that's a good point. Tyrone Woodley tried to bring up the LDBC in UFC, and that shit got debunked real quick.
Hey, guess what? That is why bro.
He got kidnapped by the LDBC.
What happened?
he got
They got to him, boys. I'm just kidding.
He said the wrong thing. They got his ass.
Nah, I'm back. I have to do something real quick. I'm back. Shit. No, but I was going to ask you, Rare Breed, I was going to ask you, who's your favorite white boxer in the modern day boxing era?
Lomachenko.
Okay.
And I'm being dead serious.
Well, you consider.
Wait, I got another
question. He seems like an honorable man.
I got another question. I got another question.
He has said that in the past.
I got another question.
Consider
Rare Breed.
And I like Inouye too.
Rare Breed. If
Canelo was black, would you like him?
If Canelo was black, would I like him?
Yes.
That's a great question.
Of course it is.
Should be.
It's the only kind I ask.
No, honestly, I don't like his boxing style.
It took you long enough to answer, brother.
It took you a long while. It took you a long time.
Okay.
Thanks for having me.
Look, let me be honest.
Take care, Jimmy. Yeah, thanks for having me on, brother. You guys all be safe. God bless. Peace.
All right, peace. Let me be honest. Part of the reason why I don't like Canelo is his fans. Like
him as a fighter. I understand that. I understand what you're saying, but him as a fighter. I'm just saying him as a fighter.
No, but that's my thing with this.
Yes, I would like him as a fighter. I would still think he's overrated.
If he was black, you would love him.
No,
think
I
about
think
it.
You'll love him.
If Canelo was
too
black,
obvious, bro.
You would worship him.
It's obvious as fuck, bro.
I'm
sorry. I'm sorry how it's coming out, but it's obvious. If he was black, you'll like him.
Yeah, you would.
And by the way, I don't have any problems with. I don't have a problem with like blacks, African Americans supporting African Americans. I think it's great. It does create a rivalry, and I love rivalries. I love Mexico against this. But again, the problem is that when you start going with this bullshit, that
racist shit, bro.
Let me switch it around for you. If Tank Davis was Mexican, would a lot of Mexican fans like him more?
Question, bro. I don't give a shit if Tank is Mexican. I don't know. I like him. I like him the way he is.
Are you Mexican?
Yeah, no, he has power. But
So I'm not talking to you.
Well, let me put it this way: if Tank Davis was
Referee.
Mexican, he would sell 1 million pay-per-views because that's
Referee,
his
guess what?
already did.
sport. No, that was Ryan's. That was Ryan's fans.
That was with the help of Ryan.
I don't
Referee.
understand that logic, Frank, because if you look at the highest pay-per-view sellers of all time, like almost all of them African American. Tyson,
largely supported by
I understand that.
the Latino community. Because
Of course,
It's an American sport.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Floyd
But
never broke 1 million until he fought Oscar. That's when he became the superstar. So it needed the passing of the torch, so to speak, was Oscar De La Hoya.
This is why.
we all do.
This is why I like someone like Tank and not someone like Deontay Wilder, because Tank has not said some racist shit like Deontay Wilder has said some shit. That's why I like him more. That's why I fuck with him. I tolerate him.
Did Wilder say some racist shit, or did he say something that you would consider like race baiting?
No, he said He said race. He said some racist ass shit, bro. You got to see some interviews like he's made. Bro, he said, "Oh, when people see my skin color, they see power, they see fear." Bro, that's racist as fuck. What if a white dude said that shit? That's some.
I see that more
that
as
is some.
uplifting his people. It's not downing anybody.
Dude,
No, but for instance, like
Hitler
no, he has
mindset, bro.
No, he has a good point because hey, do you guys remember that crossover of boxing with MMA with Conor McGregor and Mayweather? Conor said "boy" to Mayweather, and they fucking flipped the script that it was fucking racist. That Conor's coming here with fucking racist intentions, and it's like
Conor's not
racist, bro. There's a history of that. That's not some made up shit.
No. Connor don't know the culture like that. Connor don't know the culture like that.
I understand that, but let's act like it's some made up shit that people just came out of nowhere.
It's made up
shit. He doesn't know the culture like that, bro. He's not from here. He's not from America. He doesn't know the culture like that, brother.
I understand, but some people are gonna take it the wrong way. I didn't take it the wrong way because I understand he's from Irish, but some people are gonna take it the wrong way. A white dude saying it to a black person, it just comes off weird.
Hey guys, let me just say that in the chat, the super chat, the Funk Tappers, he says this has devolved badly. See you all tomorrow night. I think he started that race talk though, which I kind of agree with.
We're still alive. Oh shit!
Yeah, we're still alive, man.
Yeah. What about when Conor McGregor called
Asian all the time, and nobody ever gets in trouble. For what I've noticed.
Let's not.
He's a straight
I'm not
troll.
trolling anybody, but I'm just telling what I feel or what I think.
Nah, you troll, man. You definitely troll. You were trolling earlier with Floyd. You know there's holes. You just can't
I
Yeah,
I wasn't here.
and I said there, if we really wanted to, we could poke holes in anybody's resume.
No, but that's why I was like, I don't know how you can praise this Floyd, but yet you can't give Canelo anything. That's what just doesn't make sense. And the only thing I could think is racial. That's why people come at you, because it's so apparent. It's like there's a reason why, and that's the reason. And that's when these racial discussions happen, because it just becomes.
You want my honest opinion?
A narrative with you.
The same way you feel.
Because I like Benavidez. Like that's your retort for everything.
No, no. The same way you may feel that I attack Canelo because of his race. You don't think I feel the same way when you guys attack all these fighters?
Listen, I'm gonna tell you the difference. I'm glad you said that. The reason why I do it is because they don't fight each other. If Devin Haney wins and he fights Tank Davis, I promise you, it'll stop, because I'll say, you know what, they actually.
I'll give him credit, bro. I will give him credit if he fights Tank or Shakur. If he beats Loma, I'll give him all the credit, bro.
Oh yeah, and I agree. I said it on this fucking panel. If Tank doesn't fight Shakur or somebody decent next, if it's another Rolly or another Cruz, I'm done with him.
Then you call him Stank. That's why we call him Stank. It's not because of what you're saying.
But I'm done with him.
Yeah, but you're saying I'm doing it because he's black. I'm saying no, it's because we know Stank should fight Shakira or Hanky, and they're not going to fight each other. That's why they get those names.
What are the nicknames, bro? But okay, either way.
But you do it strictly out of race. The Canelo thing, it has to be because we're giving you these examples of Pacquiao and Canelo.
Honestly, we're not. If Tank were to fight Devin or Shakur, that's more than Loma did at that age, because
we could argue it.
You could say Floyd.
Until that happens, it's something amongst the African Americans. They're not fighting each other. Like Spence and Crawford, they're not fighting. The Charlos, they don't fight each other. None of these.
A better question is, who is fighting each other then?
The Loma, Teo and Taylor, the Latinos in the UKs, they fight each other. All these guys. Who did we just get these fights right away? Taylor, Teo just happened. Regis is gonna fight a tough fight against Barbosa or somebody, but they're just fighting, bro.
I mean, then Regis fight Taylor. So I don't understand your point. He's African American.
He looks
yeah, but he's also part native, so I want to throw that out there.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
We're all mixed.
Look, one thing. Look,
listen, the LDBC.
I never want to be biased. And look, one thing I do gotta say that I don't like about what Canelo has said is that he doesn't fight Mexicans because he's Mexican. For me, that's like that is so fucking dumb.
He fought Chavez Jr.
But he said that recently though.
He shouldn't have said that. You know what I mean?
He also said that he's gonna fight Benavidez. So I don't.
Heard that too. I heard that.
He's Mexican. That's because Benavidez is a Mexican. Hey fellas, I'm glad you're still talking about race. Because when I got here, I said, "Oh boy, it's probably going to be winding down." We're just getting started. No, I'm kidding. Listen, people in the chat, but I just want to address some people in the chat because look, we try to give people on this channel a little bit of everything. Like, for example, this Lomachenko Haney fight, we gave you the preview show, the call-in show where you guys can call in. We did the film analysis show where it's all boxing, and I always see some people in the chat complaining, "Go back to boxing." Like, fellas, this is an open lines Friday show. Anything goes. Now, I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but we're not always going to be talking about the intricacies of a jab or the footwork or how to pivot. You know what I mean? So I just want to let people know about that. But in terms of the race, I think I heard Bucho say earlier, I forget when I was listening, but he said something interesting. He said, yeah, before the LDBC, there wasn't this much tension within the boxing community. And hold on.
No YouTube.
Please don't interrupt. And I had noticed that either because I used to spend a lot of time on message boards before the whole YouTube, Facebook, Twitter thing. And every once in a while, you'd get one race troll, and you at a certain point you got used to one troll, two trolls. This whole thing, I mean, this whole LDBC thing, it's a whole batch of trolls, and there's no other. I'm still waiting because I've heard about 2 or 3 people say that they were going to come back with receipts, as they like to say, about how there's a community that can rival the LDBC that is white or Mexican. I've yet to hear it. So there is definitely one problem with one side of the street. And let me just say this, because I know when I say this, people get emotional, they feel targeted. I'm not saying this to get people riled up. What I'm saying is, if we're all boxing fans, we have to understand and we have to admit that there's one community that's fucking it up for the rest of us. And that's where I would suggest that Afro-Anglos do have to help us expose this. And I know it's not easy because I've heard, like, for example, Coach Malachi, he really goes after the LDBC and they throw all kinds of names at him. And whether you say you don't care or I'm above that, whatever, it does affect people a little bit. Let me tell you a little anecdote. When we started this channel, we started making videos during the Golovkin-Canelo saga before their first fight. And every time I would do a video about Canelo and his attributes, I would get Golovkin fans saying, "Yeah, this guy ain't nothing. He's a bitch. He ain't nothing." And then when I would do one analyzing Golovkin's traits, I would get Canelo fans saying Golovkin ain't shit. He's gonna get outboxed. He's just a robot. Blah blah blah. And then when I started favoring Golovkin during the rematch, I started getting people, Mexicans, calling me Malinche, which means essentially like a traitor. It's like the Uncle Tom version of Mexican. And you know what? Look, I let that go. But at the beginning, you are like, you do get, every time you read a negative comment, you go, you want to, you feel like, what the fuck is this? And then, of course, you let it go. So I understand that the people, the Afro-Anglos that go against the LDBC, it's not always easy. You can say you don't care, and it's true. Maybe you don't care that much, but you do care a little bit. And so sometimes it's hard to separate from the main group. And so just as a final point, I think if we're all boxing fans and we all know that one community is fucking up for the rest of us, and I can go into more detail about why they're fucking it up. I've got arguments for that, but I'm not going to get into it because it's too long. But if we're all real boxing fans, we all have to band together and say, look, enough is enough.
And BDA, let me add to that, is that you've seen it come full front with what Teo Lopez said. And when I watch this ESPN broadcast, it looks like Bradley literally favors, his own. He's with every jab. When you watch the Sandro Martin fight, he said Teo was hurt, which totally wasn't true.
Yeah.
So it's not like we're trolling or we're saying something out of hate or ignorance. It's right there. This guy just said it. They're favoring the black fighters. That's what he said.
And I think a fighter like Deontay Wilder gave the LDBC a lot of power.
Oh, with the glove gate. So it's not like we're sitting here starting these things. These things have been in the air, and now BDA is just saying it. And now you have a fighter like Teo that's going to be on a major platform say it himself, and then he gets attacked for it.
And the worst part is when we mention all these
Teo's
things,
an idiot.
We mention all of these things, and then what they say is like, well, everybody's racist. So that's the cop out, basically. It's like, well, yes, we're racist, but everybody's racist. So okay, but let's be honest. Like Mr. BDA said, let's look at
when you watch an ESPN telecast, and we're going to see it tomorrow night. You don't think Bradley and Ward are going to sit there and ooh and ah at every jab, and that's not going to influence people?
Well, I take note. Listen, I take notes on what I see, but ultimately, I think Bucho makes a good point too, that you got to talk about this stuff, but you can't let it become because ultimately it only has as much power as you give it too. I mean, obviously, whenever people write boxing, the first results that come are LDBC. I mean, how many times have I heard people tell me, "Hey, I found out about your channel through one of the documentaries you made or one of the breakdowns you made," because the live streams don't get what's the word, Bucho? They don't get promoted, right? Like they don't get people don't get linked. So the algorithm, yeah. Whereas these guys, I don't know what the fuck they did, but they've been in the game longer, so they're the ones that come up first too. And how many times have people come up to me and say, "Man, I heard about your show because of that, or because of other people, but because every time I started out in the YouTube community, it was LDBC," and I was thinking, "What the fuck is this?" Like, people think about it. Let's say you're an old man, like a 57, well, that's not old, but like a 67 or 77-year-old guy says, "Yeah, I want to watch some boxing on YouTube." And you're right, boxing. The first thing you get is, Deontay's Boxing Nation or whatever, and then you're talking about talk fighting.
Jesus Christ. I used to listen to LDBC, 78 Sports. When I started in 2011, I swear to God, I didn't even know. It's like, oh, this guy's talking boxing. I'm working, listening to that shit, and then he started talking about John Jones from the UFC, and then Bradley. He was saying some stuff about African Americans. And I was like, what is this?
Man, that guy's extreme. That's like,
and I was like, what the
that's
fuck
like
is
listening to the CCD. Like you can't base everybody off of that one channel.
Well, the CCD is just it's a one big platform where everybody goes in there. It's not one.
Yeah, but man, come on, we know what that is. BD, we're not stupid.
The biggest channel.
It's a pro-Mexican. Actually, it's not even pro-Mexican. It's an anti-black channel. That's what that is.
I disagree with that. But hey, Butcher, let me ask you this though: when you say you told me you used to listen to the LDBC before, they were all the guys. Well, the major guys, not all of them were always extremists, right? You told me that's only started happening once they saw that they were making money off of it.
Yeah, like
No,
Blue
I'm
Bloods.
not sure. Yeah, but it's possible. But I don't remember that. I just remember listening to 78. And
I kept hearing that Blue Bloods kept like distancing himself from the LDBC.
yeah, I don't know
I
what's
get
happening
confused.
anymore. I don't
He
subscribe for all
always
those
has the fake
channels.
headlines. He's annoying.
Yeah,
You be saying some fake ass shit, bro.
I know who that is. Yeah, okay, now I know who it is. The guy with the cap. He's always got a cap, right? Okay, yeah.
Some fake shit, like
champion, Manny Pacquiao.
Well, listen. At the end of the day, look. Again, this platform, whether people believe it or disbelieve it, this platform is about boxing. It just not for nothing, fellas. But when people start making it racial, eventually you get sucked into that too. So at the end of the day, my suggestion would be, every once in a while you got to bring a brace. It is what it is. Look, boxing is the
It's always
hodgepodge.
going to be there. It's always going to be there.
We can't ignore it.
It's
Yeah, but let me
tribalism.
explain.
It's
Let me explain what let me explain what I mean by that. It's a hodgepodge of it's a multicultural sport. So that's what I'm saying by it's always going to be there's always going to be some racial aspect. But like I said, if there's one preponderant that aspect or one that supersedes all the others, one group, then you got to do something about it. Then you got to call it out, and you got to call it out a little bit more often than you would the smaller groups.
I don't know about that, BDA, because it's like.
I agree, BDA. I mean, it happened in UFC with Tyron Woodley.
Yeah, I find it ironic that those who want to accuse people of racism are actually racist themselves.
That's what I see very often. That's, in my experience, the people that don't focus on people's words, focus on their actions. That lets really going to let you know who a person or what type of character someone is, not the words. I mean, the words can be an indication sometimes, but then you got to really focus on character. And if the words match the character, then you get yourself, now you're cooking. But ultimately, this channel is supposed to be fun. It's not supposed to. I mean, I had to tune out at some point because everyone was screaming, everyone was yelling, and it's a toxic environment at some point. People come into the show because they want to escape the triviality.
My apologies.
No. That's it's every. Let's just. I mean, it applies to everybody. It applies to myself as well.
Ultimately, you get to the truth, though, right? Like, that's what the truth is. People debating. That's what you're supposed to get to, is the truth of the matter.
Well, it's called the boxing debate arena. You're right. Yeah, it's called the boxing.
That's ultimately what you take your thesis, antithesis, and you come up with the truth. Like, everybody's eventually trying to get to the truth, I hope. And that's
all I gotta say is I didn't bring up the race topic. I just said something about Shakur and Loma, and they thought I was being racist.
Said it's fine. No, look, it's fine. It's okay to say it because that's how you get to the truth, right? Because you may be saying something you heard from another channel, or they're spewing the racist shit, and you come and say that, and you're gonna get pushback, and that's what happens. You get the pushback. Nobody's just gonna say, "Oh yeah, you're right. Canelo just gets it because he's Mexican," or we just do it because they're black. It's like we're ultimately trying to get to some kind of truth here. Like with the Loma thing. Did he duck Haney? That was coming from black channels. You know it, Rare Stink. That's where it was coming from.
Well, you know what, though, Frank, you're making it very philosophical, like the search for truth, the meaning of life. I just want to watch boxing. I want to watch people.
Yeah, no, but when they're spreading the lies, you're saying these channels, they're spreading lies.
Yeah. No, for sure. Yeah, look, there's one channel, one community that's fucking up for the rest, and there is no equivalent. And it's got to be pointed out. We got to go after them. People got to band together and say, look, these people are toxic. They're infesting the nether realm.
When you're talking about individual people, it's not like it's like a channel of like only black people on the panel, and they just.
It is. You've been there. You know they don't allow other people on their panel.
Which channel is this?
I'm not gonna say their names here, but we know who they are.
Sports, and then there was black. I forgot the name.
Oh no, 78 Sports letting everybody on the panel, even Budo.
They're all black. They're all black.
Dante's Fat Nation.
I don't listen. Off the top of my head, there's the whole. Off the top of my head, there's 78 Sports TV. There's Dante. There's the what's the other fat guy?
Okay, 78 Sports. They're definitely. Look, I don't like 78 Sports. I don't like black.
Let me finish, please. There's a whole hashtag MOB. I think those guys. I've seen individual that they have, and that's all black. There's one that's called Smoke City. I think that's all black. And I've seen every once in a while they bring like one British white British guy, you can always tell he's cocked. And there's no variety. There's no. I mean, look. I don't focus too much on what the other people do. That's what that's what I was trying to say earlier. It's like, okay, yes, you point out the reality, and then you try to move on as much as possible. And then every once in a while, you got to bring it up when it comes to your doorstep or when something happens in the boxing world. But ultimately, those channels, I don't care about them. That's why I don't listen to them. Bucho had his fun with them when he did the whole the Wilder thing after the Wilder Fury, the Glovegate thing. And even that, I was like, man, I can't watch too many of these videos because my head starts hurting. It is ridiculous. Right. But I guess that's part of the entertainment. But I also wanted to bring up something here, though, real quick, because I don't know if Butch is when he's going to end it. Andy Luiz. Butch, remember you did that video, Luis, before the Joshua fight, eating tacos and shoving his nachos in his face during a soccer game? And you said, what the fuck is this? This is like a red flag. Well, now it's coming out that his wife, she's also got issues, but apparently she hacked his... whatchamacallit, one of his accounts, social media accounts. Mm-hmm. And it shows you that the guy doesn't train. It confirms what all his trainers so far have been saying. This guy's got no discipline. He does what he wants. And I'm thinking, man, this guy's got all the talent in the world, hand speed, power, great
Damn,
timing.
and he still knocked out Joshua?
Yeah, I've seen that.
So, yeah, that's all I'm saying is, God, first of all, the lesson of the day, careful who you marry. We're seeing that too with Jermall Charlo. And sometimes look, a guy's behavior does indicate that he does it. That's if he comports himself like a pig outside the ring, chances are he comports himself like a pig inside and in the gym as well. What do you guys think?
I got respect for Jermall Charlo, though. I got respect for Jermall Charlo because he doesn't align himself with the LDBC color shit. Mm-hmm. That's why I respect him.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Jermell tried to play the American angle at some point when he fought the Argentinian guy. What's his fucking name?
What's wrong with that?
No,
I mean, Viva Mexico. What's wrong with going for your own country?
I didn't say it was wrong. I said it was good. I think it's better. Okay. It's better. Do you know what? I think Deontay Wilder should have, when he fought Fury, should have come out with the American flag. He should have had the American Apollo Creed trunks. You know, that would have been great. You know, but instead he goes with the rapper. Racist. The rapper coming in saying black this, black that, blah blah. It's like, I don't know. I think he lost a lot of.
I mean, let's be real. You weren't gonna root for him against Fury, no matter what he did.
No, but I'm saying, I'm saying just for his sake, it would have been better though. I mean, he would have had some American fans.
If Wilder wasn't racist, bro, if he was much more of a decent dude, then bro, if he's an American dude, I'm an American guy. Of course I would fucking vote for him. But if he wasn't racist, bro,
that's the thing. Yeah.
Can I say something about that? Yeah, Cole, you hit the nail on the head there because in 2015 when he won the title against Steve Earn, he was undefeated. I think he was about to get into that trouble there where he choked out a prostitute or somebody. He choked somebody, like a woman, out in a motel or something. And I was thinking, man, before that happened, I was thinking this guy, you know, the sky's the limit maybe with him in terms of marketability, because I was looking at it from a PR perspective. And then the defenses came. The fights with nobodies, the rematch with Sturvern in the rematch, who didn't even train, by the way. He looked like Barry White in there. And you're thinking, what the fuck are they doing with this guy? And like Bucho said, they could have made him bigger because Mike Tyson, there was a point where when he became the butt of the jokes of the media with the fucking biting ears and talking about Allah, praise be to Allah, and then in the same phrase saying he wanted to kill babies and shit. But before the 80s, he was huge. So I was thinking, look, are you telling me they couldn't have taken Wilder? Okay, yeah, he's not the same as Tyson. He didn't have the same arsenal, but he was knocking people out with the right hand. You're telling me they couldn't have built that better from a public relations perspective?
From a PR perspective.
Absolutely. I think Golden Boy would have done a much better job with all of these fighters that went over to the PBC. Look at the year 2013. All the fights we had. It was one of the best years in boxing. 2013. That was still under Golden Boy. After that, the PBC was created. They stole all those fighters. They took them away from De La Hoya. And, you know, they took a long time to make Thurman versus Danny Garcia and other fights. And
Bucho, this conversation reminded me. You know, there's another female boxer I don't like, and she's also racist. It's a female version of Deontay Wilder. You know who it is.
Clarissa.
You mean the bro, Clarissa Shields?
Bro, you seen the shit she says online on Twitter, bro?
I think a lot of
by the way,
people
yes,
I haven't seen anything like truly bad, but give me some examples.
She is making people hate her, bro, and I understand it to the fullest, bro. The shit she is saying, if she was a white boxer, bro, the world would come down on her, bro.
Yeah, Cole, I want to say something about that because people might not understand why Wilder. Wilder didn't start being hated from one day to the next. It's not like he won the title and was like, let's shit on Wilder. Like I said, it was little by little. It was the whole thing there with the woman in the hotel. Then it was him with the racism thing, and then it was with the I want to be pregnant. That didn't anger people as much as it creeped them out. Like, what the fuck's up with this guy? Then when he said when he went at Brazil's wife, remember that him and his entourage, they went at his wife in front of their children. So it was, and there's more. I'm not even gonna go into the whole thing. You can watch a documentary about the Fury Wilder fight we did if you want to catch up on it. But it's a culmination of things. I think it's the same thing with Clarissa Shields. It's not just one thing and then people shit on her. Like recently, I saw on Twitter, she said, if I'm not the face of boxing, who is? And she didn't, mind you, she didn't say the face of women's boxing. She said the face of boxing. So it's a culmination of things. It stacks up, and people just go, you know what? Fuck this, fuck this gal. She's a little bit too out of control for my taste. And it applies to every fighter. It's not just one thing, unless it's something egregious like mass rape or something. It's always a couple of things that get stacked, and people say, you know what? I'm going to root for this guy as opposed to that guy.
BDA, her pound for pound list is a goddamn joke, bro.
I mean, I wouldn't expect anything else of.
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't even have Usyk in there,
list, right?
No, she does. She probably got like 2. She doesn't even have Usyk in the top 5. Like, what the fuck?
Who's it? Who do you remember the list? Who's on the list?
Bro, I don't. It's a no-brainer. I don't even have to say it, bro. If Clarissa Shields, you know who she is. You know how she is. I don't like her because of her character, not because of her race, because of her character, and that's always how it's going to be.
Hey, is Mirage still here, by the way?
No, we're not talking about Benavidez, so he's not here.
I'm here. I'm just listening.
Speaking of devil.
Dirk's got all the attention. I don't want to take Dirk's attention. He's got it all today.
I'm not going to bring up Benavidez. I wanted to ask him something about. Like, they asked McGregor recently or something about a Canelo fight, and I'm just curious if they made that fight, because I know you told me the other day, or maybe I misheard you, that you weren't a big Conor McGregor fan, and I know you're not a Canelo fan. So if they fought, who would you root for?
No, McGregor's a piece of shit. He's raped women. He's fucking beat up women. So I used to be a fan, but now I'll support Canelo to knock him out.
I mean, that has to be a joke if they fight. Like, come on, it's no.
Yeah.
And
no, I mean, no.
That's a different argument.
No,
first of all,
Mirage, he's a fucking criminal, man. He's a criminal. He's done a lot of shit. If you see that behind the scenes, what he's up to.
That's gonna be bad on Canelo. It's gonna look terrible.
The woman stuff that you mentioned, Mirage,
it's
all allegedly. It's all allegedly.
Yeah, okay, allegedly, but it's quite. There's a lot of evidence for that. A lot of evidence. Trust me.
But what's funny is those people.
He's paid people off.
He hit an old man, I think, right?
Yeah. I was about to ask.
Well, fuck him. Anyways, who gives a shit?
Yeah, I just want to
know about the Canelo.
Google, bro. Use Google.
I don't watch UFC and fuck it.
Anyway, I support Canelo. But will that fight happen? I mean, it'll happen eventually.
No. But I was just curious if it, like in another universe, if it happened, I was just curious who you'd be.
No, I've got ethics. I've got ethics, believe it or not, and some morals.
But you know what?
I'm surprised.
It's interesting. We're talking about the fighters, how they can, like, how it goes bad for them. That's the same thing with McGregor. Initially, people loved them. And then it was just too much shit talking. The performances weren't up.
He's hated. He's hated in his own town in Ireland. They don't even like him anymore. They reckon he's a piece of shit.
See, so that proves that people are able to dislike a fighter because of his attitude outside the ring. This is what.
And if you keep winning, bro, they're gonna overlook that.
This is what some people don't.
No, but you can go too far. You can go too far.
Well, depends. Yeah, of course.
I'm
You can always
sure,
go
but
too far on
McGregor will
everything.
be still. People
But
still like McGregor from what I've
there's a
seen.
lot of fighters that people don't like because of how
Yeah,
they
yeah, but I'm
behave.
talking in his own. He comes from a working class,
Irish.
Was it Grumlin? I forget the name of the town in Ireland, but
Gremlin.
Dublin Crumlin.
yeah, but then he became too big, like this big superstar, and they know all the crimes he's been doing, fucking assaulting women. He bashed an old guy in a
Wait.
pub because he
Oh
wouldn't
my
drink a
God.
fucking
Yeah,
beer.
yeah.
I've seen
that
that. I've
shit.
seen that.
Then
Bro,
then they see this cunt's gone too far. He's not one of us anymore. He's different now, and they don't like him.
You are Aussie. Wait, Mirage,
Yeah.
you're Aussie. You're not.
You're
You're not
fucking smart.
Irish.
You're perceptive, bro.
I'll see.
Yeah, I am.
No, it's
And-
interesting. What do people think about Khabib? Because the little I know about him,
I love
he's
Khabib.
getting street. Yeah, but he's
Man,
always
that
getting his street
dude's a
fights.
Taliban.
Well, that's what I'm
Yo,
saying.
what?
So, what the fuck? Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Just
Is
kidding.
what do people think about him? Because I'm not too sure. But I've only seen a couple of things about him on Twitter.
He's a great fighter, but
He's unbeatable.
He's too. I don't know what the word I'm looking for. He doesn't believe women should be like seen. He's one of those.
He's Muslim, brother. He's
I know, I
Muslim,
understand,
though.
but like to me, that's too extreme. Even for like, I can't rock with that. But
That's his
I
culture.
respect.
That's his religion.
He's a great fighter.
Brother, that's his religion.
Whoa,
I just can't rock with that.
I just want to say he wasn't unbeatable.
Wait.
He actually lost against Tabao. If we watch that fight,
It's close.
Man, I mean,
But
maybe
yeah,
I
did
don't
you mean
know.
what did I think about him personally or as a fighter? What did you mean?
Oh,
Personally, yeah, he has no bad baggage. Sure, he's a conservative Muslim, but I mean that's sort of accepted and common these days. But other than that, he's a good guy out of the ring, from what I've heard. I haven't heard no bad shit.
Yeah.
So he's respected. He's respected. Yeah.
he's a little bit too conservative for me. But other than that, he seems like a good guy.
But there's nothing. He doesn't bash women or anything like that. He's got conservative views, whatever. But
Right.
yeah.
I mean, it's better than I guess it's better than the opposite of that. I guess whatever.
You
that
mean
would be.
Connor? You mean Connor?
Connor,
Yeah,
did you
yeah,
see recently,
Connor.
like he was off his face on his boat, and he threw a woman overboard, and he tried
Bro,
to attack.
that's all allegedly. Bro, that's all allegedly.
Okay, it's
though.
allegedly, but people don't make up these stories. And then her house,
Well,
her car got firebombed. Her car got firebombed a couple of weeks later. So this allegedly, people aren't just making this shit up out of thin air.
I get it, but
Mirage,
you have to understand. This is Connor.
But he
This
does
is
look
Conor
like an
McGregor.
erratic. He does look like a volatile, erratic type of person. Remember when he was trashing the boss? He was throwing a bunch of shit. Remember at the boss?
Yeah. When he attacked the Khabib entourage.
Yeah. So
That was- when
Wait,
psychotic.
Bucho, you remember Nate Diaz?
Yeah.
The situation?
What happened?
When he was throwing water bottles at Nate Diaz's team.
No,
Yeah. That was during a press conference. Or a Wayne, I think. Yeah, I remember that. I saw that.
No, he's
Hey,
crazy.
it's interesting though. Yeah. That's why I've seen. Hey, man, like when Haney pushed Loma earlier. We've seen guys getting pushed before, but just because we've seen it before, don't expect people to just let it go. Because I was perusing Twitter, and a lot of people are like, "Man, I was rooting for Haney, but this shit turned me off." So I'm thinking, see, that's another cautionary tale there. You can't just go around acting like a maniac. I mean, you can. If there's free will, you can do whatever you want, really. But then people are gonna look at you like, "What the fuck?" I mean, this is a business. Last time I checked in boxing, you want to come watch you fight, and sometimes pissing them off isn't really the way to go. Because I'll give you an example. This fucking Hollywood, it's tanking. Hollywood with the movies and the TV shows not doing well.
You didn't like Cleopatra? You didn't like it?
Oh,
serious?
Yeah. I mean, but
Garbage. What garbage that is.
why? The reason why is because apparently a lot of these Hollywood companies were using a algorithm company or one of those Silicon Valley companies for the algorithms. It's called Parrot, believe it or not, Parrot Inc.
I think it's called Liptars.
Well, maybe that too. But what these fuckers were doing was they were gauging the amount of talk on the internet, and they had a system of points. So this many people are talking about it. They would give it like 5 points here, 5 points there. So they would go back to the executives and they would go, "Hey, your movie's trending. It's got 40 points." And the guys in Hollywood would go, "Whoa, holy jeez, that's great." But what they were doing was Parrot Inc. was actually factoring in. They weren't factoring in the fact that a lot of that talk a lot of that chatter on the internet was negative. So that's what I'm saying. Sometimes people think, well, Mayweather was hated. This is their logic. Mayweather was hated. He made a lot of money. Therefore, if I'm hated, I'm going to make a lot of money too.
No,
you gotta, Mayweather
a lot of factors. There's a lot of factors that have to go. That came into play. There's a lot of things. That's like I said. The stars aligned for Floyd Mayweather. It's going to be very difficult for somebody with his style, that's boring as hell, to make it the way Floyd did. To make it big.
Some people we hate, you just want to switch the channel. We don't even want to see them. Floyd, you want to watch him because you hate him. It's a combination, for sure.
And the opponents that he had, the De La Hoya, the Pacquiao, the Cotto, all these names were there for the picking. So, I don't see it. Yeah.
And guess what? Till this day, people still believe the first fight with Maidana. People still believe Maidana won that fight.
But I want to go back to the whole thing about look, being hated. I mean, Rigondeaux. People hated him for his arrogance and the fact that he would say, "I'm gonna break this guy's face," and then spend the whole fucking 12 rounds running. So yeah, man, it's again, there's a bunch of examples of people being hated. I mean, even going back to the McGregor thing, hasn't his Q rating, that's star power, hasn't it taken a hit as well?
Oh yeah,
because of all
he did some stupid things like he punched one of his teammates and then in the scuffle he hit one of the reps. I don't know if you guys remember that.
The main thing is he's losing now. He's losing. He's no longer winning fights.
Yeah, but he was winning at that moment.
You gotta win the Michael Chandler fight. If he doesn't win this Michael Chandler fight, he's done.
Yeah, but even if he fights, well, people don't even think that fight's going to happen. He's still fucking.
Well, they're still going to watch him.
He's not even in the testing pool. Yeah, so he's no longer. You can get away with shit if you're winning, if you can back it up. Once he started losing, that shtick doesn't work anymore. So he's not even taken seriously now as a fighter.
To be honest. But Mirage, he can still pull numbers. He has a big audience.
He's still the biggest in the UFC.
Well, last time he did, I don't know how much longer that's going to last. He'll still pull 1 million.
0.2, 1.5.
He'll still pull $1 million. He's a huge star. He's an attraction for sure. But he's lost the aura as a serious top.
That's what I'm saying. He's got to win this next fight with Michael Chandler. He's got a fight lined up with Michael Chandler.
Yeah, but if it happens,
you know what's interesting about that? Now that you mentioned that, because I know Mirage, when I talked to him about McGregor, he said that the other problem with McGregor was that he made way too much money in the Mayweather fight. Now he's just
lost his hunger.
I wanted to ask, is that the same shit? I wanted to ask, is that the same shit that happened to Tyson Fury? Because there's another guy that people liked. And now I'm looking at a lot of YouTube channels. I'm looking on Twitter, the boxing community. People are starting to really dislike the fella. Is that what happened to him too? Did he make too much money?
Well, here's the thing, BDA. He had the belt at, 145 and 155, and he didn't even defend any of the titles.
Talk about McGregor.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I've been talking about Haney for a second.
That was his biggest mistake. That was McGregor's biggest mistake, going after the Floyd fight. Fighting Floyd Mayweather was his
$300 million.
Well, his bank account disagrees with your opinion.
Yeah, are you kidding me? I would have done that in a heartbeat.
The thing is that.
Yeah, what is this guy talking about?
Hold on, I'll tell you
fight
right
for
now.
20 years and never made that kind of money for these boxers.
Yep, I'll tell you. I understand. Listen, bro.
One at a time.
I understand that. I agree. Okay.
Well, let him explain himself.
Who's talking? I didn't see him.
I agree.
Let him explain himself.
But
hear this. Yeah.
I agree with you. I agree with everything you're saying. But if he would have never fought Floyd, he would have defended his titles. He would have still been on a streak. Because he made all that money.
As a fighter. You're talking as a fighter.
I think he had lost his steam in MMA by then. I think he had lost a lot of what he was before that Floyd Mayweather fight by then. And he knew it. He wanted to cash out, and he wanted to make some serious money.
He was on top of the world. He was a two-time champ.
Exactly. He wasn't hungry anymore. He wasn't hungry anymore. As a fighter, he wasn't hungry anymore.
He wasn't hungry anymore.
He
That's what I'm
basically
saying.
took Floyd's persona, let's be real. Like, the money thing, the chinchillas, the chains, everything.
And
They're bragging
in
about
the UFC,
cars, all that.
it's not like boxing.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, there's
He
fighters
took trash talking. He definitely took elements of Floyd's personality.
Those suits, those suits he started wearing, that's all Conor McGregor. Floyd wasn't doing that same thing.
Hey, by the way, that's a good point about the UFC because in the UFC everybody fights everybody. There's if you actually deserve a title shot, you will get a title shot. So the zero in the record, it's the undefeated fighters. They're very rare that they exist. That's how it should be. That's how it should. But then when you have these boxers that have a zero and they fight once, twice a year, I mean, you have to. I mean, it's reasonable to start questioning their record and how their careers are being managed.
I don't want to go back to this topic, but there are plenty of people on Floyd's resume that not everybody is just going to beat those guys. You got to be a special fighter to run through those type of fighters.
Somebody else beat them as well. No, he didn't beat a boxer that nobody else could beat.
I mean, that's think okay because nobody ever retires really truly undefeated. That doesn't make any sense, Bucho.
When you fight everybody, you should have a loss. When you fight everybody, you will have a loss. That's just logic. You know what I mean?
And he did basically fight everybody we wanted him to see.
But in the UFC, the best fight the best at their best, not past their prime or some bullshit.
You're gonna lose.
Nevertheless, it's going to go back into a different topic. Go ahead.
Floyd still had a lot of controversial fights. When he won the fights, it was quite controversial.
And he would rematch those controversial fights. And win in a more dominant fashion.
Notice we're back to Floyd. Reverie, you should consider yourself bringing that name back up.
I didn't bring it up, goddamn it.
No, you did. You did. I was just talking about when you have a zero on your record, which is not only Floyd. There's a lot of boxers with have a zero, and eventually they lose sometimes, but sometimes they drag that zero for a long time. And your question.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah. Like Zurdo Ramirez was like 40 and something, 40 and 0, wasn't he?
I hate to be repetitive. I hate to be repetitive about this, but the big problem, man, with the boxing right now, in terms of I should have found it because somebody on Discord posted a compilation videos. I think I mentioned this on the last show of Afro-Anglo boxers, specifically Afro-Anglos, talking about how they're afraid of losing because when a Mexican loses, their fans still support them, but they feel as if they lose, no one's going to watch them. And this is something that I've been saying for years, that this irrational fear of losing the O. And on top of that, this is what I wanted to get to, the inactivity. Somebody just posted a tweet here of Jaron Ennis, like I think he's chopping wood or something. And the guy in the who tweeted that says, all these wood chopping to fight another Karen in 15 months. Poor guys over at the BBC and Showtime can't get a consistent schedule to save their careers. Steve Kim said that the other time he was on the show. Rolly Romero, he's what, 24, 25? He's got less than 25 or something like that. Yeah, he's got less than 20 fights. He should be fighting, at that point in your career, unless you're exceptional, you should be fighting 3, 4 times. Yeah.
All right, I got a super chat from Toon. I got a super chat from Toon here. He says, I'm rooting for Lomachenko 100%. I just want to see the next fighter they want to latch on to. Wilder went down. If Haney go down, it's just Clarissa Shields and Boots Ennis.
So you telling me that basically that comment right there is not race related? Come on now.
It is absolutely.
So of course, so that's what I'm saying. We like to point out the LDBC and the black bias, but you guys never talk about the other side.
Well,
I agree with you. Wait a minute.
What do you mean? What's the other side?
There's rare breed. There's racism everywhere.
I want to hear the answer to that. What's the other side?
The other side is basically most of the time the non-black fans because they a lot of them like to team up.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, brother.
I don't understand the answer. A lot of them like
LDBC. There's no LDBC. Well, go ahead, Cole.
Well, go ahead.
There's racism everywhere. People would be biased everywhere. But who is it coming majority from?
See, I disagree with that talking point because it's like Republicans and Democrats. One side's always going to believe the other side's more evil than the other.
Yeah, it's not the same.
So it really depends on the way you view the world.
No, it's just
what I'm saying is that people are being biased now because of what? Why are they being biased? Who made them biased? Who made them see color?
Listen. I hate to interrupt, but the answer is quite clear. There's preponderant evidence on one side, and there's very little evidence on the other. That's as simple as that, man. I want to see. I've had 3 or 4 people say. Not 3 or 4, but 2 or 3 people say that they were going to come back with receipts about how there's an equal LDBC, but opposite, the opposite races, and have yet they've never came with the receipts.
Yeah.
Now I asked a goddamn good question, by the way, about the inactivity, and you motherfuckers want to go back to the race. Let's make it racial then. Let's make it racial about inactivity.
No. Let's talk about the boxing.
Hold on. Which race is more inactive? Let's get racial. Which race is more inactive? I'm not serious here. What the fuck?
No, seriously, bro. This notion that black fighters don't fight each other or none of these people are fighting each other. Fury and Usyk hasn't been made. Beterbiev and what's his name, Bivol, haven't fought each other because of political reasons and other bullshit. So like, who's out here really fighting everybody? Nobody.
Yeah, other people. Yeah, top rank. They usually get more fights done there. It's the PBC. It's it's just it happens to be that a lot of these black fighters are with the PBC, but I'm sure these fighters want to fight.
No, it's just that the black fighter is more prominent, so it's more noticeable.
I was kidding about I don't know if people got the joke that I was kidding when I said let's make it racial, but here's my thing about that. Look, there's always listen. This year has been a terrific year. It's been better than 2022. Let's face the facts. We're getting good fights. 2021 was as I hope it's better than 2021 because 2021 was better than 2022. But we are getting good fights. Now there's always gonna be fights that people are itching for. Like, yes, it's true. Usyk Fury, that's one guy holding it up, and it's Fury. Spence Crawford, there's a lot of evidence showing that it's really one side that's holding it up, and it's driven people mad going back and forth. Bivol versus Smith, that's another one. But most of the other fights are getting made. But I will say, man, look, you got to admit the problem. The PBC are at the bottom of the pile in terms of activity right now. I mean, they got one date in the next 3 months. June.
I hear they're about to go bankrupt.
Or now, there's still fights coming up. I can tell, or I can see.
You feel it in the air? It's in the air.
Spence Crawford will be made. So if we get Spence Crawford, and we will get Spence Crawford, that means they would have given us Benavidez Plant, Spence Crawford, and Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis. Those are three huge fights.
You said that last. You said that. Last year. You said the same thing, Reverend. You said we're gonna get. You said I remember, and we had this talk, man, on White Rapid. I think.
You guys.
Yeah, but this time it's different.
He read it from his horoscope, man. He knows what he's saying.
That's
before anyone else goes, the point was all those fights you mentioned, Benavidez Plant, Crawford, Spence, what was the other one?
Tank and Ryan.
Tank, pay-per-view.
Pay-per-view.
We're talking free. We're talking. Look, I don't want to. Some of those fights, like for example, Lomachenko versus Haney shouldn't be pay-per-view. It's a good fight. It's one for the hardcores, but it shouldn't be pay-per-view. Okay, I get that. But the PBC, they can't make. See, that's a huge red flag. The fact that they're unable to make this type. Like, look, Benavidez Plant shouldn't have been pay-per-view, and he did. How much did he do? 37,000 pay-per-view buys. Is that what they said?
It was horrible. It was
damn.
Make money.
Who knows?
Now,
and I thought it was 37, but it's.
But
it wasn't
that's
good.
It shouldn't. If you're paying for Showtime, you're getting jibbed because that's a fight that should have been on Showtime, but they got no more money.
Hey man, I hear PBC's about to go bankrupt.
I've heard that for the last 5 years.
Yeah, but you can see, like I explained it before, you can see the decline. You can see where they were in 2015 and where they are now. So it's kind of a logical conclusion.
Listen, I need to ask everyone on the panel here that a serious question here about Spence and Crawford. Now that Crawford is a little older, and we may get that fight next year. Is anyone really excited about that shit? Knowing that Crawford?
Yes.
Nah, bro, they're too old. They're not in their prime anymore.
Hold on, one at a time.
No,
Can I go first?
No, I'm not excited for that fight. I think Steve Kim said it best. It's like marinating spam.
People always say that shit, but just like they said that we marinated Pacquiao and Floyd too long, but guess what? It was an all-time record-selling pay-per-view, so people are gonna pay for that shit.
Yeah, but you know what?
I was about to say that.
I got the counter argument to that. If it would have happened sooner, the pay-per-views could have been higher.
Hold the phone. Manny Pacquiao. Hold on. Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather had the benefit of a lot of casuals. Do Spence and Crawford have the benefit of casuals? Fuck no.
True.
If they build the fight right, they can.
Fans.
If they promote the fight the right way, they can.
No, they.
I don't think
how
sell
could you
more
build a
than
culture?
Tank and Garcia.
Boxing is making a comeback.
I'm sorry.
Boxing is making a comeback.
Hold on.
I think
nobody knows who the fuck those dudes are, bro. You can't build a culture overnight. You can't build
Yes,
a
you
culture
can.
in a year.
Yes, you
Floyd
can. Because
Mayweather
Errol
and Manny
Spence already has
Pacquiao
a base.
had a culture of people following them. They had casuals following them. They had hardcores, in betweeners. They had everybody
And the whole
under the
country
sun.
behind Manny
But no,
Pacquiao
think
too.
about it.
You say
Errol
the same
Spence
about
average.
Spence and Crawford. Those fucking guys don't have any following, bro.
But
They
no,
have
but
that
guess
was
what? Guess
known
what?
worldwide.
Errol Spence averages around 300,000 pay-per-view buys for some of his fights.
That's
So,
nothing compared to
yeah, but
Floyd
what I'm saying, if
Mayweather
you
and
add
Manny
Crawford,
Pacquiao.
if you add Crawford to that, you could potentially at least do 500,000, which is solid. That's a good number to me.
Maybe, but you know
That's not
what?
a
You know what's
mega
ruining
fight.
that
That's not a
is the
huge. That's not a
tactics. Listen to the
That's a great
politics
number.
of what's going on in boxing right now with those guys.
Let me read a super chat.
Can I say this?
Super chat. You want to read it? Because I don't know.
Yeah, I'll read it. Toon with exclamation points says, "Ain't no other side. I'm black, dummy." And that wasn't racist. They don't like Tank, Charlo, Bradley Crawford, and a couple more black fighters. Nothing to do with race. They are opportunists. Period. Well, there you go. I mean,
You're just a random on the internet. How the fuck we know you're black?
It's Louis Farrakhan, the Louis Farrakhan type of. What's his name?
You know, guess what? I'm Swedish, guys. I'm not actually. I'm Swedish.
I took a class given by the Quantico, and they taught me how to read, and I can sometimes I read and I go.
Doesn't believe that guy because he thinks
So
blacks are,
based on his typing, he's okay.
Rarely doesn't believe Rarely doesn't believe this guy in the super chat is black because Rarely thinks all blacks are the same.
I mean, even if he is black, like who gives a fuck, bro? Like, go fuck yourself.
All right, can I answer the question then? Let me answer the question about the fight. Look, I've said it before. I'm an exception. I'm a boxing junkie, so there are fights where when they're made and I go, nah. But then as the fight gets closer, I go, fuck, I'm gonna like even now. I'm telling you now, that fight doesn't interest me as much because you're comparing it to what it should have been, right? Which should have been 2019. So it's always going to be a bit of a disappointment. Of course, I'm going to have to buy it if it's done because A, it's pay-per-view, so I have to buy it. Number two, I have to buy it because I want to talk about it on this goddamn show. And number three, at the end of the day, yeah, I would be interested in it. Not as much as 2019, but I would be interested in it. And now that's a hardcore boxing fan. Will Jack and Jill America be interested in this fight? I don't know, especially with the way the economy is going. With the way the economy is going, if they do 500,000,
Jack and Jill or Jack and Jack. Get with the program.
Jack and Jill. That's a great number.
If they do 500,
and unlike Pacquiao and Mayweather, it's going to live up to the expectation of a great fight. It's not going to be a boring fight.
Oh,
I hope so. I hate to pay for a pay-per-view.
Yeah, I'm a little excited about the fight. I would have been more excited about the fight if it was done earlier because these guys are already a little too old. I wouldn't say they might be a little past their prime. This fight wouldn't be as much fireworks, as much of a grudge match as it would have been like in 2018.
They're getting old and they're not even active. That's the
imagine an undercard of Keyshawn Davis and Frank Martin, Boots Ennis versus Keith Thurman, the co-main event, and then obviously Spence Crawford. Would you pay $90 for that?
Hell no.
90?
That's probably what it's going to be. Let's be real.
There's no way that's happening.
Insanity. First of all, that's insanity. They would listen.
They're not going to have enough money for all that, but it'd be nice.
Well, listen. As per Steve Kim, he said this about 2 years ago. The reason why the fight isn't happening initially wasn't happening. If it indeed it does, the reason why it wasn't happening was because they were asking for too much money. They were overpricing themselves. They were overrating their worth. So now, if they take a little pay cut, it's still a lot of money that they're going to get paid. So I don't know if that's going to leave enough for the
undercard. It's going to be a trash ass undercard. That's obvious. But yeah. But what was I about to say? I don't know.
I'll go for Errol Spence. I fuck with Errol Spence in that fight, bro.
And guys, for that fight, like the winner is probably gonna retire after that. Like the winner is probably gonna retire, no? Because they're already kind of old.
So let's say Crawford wins that fight and he becomes undisputed. And then he goes up to 54 and beats Tim Tszyu or Charlo, and he becomes undisputed up there. Where does that put him all time?
Old, bro. Crawford too old, bro.
I disagree. I don't think Crawford or Spence are beating Mel.
Bro,
Yeah, I
Crawford
think they
too
can, bro.
old for him.
Mel makes a lot of mistakes. He's a good fighter, but he relies a lot on his athleticism. Those two guys are more skilled.
Yeah, but this
I
is
got a
Sean.
question
This
though.
isn't
The
5'4"
flip side to that
Sean
coin,
Porter.
Crawford.
You know.
Yeah, the flip side to that coin is Crawford.
Go.
He's hittable too. So and Jermel, for all his flaws, that guy can crack.
Yeah,
So
I
I'm
still want to see
bigger.
that
He's
fight.
bigger.
That's a
He's
fight I
strong.
want to see. That's another fight I want to see.
Oh, that's a
Jermel Charlo and Crawford, they got real beef. That's a fight.
Well, hold on.
Guys,
Realistically,
dude.
When we talk
Butcher,
about go ahead.
No, I said you go ahead. You go ahead.
When we talk about challenges, this is a challenge where if Spence would move up and fight Charlo, I know they have the same trainer or Crawford. That's a challenge. See what I'm talking about?
See,
Fighting a guy like Jermel, who's undisputed, who's dangerous, who's young still, you know, relatively speaking. But again, some other fighters never had those type of fights.
Let's see.
Fighting bigger guys.
In weight,
That's
154
true.
and challenge Jermel Charlo. If he can't fight,
Crawford is fighting bigger guys. He started at 135.
A young, bigger guy. Doesn't get
You know what? Here's the news though. Here's the bad news though. Here's the bad news. If Crawford beats Spence, first of all, let's say the PBC still has the funds to. Let's say it's even still around in some form or another. I don't know if they get the funds to offer him, but I also don't know if they would. Let's say Crawford beats Spence. Would they really risk putting that guy in there against Jermel Charlo, knowing that he could take another one of their guys?
Well, Crawford's already 35 years old.
Yeah,
That's going to be his retirement fight.
He'll be undisputed, which means he has the direct line of challenging the champion at 54.
I think Charlo would just send him to retirement, bro. That'll be his last fight. He'd take a good payday, but that'll be his last fight.
I think Crawford would take that fight, maybe. Yeah,
He wants that fight.
Retire.
He doesn't like that dude.
That would be a great fight. That's a good challenge. Imagine.
Yeah, because they got beef. It brings up numbers. They got beef. People know that. People casuals obviously know that.
That's a type of fight that people will remember. If in 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, they look back at Crawford's career and remember when he moved up in weight and challenged Jermel Charlo for the undisputed
champion,
super welterweight championship. That would be great. Some boxers they never had those type of fights. They fought guys that were washed up. Yeah.
I'm still amazed the guy used to make 135. Because you look at him now as a welterweight, the guy's fully fledged. How old was he when he was a 135? 25?
25.
I think he was 20. Yeah, 24, 25. Yeah.
Yeah, that's insane that the people can make that type of weight nowadays. That's why sometimes I wonder if they help. This whole shenanigans with the weights nowadays. Sometimes I wonder if they go back to the same day weigh-ins. Every guy out there, well, maybe the exception of one or two, but every other top fighter out there is going to have to move up one or two divisions. Because imagine Crawford, for example, if he had to weigh in the same day, he'd be fighting at 160 or more, maybe.
No, he's little. He's too little for that.
Why talk? I
think Charlo would TKO him. Yeah, he would TKO Crawford.
Unless you're saying you have to fight in the weight class that you actually walk around. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because back in those days, when they used to weigh in at the same day, they were cutting weight a little bit, nowhere near what the fuck they do now, where they're almost killing themselves. So if a guy was gonna fight at 160, let's say, he would do it during the week. He would start little by little cutting weight. He would show up at the day, but usually they used to walk around. Let's say if you fight 160, you were walking around at 165, unless you were Jake LaMotta, who would fucking balloon up in weight. He was one of the few crazy guys who would do that. But other than that, that's what I'm saying. Every other guy out there would have to be fighting in their regular weight. The other one.
Roberto Duran was one bad motherfucker, bro. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, he was.
He fucking was, yeah, man. The guy was insane. And you know what? Like, to Pucho's point, the reason why he's considered one of the top 10 guys ever, I've seen some people put him at top 5.
Yeah, I'll say top 5.
The risk he took, going from a little ass lightweight to middleweight, back when there were. Well, back then they were already 154, I think. Yeah, there was already 154. But even then, it was on the cusp of that. It was relatively new divisions, and this guy was winning those titles in those these divisions.
Who are you talking about? Duran.
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah, more importantly,
but nobody cares about the losses. But Duran lost to this guy. Who cares?
Even the disqualification. when he quit, even that sort of
Even
became.
he quit. He quit in that Leonard fight,
Yeah.
and as bad as that was, that he was overridden or overshadowed by the rest of his career. That's
Yeah,
how
but
good
he
he
still
was.
got good wins. He still got good, amazing wins, bro.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
overshadowed. You can if you can overshadow quitting in a fight. What's that tell you about his record? So this zero that
Israel Vasquez.
it's pathetic.
Israel Vasquez, who, by the way, he was on the Barrera podcast. They invited Rafael Marquez back, and then they had Israel Vasquez. Remember that guy quit against Rafael Marquez in the first fight because he had a shattered nose, not just broken, like it was a bag of bones essentially on his nose.
Fuck me.
And he was able to come back because people said, "Oh, he quit. You can't come back from quitting." That's not necessarily true. I mean, like Bucho said, Duran did it, Klitschko did it, and then Israel Vasquez did it. So sometimes quitting, yeah, look, it's a stigmata. No, excuse me, not stigmata, a stigma. It's a stigma. It's a stigma on the fight. Stigma. It's a stigma on the guy's record. But you can overcome it, but you got to take a big risk to make up for it.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Look at Manny Pacquiao. He had a couple of losses early in his career.
Oh yeah.
He got stopped, but irrelevant after what he did. You have to put it on the line. Yeah, so you can do it.
Exactly. So these people had, but Pacquiao had 6 losses, so I don't know how many. Like, who cares?
And nobody
Yeah,
cared.
but,
He got knocked the fuck out cold. Yet the fight against Floyd was huge. So you can do it.
Of course.
Yeah, in regards to Crawford, I was going to mention he was champion at 40, so he'd be fighting and he'd be the first double undisputed. If he fought Jermel, he'd be like the triple undisputed. That's like a great achievement, like the triple crown in horse racing.
Yeah.
That'd be badass too. And you know what? He got the length. He got a like 82-inch reach. So compared to other junior middleweights, he's got the same arm reach, if not longer than those fools. Even though those fools are like 6 foot tall, 5'8". That's extremely long arms for a dude that's 5'8".
And yet he still hasn't. And he hasn't made the fight still in 5 years. What does that tell you?
You know what?
What's happening in July? I'm just saying, if it happens within the next 4 months, 3 or 4 months, that's cool.
Yo, you know what I wonder? Why hasn't Josh Taylor never moved up to fight Spence or Crawford?
He will. He said he wants to, but what was the reason he's staying?
Whose reason?
Because he knows he would get beat up at 147. That's why.
No, but he
Who
wants
would
to
get
move up
beat
in
up at
weight and fight.
147?
No, he wants
Josh Taylor.
Beat up? I think that would be a good fight, but beat up? What do you mean beat up?
I think he knows that his limit is 140. He doesn't want to go to 147. It's too many killers.
No, his limit.
Yeah, but that's
he can't make
legacy
140.
shit, bro.
He cannot wait. He's a big 140 pounder, so he.
The only reason he talks about Crawford is because Crawford is not a big 47 pounder.
Yeah, but
No,
he
it's
can make
because,
147.
it's because Crawford is a champion, and Crawford's a big name in
That too,
boxing.
but he
And
doesn't really talk
Crawford
about Spence
also would
or any of the
provide
guys.
a big payday or a decent payday. So of course he's gonna mention Crawford.
I think he should go up and challenge these dudes before they fucking get old and shit, so we can see a good fight.
Yeah.
How old is Taylor?
Better do that soon because they ain't gonna be there forever, and then you have to deal with Virgil and Bruce Ennis. Good luck.
Well,
I mean, you're acting like Josh Taylor is some sort of bomb or something. How bad is Josh Taylor?
No, Josh Taylor's a great fighter, but
So,
if he would, if he thought he could compete at 47, he would have moved by now because he's killing himself.
All right, that's
to
fine.
go to
But you say
140.
he's a good fighter, but then he's gonna get destroyed by this guy, and if he doesn't get destroyed by Crawford, he's gonna get destroyed by Boots Ennis or Virgil Ortiz. I mean,
I wouldn't say
he's not
destroyed.
that good, right? But that's what that's what.
Yeah,
really
listen.
is.
Can I say something about that? I would say this: it can go both ways. Whenever a guy moves up, especially a tall guy like Taylor, either his skills don't match up to his style when he moves up in weight. Like Hatton, for example, Ricky Hatton was in a catch-22 because he was a short guy and he was a brawler or a pressure fighter who would just jump in and get on the inside. Once he moved up to 147, that advantage was gone. He couldn't break down this taller guy. So Josh Taylor, maybe his brawling style, because he's a brawler at heart, he's an inside fighter. Maybe that won't work at 147. Or here's the flip side to that coin is the fact that he's killing himself to make weight at 140.
Yeah.
Actually rejuvenates him at 147 and it increases his punch. But it could go both ways. It could make him worse, or we might find out it actually makes him better.
The hardest transition is going from 40 to 47.
I think he's got to try, bro. He needs like 2 tune-ups and then to fight you know what? No, 2 former champions, and then he'll be good. I think he should try, bro. To be honest, I think he should really do it.
Yeah, he should. He's big as shit.
And like BDA said, he's tall for 140, and he would be okay.
He's a
for
bigger,
147.
yeah,
And
he's
this,
a
this
bigger
isn't
dude than Lopez.
this isn't exactly. This isn't Ricky Hatton. In my opinion, that jump from 140 to 147 was just too much. And we saw it not only
That
against
killed-
Floyd, obviously, but we saw it before that when he fought Colasso. He looked terrible in that fight. That he was really too small for welterweight, in my opinion. That style wasn't going to be good for 147.
Well, he's what? He's 5'10", right?
5'5".
5
Oh
feet
no,
10
you're talking
inches. But
about
you look at his
yeah,
legs.
yeah.
Yeah, you look at Josh Taylor's legs. He's got these skinny legs. If he could build up and add some beef and beef up the legs,
Yeah.
you never.
He needs
maybe
Canelo's legs.
Yeah, Canelo's got some fucking tree trunks for
Yeah.
legs,
No, he
and that
could
you know,
make it.
Fucking genetic ass legs, bro. I don't know who he gets that shit from. Probably,
that
some
Gonzalo's,
Mexican genes.
Gonzalo's kid is gonna have those type of legs because he's Mexican, and then the Filipinos, they all got all those Filipino calves, like
Right, Manny Pacquiao. He also had big calves.
Oh yeah, Pacquiao
They
had
all
like
have
crazy ass.
over there in the Philippines. I don't know what the fuck it is.
But even
They all
Thais,
have
but
big
the
calves.
kickboxers, the Thai boxers, the Thai fighter, like Rungvisai, also
Yeah.
his legs fucking, what the fuck is that? BDA, you want to read that super chat?
Paul H. Atreides, I think that's from the Dune the story there. He says, shout out to BDA and the crew. Hope the hugger with a hard R gets slapped. In the interview after the push, Loma seemed pissed, which for Loma equals the mildest of trash talk. Quotation marks, he's scared Loma. Well, shout out to Paul Atreides for his contribution to Super Chat. I'm looking forward to this fight. I was actually surprised. A lot of people are saying they're looking forward to, and I said the same thing though, so I was surprised. Inoue versus Fulton. Yeah.
BD, I think Haney gave Loma more confidence. Like, yeah, he gave him more confidence to beat him.
I don't know. What do you guys think? You can't just shove somebody and then walk away, right? Like, shouldn't you at least stay there and stare the guy down after you pushed him, or make it seem as if you want to go for a punch or something,
I
right?
don't get
You
the
don't just
point
fucking
of
walk away.
pushes. What's the point? Like, show your strength.
Did you know that? And
Yeah.
someone did the same thing in UFC, and they got hurt by doing that. They pushed someone, and the other person who got pushed, they got injured, and they canceled the fight.
Yeah.
UFC.
I mean, that's a fluke. I mean, look, it's people shove each other all the time. Tempers are flaring, especially when they're making weight, right? I mean, even though Haney had already made weight hours prior, but he must have been pissed. By the way, that's the other thing, though. He was chugging water after that. After he got off the stage, he was chugging on a big tank of water. I'm thinking, oh boy, this guy still has to.
Yeah, he lost his 50% of stamina already just by pushing Loma. He used all his strength.
He already lost 50. I think it's gonna. People are saying it's gonna be a boring fight. I don't think Haney's gonna change that much. I don't, or maybe if he sees he starts getting overwhelmed, then maybe. But maybe now the referee, because all eyes are on boxing right now, with Tony Weeks' fuck up last week. It's not even a fuck up. Corruption, I believe. But yeah, I don't. I think they're gonna mind their P's and Q's on this one. Hopefully.
Yeah, I don't. The main point is that I don't think Loma is gonna make it a boring fight. He's gonna make it a fight.
I mean, listen, I've said it throughout the week. I think that the Ortiz. I've been reading. Like I read the Ring TV Fighters picks. You know, they always interview experts and the editorial board, and they asked them for their pick, and I think it was 18-2 for Haney. Might have been 17-3 or 18-2, something crazy like that. And I just said, well, first of all, it reminds me of Canelo Bivol, when some of us were speaking Bivol, and then I would look at Ring TV and it was 22 or 19-1 or 20-0. I think I was like, what the fuck? Am I the one that's crazy? Because sometimes, like I said, sometimes you take a risk and you go with the underdog, but you got to back it up with a good argument. Here, I'm starting to see the same thing. The main argument is Lomachenko is in decline. And I'm thinking, well, people weren't saying that after he beat Comey and Nakatani. It's only after the Ortiz fight. And people say, when people bring up the fact that he was off for 1 year, they go, no, that's an excuse. But then those same people I've seen use the same excuse to denigrate Walters as a fighter. They go, well, he was only off. He was off for a year when he fought Lomachenko. So which one is this? My question. Number two, the Ortiz, there's things he does better than Haney, and then there's things that Haney does better than Ortiz does. For example, Ortiz doesn't have as good a jab, and he's not as accurate. But there's two things he does better than Haney. His flurry's better. He's got better combinations when it comes to flurrying, which kept Lomachenko, receding in the shell for long periods of the fight. And he's much more dynamic with his footwork. I dare say he's got faster feet. Now, faster feet doesn't necessarily mean better, but in a specific fight, it could play a factor. And against Lomachenko, I was rewatching that fight. I've been rewatching it all fucking month. That and the Jojo Diaz fight for Haney. I don't see the same type of footwork. So if Haney's gonna beat Lomachenko, he's gonna have to let his hands go. Like I said earlier in the week, he's gonna have to go to the body. He's gonna really have to time Lomachenko. And again, I think this whole thing about Lomachenko regressing as much as people are saying, I think it's a bit of a mirage. No pun intended, mirage. But so we'll see what happens, man. I'm very curious to see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, and also Top Rank. If Loma wins this fight, they're gonna try to put him with Shakur. That's what I've been hearing all day, every day.
Well, that's the thing, though. Real quick, I know I've been talking a lot, but if Haney wins tomorrow and it's his last fight today with his contract, they can't make like Top Rank doesn't have enough money to make him a one-time offer to say fight Shakur Stevenson. Let's make that happen.
Yeah, he looked to me. He didn't look too drained at the weigh-in. Or,
Loma
looked
big as shit in the weigh-in, bro. Loma looked filled, like full.
So why not? Either one of them. So they should be able to make that, especially when his dad is texting, what's his name, Joe Tessitore. We're not going anywhere. We're staying at 135 during Shakur's fight. So keep that same energy.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good fight.
They're saying, look, there's on the one hand, Bill Haney says nobody's been calling out Lomachenko like we have. There's a difference between calling a guy out on Twitter and actually really trying to push for a fight.
Yeah,
so this badass.
It's honesty. It's just disingenuous.
But that's what I'm saying. But here's my point: if they're really this badass, then they should fight the next logical guy, which should be if he doesn't fight Shakur Stevenson, he stays at 135. He should then try to fight Cameron or Tank Davis. Make that guy an offer because it would be a big fight. You can't just stand by and then say, "Oh, I'm gonna," like Teofimo Lopez after he beat Lomachenko. "Oh, I'm looking for the better offer, the most money for the least amount of effort." Then
well, isn't the winner of this fight the mandatory for Shakur?
I don't know, man. I don't follow the.
Well, the Shakur fight with Yoshino was a title eliminator, so he's in line for the winner of this fight.
Yeah. Okay. That's okay. That's what I kept hearing from top rank. I kept hearing that from them, and I'm like, that's what I'm hoping.
I think that Shakur doesn't deserve this opportunity, but other than him at Top Rank, who would you want to see Loma or Devin fight? Like, let's be honest, it's Shakur.
We want to see prime fights with Loma ain't, he's not in his prime. Well, that's another question I got, right? Who do you guys think would win in a fight, prime Loma or prime Shakur?
Oh, we talked about this already. That's why it got crazy.
I think Shakur washes Loma. By the way, there's a super chat here from Average BX and
I honestly, I do, and I stand on that. He would wash Lomachenko no matter what version of Loma shows up to the ring because I think he's just as skilled, if not more skilled than Loma. And then you add the fact that he's the bigger man. That's too much for Loma to overcome.
Do you think he would stop?
Whatever.
I don't know about stopped, but you saw the elements that Jermaine Ortiz used.
Sorry to interrupt.
Hold up. I don't like hearing it, but on my side.
Sorry to interrupt, but Grand Jean in the chat says, please God, no. Yeah, I think we got to listen to the audience a little bit here sometimes.
Read the super chat.
I'll get back.
Okay, one last point.
But hold on. No, not one last point. We're going back to the same shit that you guys were talking about 2 hours ago. Average BXNG says, shout out to Average BXNG fan for his contribution to the super chat. He says, why does Haney always say enchiladas? I find it very odd. First of all, I don't even know what he's talking about. Does anyone know what he's talking about?
He's saying it's the Muslim thing, the inshallah.
Okay, that's a good joke, but
I thought he was 20% Mexican. I was about to say, oh shit.
Yeah, he likes enchiladas.
He did fight in Tijuana. He fought in Tijuana, so maybe he said, hey, I have a big fan base in Mexico. Mexicans love me, so maybe he's got.
I've seen some dudes in Mexico that kind of look like him. Yeah, I've seen it.
So, the whole thing about this, whatever happens after this fight, if it's Lomachenko, he's going to fight whoever they tell him over at Top Rank. He doesn't give a shit. Haney, though, his father already said, oh, yeah, we'll fight Shakur Stevenson at 147. It's like, what the fuck does that mean?
What the fuck?
Because you guys have to understand, they know each other. They've been in the ring with Shakur Stevenson. They know what he presents.
Oh
They
my
don't want to fight this
God.
dude, man. They,
You know what I
they
see, bro? I see another Errol Spence and Crawford situation
Yeah,
in the future.
yeah. Here we go
well,
again.
that would mean they would have to be undefeated until 147. You think Devin Haney can go through 140 undefeated?
Hell
Let's
no,
see
man.
Shakur can do
If
that.
that's the case, listen, man. If that's the case, I hope Loma wins tomorrow, bro. I mean, yeah.
Well, see, that brings up the question about what's better for boxing, right? I mean, because look, Haney, he's made the fights happen. I mean, he went to Australia, true, but I think people went a little bit overboard with the credit because this is a guy that he's like Tyson Fury. He just does. You're uncertain about whether he wants the fight. With Cambosos, they were negotiating for months, and then Lomachenko came in and said, "Whatever you want, I'll take the deal. Just tell me what it is, I'll fight you." And then Haney said, "I'll take the same deal." Then with Lomachenko's team had signed the deal months before the fight. Well, not months, weeks, I think, before the fight had actually been announced. Haney, though, was still, ironing out his details, whatever that means. And then it turns out, I don't know if it's true or not, apparently he wanted more money. And Top Rank said, whatever. Well, Lomachenko said, yeah, well, give it to him, whatever. So he's notorious for, he's fighting Lomachenko now, but if indeed we get into a Shakur Stevenson situation, don't expect anything new. Don't expect all of a sudden for him to say, yeah, I'll fucking fight you. It's going to be dragging their feet. Maybe we'll fight and maybe we won't. Hopefully I'm wrong.
Should be fighting Tank Davis, if anything, but whatever.
Hell yeah. Yep.
That would be
Tank.
I got Tank on that one all the way.
The Tank is only fighting people with rehydration.
Also, Devin Haney's name is not Hernandez, so he's not gonna fight him.
Somebody need to go grab that belt that Rolly Romero has right now.
Oh yeah,
he's yeah.
Ryan Garcia, perfect opportunity to be a champion.
Get that fucker out of there! It's a disgrace to boxing.
It's gonna be Tank Davis rematch pay-per-view. Anyways, guys,
No, Rolly ruined that with that performance. They're not putting Tank in there. I would hope not.
The PBC doesn't care. The PBC doesn't care.
Man, if he does that, I swear I'm done. Look, I can't defend this shit anymore, bro. Come on now, this is ridiculous.
I know you're trying to defend this shit, but at some point you just can't.
Even I have limits, more. I can't do that.
You should have
given did you guys see that Haney's getting fined for pushing Loma?
No.
Yep.
You lying.
I'm dead ass.
It was 100 to 200,000.
That's just
2 ounces.
Mike Compinger just posted it.
Where are you getting this from?
With that. It's disrespectful to shove somebody, but to find them,
it's probably because of what happened.
I mean, it was a hard ass push, but
probably
it's
because of what
boxing.
happened.
They're cutting weight, bro. You could injure the fighter. They're cutting weight. You could injure the fighter, bro. That's what happened in the UFC.
Yeah, the guy literally got a concussion from a push.
Imagine how much Chisora should have paid when he threw a table, like.
Holy shit!
Yo, Chisora would not survive modern.
Oh, he glossed me. Oh no, that was the David Hay thing. He glossed me.
Yeah,
But
but part what makes boxing fun though is when you have somebody to root against. We need villains and we need storylines. That's part of what people like about it.
The most important, yeah, I agree. But the most important is to have an exciting fight. It's an exciting
fight. That too, and I think we will have that tomorrow because Devin has no choice but to
we do have a villain. We do have a villain, and you vote for him. I mean, you cheer for him. Gervonta Davis.
Who's the villain?
Gervonta Davis.
Tank?
Yeah,
Tank is not a villain, man. He
gets into hit and runs.
I don't think
up his girlfriend. Like, come on, bro. Like,
wait, so
cut the bullshit.
Mayorga, that guy was a villain. That's a true villain.
Devin Haney's hated. Why do you all hate it?
Why is Tank? Tank is not really hated. If anything, I think Tank gets a lot of love.
Tank did hit and run, beating his girlfriend up in a public event.
Tank was running.
I'm not going to defend Tank.
That's why they love him.
He was following. Hey man, he was involved with Adrian Broner. He was involved with the wrong people.
Yeah, he dropped that guy.
I like Tank as a fighter.
Yeah, I like him as a fighter
too. That's what I care about. I just like him as a fighter. I'm not going to defend him as a person.
But he's
got a lot of
still playing the
flaws.
villain role, and we're just going to pretend he's not.
Yeah, well, he has a lot of flaws as a human being, but we all do. Like none of us are perfect.
Not to that.
Oh my gosh.
Well, listen, I have a direct landline to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. So I'm close to being too close to divinity to be called that. But I will say this: I want to give a shout out to Paul Atreides for his contribution to Super Chat. He says, "I'm too drunk to call in. My hope/prediction is Loma decision. I hope the best Loma shows up and twists Haney up in the late rounds. I'm Duglido on the Discord. Oh, he's Duke. Okay, yeah. I've seen Duke. With the fucking dude names, the Duke. What's the name of the fat?
He's royalty. He's royalty.
Yeah,
Alright,
he's
guys.
royalty.
I gotta go, man. I'm gonna pass out, and tomorrow we have a long ass fucking day. So.
Oh, by the way, real quick, for anybody that's still around, in the watching on the YouTube, don't forget to tune in tomorrow. The plan is to do a post-fight call-in show on Saturday after the fight, and then on Sunday it will be the regular panelist show. So
Wait,
that's
BDA.
Yeah.
When are we gonna do like a live Skype or FaceTime reaction on YouTube, like watching a fight?
Well, okay, we used to do that. People ask all the time. We used to do that back in 2018, but it was a pain in the ass because some people are watching them on less than legal streams, so they're delayed.
Oh, gotcha.
And other people, and so and then on top of that, if you play one inkling of audio, or even sometimes if you show a picture, they take you down and they give you a hard strike. Not just they don't just take the video down; they give you a strike. So we refrain from doing this. Plus, also it's too time consuming to start the card at 6 p.m. and then do a post fight show. No, that's too much, man. So I'd rather just do the post fight calling show where people can call in. When the fight is fresh in people's minds, they can call in, give us their thoughts. And then the next day we do another show where people can still call in, but it's also the panelist show, and then that's it. So that's why I'm staying up right now, man, because I'm acclimating myself to tomorrow, man. It's gonna be late, so yeah, man. So shout out to everybody.
Starts at 10 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah.
Out of here.
The fight is that fight finish in less than 24 hours. Yep.
Put me down for Haney unanimous decision clinch fest.
All right.
It says here that Haney Lomachenko. It says 8 p.m. Is that the
Eastern time or
Eastern time? Yeah.
Okay. Hey man, I'm gonna say Lomachenko by unanimous decision.
Who's saying that?
I don't know, bro. I don't know who to pick. Devin Haney is acting real suspicious to me. Like it's nervous energy everywhere.
Yeah.
50-50.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, nervous energy, that can be good or that can be bad. I mean, sometimes they canalize it on fight night, but I don't know. I've never seen Haney this agitated. So yeah, it could. It's abnormal. That's for sure.
Loma seems calm and serene. Like, I don't know.
Who's
yeah.
Elian. Can you write me down for Loma by UD?
Yeah, me too.
Butch, are you writing all this down on a Word document, or are you just putting it on the OBS?
OBS. I'll give you the. Alien said what?
Okay.
Alien.
Loma by UD.
Loma UD, and who's the other guy?
Cole.
Oh.
Cole. Amok already wrote it. Cole said, "What's your prediction?"
Unanimous decision.
For what? Loma?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
By the way, Bucho, Action Jackson in the chat says, shout out to Action Jackson, by the way, aka Jonathan Morrison, for his contribution to Super Chat. He says Loma, but he doesn't give the.
Come on,
he just
Action
says,
Jackson. What the fuck?
Hey,
What?
You guys got a few more subscribers, right? From what last time I checked, you guys had 18, 19, right?
That was a while back, man. I haven't been keeping track.
Oh shit! Okay.
All right, well, listen, I'm gonna go, man. I gotta go too. So shout out to you, fellas. Talk to you tomorrow. Take it easy out there.
Sleep tight.
See you guys. All right, in the chat. Okay, Jonathan, Action Jackson. Got that prediction down. And yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. All right, guys. Post-fight show. We'll take phone calls. Only phone calls, I believe. Yeah, I'm passing out. Have a good night. Everybody who super chatted, everybody who watched, who liked the video, thank you very much. I'm trying to find the. We're gonna play this song. Something relaxing. Tomorrow, the showdown begins. only one will win. Will it be Devin Haney? Or will it be Lomachenko? Will the big nostrils play a factor in this fight? The prophecy said that a big